Chapter 8:16. You will get whacked to death because of your cheekiness. 2. Dawn arrived. The candidates were starting to lose their patience after waiting for an entire night. Just then, a person appeared on the top of spacecraft. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! The formidable aura of a planetary stage martial warrior swept through the forest. The numerous star beasts below were terrified. They lay on the ground and shivered in fear. This is so scary. Too scary. When did such a powerful presence appear among the humans? All the star beasts started sobbing and trembling. Some weaker ones even peed on the ground. You couldn't blame them. Planetary stage martial warriors were indeed scary. Star beasts who hadn't reached the Lord level could never resist them. At the same time, the planetary stage martial warriors in the other spacecraft were alerted and flew out. They released their aura simultaneously, unwilling to back down. Boom, boom, boom. The sky above the forest turned into a restricted battleground for the planetary stage martial warriors. Petrifying forces intertwined and collided in the air, creating a ringing sound. These alien candidates glared at one another. There was an obvious rivalry between them, so the atmosphere was heated when they gathered together. The only reason why they didn't fight was because of the upcoming duel with the dark apparitions. However, some spacecraft remained silent. They didn't care about what was happening outside. Time passed again. Another half a day passed. No other spaceships arrived. The golden-haired young man from the White Eagle Nation finally walked out of his spacecraft. He possessed a powerful force of presence and attracted everyone's attention like a huge magnet. It's him, Argus. He's recognized as the youth below 30 with the greatest potential from the Olent Federation's Blue Wolf Galaxy. Why is he participating in this trial? There are rumors that he left the Olent Federation and went out to gain more experience. Damn it. With him around, we won't have many chances. Argus remained calm after hearing everyone's words. However, the arrogance in his eyes couldn't be concealed. There were 7 large galaxies in the Olent Federation. The Blue Wolf Galaxy was one of them, and he was the most powerful talent in this galaxy. He didn't give himself this title. It was bestowed by the public. He had the right to be proud. Why isn't Wong-Tung here yet? Argus glanced around him and frowned slightly. His emotionless voice resounded in the forest. No one answered him. Although the other candidates were afraid of him, they wouldn't curry favor with him. They had their pride as candidates. Ha! Argus, aren't you embarrassed? No one's replying to you. Someone laughed in a rough and loud voice. Catho, the golden-haired young man's eyes shimmered. He turned his head and looked over with a slightly grim expression. A bulky and muscular figure had appeared on a similarly rough-looking spacecraft. There was a blood-red symbol of a mutated beast on his chest. It looked ferocious and ruthless. Catho. Damn it, it's Catho, the talent from Crimson Moon Galaxy. Another gifted martial warrior of the universe. Our chances are getting slimmer. I heard that the symbol on his body is carved using the famous Blood Moon beast on the Crimson Moon Galaxy. What's more, they used the blood of adult giant beasts that are at the peak of the 9th level planetary stage. They were killed personally by Catho. I heard that he's at the 5th level of the planetary stage, but he possesses 9th level planetary stage combat prowess. It's scary. The alien candidates started discussing among themselves again. They didn't look good. They seemed frightened of this Catho. Argus, I didn't know that you're participating in this trial. Catho chuckled. Same. Argus' expression became normal. He refuted calmly. Looks like we might become classmates. Catho laughed as he replied. He might be arrogant, but he didn't dare to underestimate Argus' ability. Oomph. Argus snorted and kept quiet. Ha! Y'all seem to be having a good time. How can you bicker at a time like this? 2 ladies appeared from the pink spacecraft at the side. The green-haired lady standing in front covered her mouth and laughed sweetly. Emerald Abyss Galaxy, Billy Uo. Argus and Catho were surprised when they saw the green-haired lady. You're here too. The Saint Star Pagoda is indeed a huge temptation. No one can resist it. Of course, the Saint Star Pagoda is the #1 academy in the Olent Federation. I have to view it with great importance. Bilyuo smiled and replied. 3 of the talented stars from the 7 major stars have arrived. I wonder if there are any others? Cathu crossed his arms in front of his chest and glanced around him with interest. Include me. A voice was heard. A man with long brown hair flew out of his spacecraft. He looked like a human, except his ears were slightly sharp. He was exceptionally handsome. Pull in. The 3 martial warriors recognized this man immediately. They turned serious. Haha, since everyone is here, I shall not hide anymore. Peals of laughter resounded in the air. A short and small human appeared in front of everyone. Compared to the other alien candidates, this human was a dwarf. He was strange-looking. He had pitch-black scales on his face, but they were tiny and only grew on near his neck, making them not so obvious. Loggins. 1. The genius of the Black Scale tribe from the Uros galaxy. Loggins. The number 1 talent and beauty of the Emerald Abyss galaxy. Biluo. And the ultimate talent of the Wood Fairy race from Silver Blue galaxy. Poulin. Cries of astonishment spurted out from the mouths of the alien candidates around them. There was a huge commotion. These alien candidates were extremely familiar with these 3 youngsters and recognized them instantly. They even knew their achievements and deeds like the back of their hands. As they spoke, they revealed the background of these 3. The 5 great stars. This trial will be a fierce and intense one. I wonder who will win and enter the Saint Star Pagoda. Though they are powerful, we still have a chance. We should fight for it no matter what. That's right. The appearance of the dark apparitions is unexpected. No one knows the result. The atmosphere above the primary forest was extremely tense after the arrival of the 5 great stars. Some distance away, 3 sneaky-looking figures hid behind layers of space obstacles and paid close attention to the situation on this side. I didn't expect so many formidable warriors to come, the octopus monster exclaimed. Boss, should we reveal ourselves? We have heard enough, the other fatty figure asked. These talents are so impatient. They got irritated after waiting for just a day. The last person touched his chin and shook his head. He expected better from them. These 3 people were Wang Tung, Jin Yuan, and Haydock. They had arrived a long time ago, but Wang Tung wanted to confirm everyone's identity, so he hid and observed them in the dark. He used his special space physique to hide the 3 of them in a space pocket, spying on the ability and reactions of these alien candidates. The gains were not bad. At least he had a good gauge of their abilities and identities. He also asked his 2 subordinates for more information to be on the safe side. When Jin Yuan and Haydock heard his words, they felt speechless and contemptuous. Their new boss was seriously shameless. He ignored those people for a day and was still complaining about them. You'll get whacked to death because of your cheekiness. They silently complained in their hearts. All right, it's time for us to appear. Wang Ting tidied his clothes and disappeared. A second later, he made an abrupt appearance in front of all the alien candidates and waved his hands innocently. Hello, everyone's here. Chapter 817. Your subordinate's mouth is too filthy. Let me send him back for reformation. Hello, everyone's here. Just as when everyone's eyes were fixed on Argus and the other geniuses from Olent Federation, a peal of laughter broke their concentration. The voice appeared out of the blue. Even the group of planetary stage martial warriors didn't notice it beforehand. The alien candidates were all startled and turned toward the source of the sound. They saw a young man on a black crow in the sky, looking at them with a smile. 2 more people appeared behind the young man, a fatty and an octopus with dozens of tentacles. This was quite an odd and peculiar combination. The expressions of the alien candidates turned grave, and no one dared to underestimate this strange group. That was because everyone knew that the fat man and the octopus were planetary stage martial warriors, and no one could see through the strength of the young man, which made him seem like an enigma. What was even more surprising was that no one noticed when the 3 of them had appeared. The young and golden-haired Argus had a calm expression, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Cathu folded his arms and grinned slightly as he looked at Wang Tung with interest. Biluo was full of smiles. She glanced at Ale, and the smile on her face became brighter. She looked at Wang Tung with glimmering eyes. After Biluo looked away, Alace's eyes flickered slightly. It's really him. She felt uneasy. It hadn't been that long, yet he had already come this far. It was truly unbelievable that he could compete with alien martial warriors now. Meanwhile, Loggins and Poulin were looking at Wang Teng with different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Who are you? Loggins from the Urose galaxy asked with a dull expression. I'm Wang Teng from Earth. Please take good care of me. Wang Teng smiled. A martial warrior from Earth. Everyone's eyes flashed, and the corners of their mouths showed a meaningful arc. That was quite an introduction. The alien martial warriors were all present there, and Wang Teng had introduced himself as an Earth martial warrior. It was like he was trying to oppose them. Were you the one who released the news that there was going to be a duel with the dark apparitions? Argus questioned. That's right. It seems that you're interested in participating as well. Wang Teng pretended to be clueless and replied. Silence. Everyone was speechless. He released the news to attract them here, but he was putting on a pretense. You must think that all of them were idiots. Do you think that you can do it alone? Loggins said with a little contempt. They'll only know after I fight them. Wang Teng didn't care and smiled. But I was the one who decided on this duel. If you want to participate, you can either talk to the dark apparitions yourself or shut up. Loggins' expression changed. How dare you? Behind him, an alien martial warrior shouted. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. His gaze landed on the alien martial warrior behind Loggins, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Since when was it your turn to speak, planetary disciple? Jin Yuan, who was behind, seemed to understand Wang Teng well. He glared back and shouted coldly before Wang Teng could speak. The planetary stage martial warrior's aura instantly surged towards them. In the universe, planetary disciples were martial warriors who had yet to reach the planetary stage. They couldn't do anything to the planetary stage martial warriors. The alien martial warrior's face went pale, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Oomph. Loggins snorted. His powerful aura surged out, clashing against Jin Yuan's aura. Boom! Although auras weren't visible, they still made a violent roar when they clashed against each other. Jin Yuan's aura was instantly overpowered. You have no right to teach my disciple a lesson. Loggins' face had a cold expression as his aura rushed forward. It wasn't just directed at Jin Yuan, but the whole group. Jin Yuan's expression was grim, as though he was facing a great enemy. As a talent from the Urose galaxy meant that Loggins' strength had to be extraordinary. To be able to stand out in a vast galaxy, Loggins was definitely the cream of the crop. Boom! The aura came in an instant and pressed down on the heads of Wang Teng's group. Loggins' sudden move was not only to protect his own people, but also to test Wang Teng, the Earth martial warrior who had suddenly appeared. The alien talents didn't think too much of the martial warriors on Earth. Even if Wang Teng had reached the planetary stage, in their eyes, humans were much worse off than them. There was no point in comparing them. Wang Teng's expression remained unchanged. Just as when the aura was about to engulf them, he waved his hand gently. Bang! With a muffled sound, the overwhelming aura evaporated. There was a slight change in Loggins' expression as he stared at Wang Teng. He was quite surprised. The other alien martial warriors were taken aback as well. Even Argus and the others were no exception. They all had different expressions on their faces. Jin Yuan and Haydock's hearts were filled with amazement as their eyes flashed. It hadn't been that long, and they could feel that their boss had become much stronger. The two of them exchanged glances, making sure that there wasn't anything wrong. Their hearts pumped even faster. However, Wang Teng wouldn't let it go like this. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and his spiritual power condensed into a formless sword before stabbing forward. Oh shit! Loggins' expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The sword of spiritual power was too fast. It had already pierced into the eyes of the planetary disciple. So silent, the planetary disciple's body shook. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. His body lost its support and tumbled backward. Bang! His body fell on the top of the spacecraft. His consciousness was gone, and he had completely lost his vitality. You! Loggins' eyes were filled with rage. Your subordinate's mouth is too filthy. Let me send him back for reformation. You don't have to thank me. Wang Tung ignored his gaze. Bastard. Loggins was furious. He had never been ignored like this, and he had never been offended like this. This earthling had killed his most capable subordinate in front of him. It was like he was trampling on his face. There was no way he could bear with it. If you can't accept this, let's fight. He'll be your opponent. Wang Ting finally stopped smiling and looked at him emotionlessly. He only had one principle when facing enemies. If they couldn't accept it, head hit them till they could. If they still couldn't accept it, head hit them till they died. He would kill them, even if they were talents. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere tensed up. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Tung and Loggins. They were either shocked, mocking, or gloating. Chapter 818. Born with mocking ability, the gazes of the alien candidates went back and forth between Wang Tung and Loggins. You can't tell Wang Tung's strength. He's definitely at the planetary stage. Otherwise, he couldn't have been able to withstand Loggins' aura. But that looked too easy for him. That was spiritual power, right? An attack that's hard to defend against. That's definitely spiritual power. This Wang Tung is an extremely rare divine spirit master. However, Loggins is a renowned talent of the Rose galaxy. How can Wang Tung be compared with him? What he did just now is tantamount to courting death. Discussions echoed in the surroundings, and everyone was stunned. They all marveled at the fact that Wang Tung was a divine spirit master. There was a divine spirit master on such a backward planet. Even so, they were not optimistic about Wang Tung's chances. They felt that he couldn't match up to Loggins. Angering him was like asking for his own death. Loggins' face was ashen, and his heart was seething with rage, almost to the point where he was about to explode. However, he took a deep breath and calmed down before looking at Wang Tung silently. The crowd was disappointed. They thought that Loggins wouldn't be able to stomach this and would definitely kill Wang Tung on the spot. No one expected the end to be so anticlimactic. He didn't say a word, choosing to avoid any conflict for now. The alien candidates were not idiots and naturally knew the reason why. Their gazes swept over Argus and the others, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. With them around, Loggins wouldn't reveal his strength just because of an earthling. How boring! Wang Ting muttered when he saw that Loggins had no intention to do anything. A throbbing vein popped up on Loggins' head, and the muscles on his face twitched. Everyone was speechless. This brat just loves to stir trouble. He's literally asking for death. The phrase appeared in the crowd's mind. Everyone is here for the dark apparitions. There is no need to do anything for a trivial matter. Pulin, the talent of the wood fairy race from the silver blue galaxy, opened his mouth. A planetary disciple's life and death were just a trivial matter in their eyes. That's right. Let's talk about how we are going to deal with the dark apparitions. Wang Tung, you probably know about the trial. Although you are a martial warrior from Earth, you are eligible to participate since you have obtained the personal terminal. Olent Federation's top academy, St. Star Pagoda, will be admitting students from the participants of the trial. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity for you. Billuo, the talent from Emerald Abyss Galaxy, said with a smile. I don't really care about the trial. I'll play with you guys since I think it's fun. Wang Tung responded indifferently. Billuo's expression froze slightly. Such a great opportunity was disregarded by Wang Tung just like that? Billuo couldn't believe it. She could only say that Wang Tung was putting on an act. Wang Tung knew that it was a great opportunity for him to be able to participate in this trial to enter the Saint Star Pagoda. He wasn't as casual about it as he showed. Billuo and the others all thought so and felt that Wang Tung was just bluffing. Wang didn't intend to explain anything to these people and found a comfortable spot on Little White's back. He sat down with his legs crossed. Oh, I'm exhausted from running around. Since you want to talk, let's talk. Silence. The spectators were left speechless when they saw Wang Tung's passiveness. Was this guy really the talent of this entire planet? Something didn't feel right. He didn't look like one with that attitude of his. Don't just stand there. Feel free to speak if you have anything to say. Come, let's talk. Wang Tung prompted everyone as if he was the host. Silence. The corners of their eyes twitched involuntarily, and a sense of helplessness emerged in their hearts. This duel was decided by you and the dark apparitions. What are the rules? Tell us about it. Biluo took a deep breath and asked helplessly. There aren't any rules. It's just like what you've heard. There's nothing else. Wang Tung spread his hands. You decided on a duel with the dark apparitions without setting any rules. Biluo's emotions went out of control again. This brat was too infuriating. That's right. Just like that. Wang Tung nodded. Throbbing veins appeared on Biluo's head. It looks like there's nothing else to talk about. Let's wait for the dark apparitions to come. Argus looked at Wang Tung and shook his head. He then sat down on his spacecraft, closing his eyes. Haha, I like you. There's no need for a plan. We'll just fight. Katha laughed as he looked at Wang Tung with bright eyes. I'm sorry, I don't like guys. Thank you. Biluo and the others cast strange glances at Kathu. Kathu choked suddenly as the corner of his mouth twitched. An urge to kill Wang Tung birthed inside him out of nowhere. He finally understood how helpless Loggins, Biluo, and the others felt. As long as you spoke to Wang Tung, you would definitely experience it. Wang Tung was born with the ability to mock others, and he was especially annoying. Kathu obediently closed his mouth, expressing that he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Biluo and Poulin were waiting on top of their respective spacecraft, but they were extra relaxed. They ordered their men to put out tables and chairs, even enjoying afternoon tea under their parasols. Seeing that, Wang Tung's eyes lit up slightly. He asked Little White to land on Biluo's spacecraft. Wang Tung jumped off Little White's back and smiled at Ale, who was sitting next to Biluo. Your Highness, it's been a long time. While speaking, he took out a chair from a space ring and sat down naturally. Ale, Sigma, everyone. Wang Tung picked up a rather delicate-looking pastry from the table and popped in his mouth after looking at it carefully. While chewing, he said, Is this a signature pastry from your universe? Let me see how the taste compares to the ones on my planet. Has anyone ever told you that you're really shameless? Biluo was dumbfounded. Yes, quite a few actually, but I ignored them. Wang Tung thought about it and shook his head. Are you here to meet your acquaintance or for my afternoon tea? Biluo squinted. Neither. I'm actually here to get to know you, the talent and beauty of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. Wang Tung replied shamelessly. Oh, you know me? Biluo was a little surprised. Wang Tung actually knew her name and that she was from the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. How did he learn that? It's not just you. I know all the talents that are here. Wang Tung smiled mysteriously. Chapter 819, Earth's Apocalypse. Oh, Biluo was stunned. She shifted her gaze away from the cup of tea in her hand and placed it on Wang Tung. They were from outer space. How did Wang Tung know their identity? Was he trying to bluff them? Or did he have other methods? Many thoughts flashed through her mind. She blinked and saw the two aliens standing behind Wang Tung, feeling astonished in her heart. You guys seem a little unfamiliar. May I know which universe you came from? Jin Yuan and Haydock stood behind Wang Tung obediently the entire time, as if he was their leader. These two alien martial warriors were willing to bow down to a martial warrior from Earth? This provided much food for thought. Jin Yuan and Haydock glanced at Wang Tung. Noticing his lack of response, they chuckled and replied, We don't dare to compare ourselves with you. We're just ordinary talents who hail from small families. Jin Yuan and Haydock were sly old foxes. They would never tell Biluo that they had escaped from an abandoned star. Anyone that has the right to participate in this trial is the cream of the crop. Biluo smiled and said some words of compliment. No one knew if she truly believed their words. They hadn't lowered their voices. The other alien candidates were all at the planetary stage, so they naturally heard everything. Everyone was guessing the relationship between Wang Tung, Haydock, and Jin Yuan. Many people were surprised when they saw two candidates following Wang Tung. It wasn't a unique case. Some candidates in the past chose to follow other powerful candidates when they felt that they had no hope of passing the trial. However, it was a rare occurrence. These candidates were all gifted martial warriors. They were prideful and arrogant and would never submit to others easily. Hence, at this moment, besides the 5 famous talents, the other candidates grew more fearful of Wang Tong. Beijiang, country Xia. A group of war correspondents risked their lives and came to the military camp stationed in this place by country Xia. The leader was a handsome young lady around 30 wearing a military uniform. She was a reputable news reporter from country Xia. A general stage martial warrior from the Beijiang military camp came to welcome these war correspondents personally. Reporter Zhen, I didn't know you were coming. The general stage martial warrior seemed a little tired as he shook hands with the reporter. The leader asked me to come. He wanted me to represent the government and reveal the situation here to the public. Zhen Pin replied with a grave expression. Are we really going to do this? If the situation here is made known to everyone, it will cause a huge panic. Chief Commander Chen frowned. There's no better way. It's impossible to conceal this matter now. Everyone has the right to know. All right, my thoughts were too simple. I'm still stuck in the past. Go ahead and report it. Chief Commander Chen sighed and shook his head sadly. Chief Commander Chen, don't blame yourself. No one expected things to turn out this way. The change was sudden and caught us all off guard. Zhen Pin consoled him. She asked the camera crew behind her to aim their lens at the sky. The entire sky was enveloped with dark clouds, forming a terrifying vortex. Thick silver-white bolts of lightning flashed occasionally. It was like a scene from the end of the world. Ferocious and hideous faces of dark apparitions could be seen faintly amidst the dark clouds. They screamed and roared in a shrill and bitter voice. It was bone-chilling. This image was sent to the entire nation through the internet. Many people knew about this live broadcast, so they were waiting for it in front of their computers and televisions. When the images appeared, the viewers' breaths got stuck. Despair, fear, panic, multiple emotions crashed into everyone's hearts. Dark apparitions. Were these the dark apparitions? Such a frightening presence had appeared on Earth. Was this the doom of their planet? Country Xia wasn't the only one. The dimensional rifts in the North Sea continent and the South Sea continent were being broadcasted by the governments simultaneously. None of the higher authorities of any country planned to contain this information. The world was already in a mess after the Star Beast riot. Some things couldn't be kept a secret anymore. Thus, in this instant, everyone on this planet knew about the invasion of the dark apparitions. There was a large-scale uproar. Countless humans sunk into despair and trepidation. The Star Beast riots had only ended recently. Some areas were still suffering from the impact and were fighting with the remnant Star Beasts. Yet, an even more frightening crisis awaited them. How were the humans supposed to resist? At the same time, what happened in the central continent gradually spread around the world. A gamble. The humans were having a gamble with the dark apparitions. This battle would affect the survival of Earth. If the humans succeeded, there would be hope. If they failed, they would become part of history. This chapter of history might be dug up by a new civilization thousands of years later, and they might study it. What a sorrowful ending. Time passed slowly. The dark apparitions did not appear on the central continent. But many general stage martial warriors from various countries had arrived after receiving the news. The higher authorities of the various nations only dared to act after the alien candidates left. General stage martial warriors from country Inca, country Star, the White Eagle Nation, country Boer, and many other countries reached the scene. Intelligence battlecraft developed by the different nations floated in mid-air, looking at the central continent from a distance. They didn't dare to go closer, so they could only watch from afar. The leader of martial arts and other generals were gathered in a round hall in their battlecraft. The screen in the middle was showing a bird's-eye view of the central continent. I didn't know there were so many alien candidates. The leader's eyes were glowing. He said with a stern face, if it wasn't for the dark apparitions, they wouldn't have gathered together. They are all planetary stage martial warriors. They can destroy Earth if they want to, Commander Hong said gravely. Will the central continent sink if we let them hold the duel here? Commander Yong gave a forced smile. Silence. Everyone was shocked. Their expressions changed slightly. This was possible. These planetary stage martial warriors had the ability to do it. They could decide if they wanted to sink this land. Send the image here back to the country too. The leader of martial arts gave his order. Everyone hesitated. This is Earth's catastrophe. Everyone should witness it with their own eyes, the leader explained. Yes, the martial warriors replied in unison. They stopped hesitating and sent the image back to country Xia. Almost at the same second, the general stage martial warriors from the other countries made the same decision. The situation here was revealed to the rest of the world. Time passed again. Amidst many people's anxiousness, 3 days passed. At noon, the sky more than 10 kilometers away from the central continent suddenly darkened. Darkness dawned from 3 directions. It appeared at the same time and swarmed down from the sky, as if swallowing them. It quickly flowed towards the central continent. They're here. These 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. Alien candidates stood on top of their spacecraft one by one. They stared at the darkness in the distance with grim expressions. Chapter 820. A friend from afar must be killed regardless of the distance. Dark clouds tumbled and spread out in the sky, covering the sun and every inch of light available. The light had been swallowed entirely. Wherever the dark clouds went, the light was completely cut off. Only darkness remained. After some time, the dark clouds arrived above the central continent at a visible speed, covering the area where Wang Tung was at first. Within a few seconds, the darkness shrouded the entire central continent. All the star beasts in the central continent lost their voice. They hid in their caves or lay prone on the ground, shivering in extreme fear. Oh my, so many people came. Frivolous peals of laughter shot out from the dark clouds. All the alien candidates looked up. They saw a figure appearing below the dark clouds, out of thin air. It was a black skeleton with green flames jumping around in its eye sockets. It was smiling brightly at the people below. That's right, it was smiling brightly. It was a skeleton, so there wasn't any expression on its skull, but for some reason, everyone could sense that this was an indecent skeleton. Hey, you brought many little sidekicks too. While everyone was sizing up this black skeleton, a cynical voice rang out and disrupted the tranquility. Silence. The crowd turned in the direction of the voice. Their gazes landed on Wang Tung in the end. For some reason, this fellow gave off the same vibe as the skeleton. They would have thought that they were brothers if they weren't a human and a skeleton. Wait, did he say 2? Little sidekicks? Putting 2 and 2 together. F***K. What did he mean? Was he treating them as little sidekicks? The alien candidates were infuriated. If looks could kill, Wang Tung would have been mutilated by these alien martial warriors. Wugu looked at Wang Tung. This was the human he recognized as his archenemy. The flames in his eyes started flickering. We are the same. There are so many people, so we need to resign this spiritual contract. Wang Tung went straight to the point without any bullshit. No problem. Wugu glanced around him. He was exceptionally easy to talk to today. He waved his hand and said, "Little ones, time to greet our guests." The dark clouds tossed and turned, revealing the figures inside. These figures were all exceptionally powerful. They seemed even more tall and majestic as they stood among the dark clouds like gods from hell. A terrifying aura exuded from their bodies. "Wugu, do you want to die?" A cold voice came out from one of the devil lords. He looked like a devil that had stepped out from the mythology. He was lofty and bulky. The muscles on his body bulged out like pitch-black rocks. He was a long-toothed man with a livid face. His expression was hideous, and he had a pair of sharp horns on his head. They looked like ram's horns with a little curl at the edge. A pair of flesh wings stuck on his back. He didn't spread them out, yet they were still huge. This devil lord looked like the sheep-head, dark apparition Wang Tung saw in the past. But this devil lord had better configurations. Don't get mad. I'm just joking. Wugu shrunk his neck and smiled at the devil lord in embarrassment. All right, stop the nonsense and take out the contract. You can start the duel after signing it. I'm already getting impatient. I want to get a taste of these talents' blood. Another devil lord spoke up. His face was white, but he was extremely handsome. He had long black hair, looking like a noble of the dark apparitions. All right, here it is. Wugu took out the spiritual contract they had signed the previous time and threw it to the Devil Lords. The spiritual contract opened automatically in midair. The Devil Lords slit their fingers casually and signed their names on the scroll with a wave of their hands. The scroll flew down to the alien candidates. The alien candidates, including the top talents like Argus, Cathu, and Biluo, signed their names without any hesitation. They were similar in their attitudes towards the dark apparitions. They would fight for their lives. Wang Tung's gaze shimmered when he saw this scene. It looked like dark apparitions existed in other parts of the universe too. This was why the alien martial warriors weren't surprised when they saw them, and even chose to face them together. This was good. He didn't have to worry about anyone creating trouble. In the current circumstances, he needed to rely on the strength of these alien candidates if he wanted to save Earth. Wang Ting opened his mouth excitedly after everyone had signed the contract. Come, let's start. I can't wait. Silence. Everyone glared at Wang Tung as if he were an idiot. They had countless complaints pinned up in their hearts that they didn't know how to express. Was this guy mad? These were dark apparitions. It wasn't hard to guess how tragic and intense the battle would be. However, this brat was getting all excited like it wasn't even a huge thing. Hee, let's get started. Wu Gu let out a weird laugh and looked at the Devil Lords behind him. Who wants to play first? He'll go. An enormous giant apparition who was almost 5 meters tall came out, speaking with a thick, thunderous voice. Wow, what a huge one. Wang Ting took a step back and looked at the alien candidates with a frightened expression. This guy seems so strong. One look, and I know that I can't beat him. Does anyone want to go? Silence. It was so easy and natural for him to utter those words. How shameless was he? Furthermore, this duel was decided by him and the dark apparitions. If he couldn't beat them, why did he even do that? Coward. All the alien candidates couldn't wait to kill Wang Tung right now. Don't just stand there. A friend from afar must be killed regardless of the distance. Wang Ting saw that no one was reacting and continued to talk. Everyone. Oh, understood. So what was he even saying? The alien candidates were stunned and speechless. But when they heard those words, they felt that it made a bit of sense. However, they didn't dare to let Wang Tung continue embarrassing them. An impatient alien candidate snorted and glanced at Wang Tung contemptuously. He stepped out with a sword in his hand, pointing it directly at the giant apparition Devil Lord. He'll fight you. Without another word, the candidate and the dark apparition charged toward one another. Kill. The giant apparition Devil Lord was armed with a huge pole. With a black streak of light, he slammed it forward. The alien candidate was fearless. He condensed a terrifying glow on his sword and slashed straight out. Boom, boom, boom. The battle broke out in the sky. There were streaks of black and yellow clashing against each other, producing a violent roar that resounded in all directions. The terrifying aftermath of the force swept across the surroundings, destroying the trees and peaks in the forest below. The land quaked as if the doomsday was here. Boom! After a few minutes, the yellow ball of light suddenly shattered, and the alien candidate flew out while vomiting blood. He looked pale as he almost slammed onto the ground. Chapter 821, Planetary Stage Spirit. 1. They lost. An alien candidate lost so quickly. The other candidates turned grim and started to treat the dark apparitions with more importance. Wow, good job. Wu Gu chuckled. The giant Devil Lord glanced at Wu Gu from the corner of his eyes and snorted. Then he disappeared again. Be careful, some martial warriors shouted hurriedly. Their expressions changed slightly. The alien candidate was appalled. He retreated immediately without much thought, but it was already too late. The giant Devil Lord appeared in front of him almost immediately. The shadow of the enormous rod-shaped weapon bore down on the alien candidate. The candidate's pupils narrowed. He gave an angry roar involuntarily and released all the force in his body. Boom! The giant Devil Lord was using his full power. On the other hand, the alien candidate had put up a hasty defense, which shattered almost instantly. He couldn't even last a second. Then, The rod-shaped weapon landed on the candidate's head. Splurt! His head was smashed like a watermelon. Red blood and white matter splattered everywhere, leaving a headless body plummeting to the ground. Silence. There was an eerie silence. The battle started a few moments ago, but a planetary stage, formidable warrior had already been killed. Many people stared at the Devil Lord in bewilderment. Fear and dread appeared in their eyes uncontrollably. This scene was shown to the martial warriors from the different countries through the monitors. Everyone was at a loss for words. The powerful aliens couldn't beat the dark apparitions either. Their expressions were ugly, and they were in extremely low spirits. Human talents are disappointing. The giant Devil Lord glanced around him indifferently while holding his weapon that was still dripping blood. Many alien candidates were infuriated. They glared at the giant Devil Lord. The 5 great stars of the universe turned serious. Fierce killing intent burned in their eyes. Dark apparitions must be killed. Everyone, let's attack together. Argus didn't waste any time. He looked around him as he opened his mouth. As soon as he finished his sentence, he vanished, charging toward the giant Devil Lord. He left a trail of dazzling golden light behind him as he shot out like a sharp arrow. The giant Devil Lord squinted. His eyes glowed with the wildness of bloodlust, and the corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile. Boom! The next second they collided. Impact waves swept through the air. Argus stood in front of the giant Devil Lord. His golden hair danced in the air, and his body was bathed in a golden aura. He looked like an immortal. He didn't use any weapon, only relying on his fist. He punched the giant Devil Lord. Bang, bang, bang. The giant Devil Lord was forced to move back, while fresh blood trickled down the edge of his lips. Fist marks appeared on his tough body one by one. It was horrifying. Roar! He released an angry bellow. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he stopped moving back. Instead, he raised the huge rod-shaped weapon and swung it at Argus. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone regained their senses, Argus and the giant Devil Lord were locked in a fierce fight. Ha 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 kill! Catha laughed when he saw Argus acting first. His voice was rough and loud. A dense pillar of red light shot into the air, forming the shape of a ferocious crimson star beast. Roar! The crimson star beast roared into the sky. Then it dashed into Catha's muscular body. Boom! In that instant, Cathu seemed to have turned into the crimson beast. He bolted towards the Devil Lords with gusto. He was indeed bold. It suited his style, fearless and invincible. Come, have a great time with your grandfather. Cathu shouted. He raised his large axe and released a terrifying crimson axe glow into the air. He didn't care who he hit. When he saw a Devil Lord, he would attack. He was like a beast that went berserk. How dare you! The sheephead Devil Lord screamed in anger. Malicious killing intent shot out of his eyes as he charged toward Cathu. He was holding a weapon that was shaped like a sickle. When he swung it, it created a black ray of light. Boom! The crimson axe glow crashed into the black blade glow. The deadlock lasted for 3 seconds before breaking apart simultaneously. Cathu and the sheephead Devil Lord zoomed out from the residual impact and started battling with each other. The other alien candidates didn't hesitate either and acted at almost the same time. They chose a Devil Lord and started fighting. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky was filled with raging battles. Explosions sounded continuously, shaking heaven and earth. Frightening force glows erupted in all directions, and powerful attacks destroyed the mountains and the trees around them. Some distance away, Loggins was battling with a Devil Lord. They smashed into a mountain, which cracked into pieces. Only half of it was left. Poulin floated on the right. A green glow full of vitality was exuding out of his body as he fought with the Devil Lord called Phantasma. With a wave of his hand, the green force glow gathered into multiple vines. They shot toward Phantasma and attempted to bind him. However, Phantasma was extremely mysterious. He was shrouded in a mist, so no one could see his body. The vines went through his body, catching nothing. On the other side, Biluo met Black Incubus. Biluo's long green hair flowed down her shoulders and her beautiful face. Black Incubus Devil Lord looked great too. She had purple curly hair, and her figure was amazing. They were both perfect. 1. Chapter 822, Planetary Realm Spirit. 2. The two peerless beauties glared at each other without concealing the killing intent in their hearts. Boom! The next instant, both of them vanished and clashed against each other. While everyone was engaged in a deadly battle, Wang Tung was staring at the area where the candidate's corpse was lying. Several dazzling attribute bubbles were floating there. Attributes from a planetary stage warrior. Good stuff. Wang Tung hurriedly picked them up. Constellation Force, Earth, * 1800 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 120 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, * 108 Common Universal Language, * 300 Ultimate Stage, Earth Talent, * 360. Not bad, not bad. It's another wave of loot. Feeling a little sorry, Wang Tung proceeded to collect the attribute bubbles as Constellation Earth Force skyrocketed in an instant. Constellation Earth Force, 2795/10,000, Planetary Stage First Level. Next was the Imperial Realm Spirit. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Tung's mind suddenly shook. There was a storm in his consciousness. A breakthrough in his spiritual power. Wang Tung's spiritual power was already close to the peak of the Imperial Realm. In addition, he had recently gained the Imperial Realm Spirit attributes multiple times. Naturally, it would improve rapidly. Before he knew it, his spiritual power stepped over the threshold. Boom! In Wang Tung's sea of consciousness, there were thunderous sounds, and the terrifying spiritual power rolled inside it, as if it was forming a vortex. Waves of spiritual power swirled continuously, condensing towards the center. It seemed as if the spiritual power was undergoing training. It went through an incredible transformation, leaping from its original realm and entering a higher level. The changes in his consciousness seemed slow, but in reality, they happened within a few minutes. Wang Tung's spiritual power condensed into a single point in his consciousness, leaving only a small, bright light. Then that spot suddenly burst in a glaring light. Boom! In an instant, an indomitable spiritual power erupted, circling within Wang Tung's consciousness as if declaring ownership of this territory. A sphere of spiritual power was suspended in his consciousness. Planetary Realm Spirit. Spirit. 1/10,000 Planetary Realm. At this moment, Wang Tung was enlightened. Spirit and martial arts were the same. Before the Imperial Realm, they were called the Planetary Disciple Realm. After that, it would be the Planetary Realm, Celestial Realm. Wang Tung's spirit had now reached the Planetary Realm. It was a whole new level, which was several times stronger than the Imperial Realm. Ordinary planetary stage warriors would not be able to achieve this feat. Only celestial stage warriors usually attain the Planetary Realm Spirit before advancing. In other words, Wang Tung's spirit was equivalent to a celestial stage warrior spirit. If only his spirit had reached the Planetary Realm, it wouldn't mean anything. It only signified that he was better than others in certain aspects, such as spiritual perception and consciousness. However, Wang Tung was a divine spirit master and possessed spiritual power. Spirit encompassed spiritual power and consciousness. As one spirit realm moved up a level, one spiritual power would naturally increase. An ordinary planetary stage martial warrior would not be able to fend against planetary realm spiritual power. Wang Tung felt that if he used his spiritual power to maneuver weapons now, he could instantly kill almost everyone below the planetary stage 5 stars. As for warriors stronger than that, he could put up a fight with them. Wang Tung was overjoyed. Originally, he thought that he would have to rely on his space physique to fight against the dark apparitions. He didn't expect to have another trump card. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze from the attributes panel, his gaze suddenly stopped. There was a change in origin of soul. It had increased from 1256 points to 5,030 points. Wang Tung was in deep thought. Spirit soul, both seem to be the same thing. Did origin of soul attributes increase along with the spirit attribute? He suddenly remembered that when the origin of soul attribute was increased in the past, his spirit attribute had followed suit. Apparently so. Wang Tung's gaze stayed on the first and second columns of the attributes panel. Origin of life and origin of soul. These were the most important things of the body. One represented the flesh, while the other represented the soul, and both would constitute a complete living body. As Wang Tung improved his martial arts and spirit, these two origins grew as well. He seemed to understand something. These two origins must progress together. He mustn't tilt the scale to one side too much. Somehow, he felt the importance of these two origins. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Tung looked at the changes in his other three attributes. He had gained 108 points of Imperial Realm Enlightenment, raising it to the peak of the Imperial Realm. He was not far away from breaking through. The concept of enlightenment was a little hard to grasp, but one must have it. If not, they would be an idiot. Wang Tung would be entering the universe and fighting with the other universe talents. He mustn't let his enlightenment fall behind. Besides this, he also gained the ultimate stage Earth talent and the common universal language attributes. Honestly, ever since his ice talent reached the Emperor level, Wang Tung didn't like ultimate stage talents anymore. It was easier to get rich and harder to go back to poverty. However, if he wanted to reach the Emperor level, he needed to max out his ultimate stage talents or wait for Emperor-level attribute bubbles to drop. The common universal language was quite useful. It was prevalent in the universe, so he would be able to converse with other people normally. As he collected more and more attribute bubbles, his grasp of the common universal language got better. Common universal language, 12/1000, small achievement. Wang Tung pulled his attention away from the attributes panel and looked at the duels around him. I should do some exercise too. He scanned his surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on a heated battle. The talent of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy, Biluo, was fighting with Black Incubus. Wang Tung swore that his intention wasn't to gaze at beauties. He just wanted to settle some accounts with this old acquaintance of his. Black Incubus had created a few clones and surrounded Biluo. 8 similar Black Incubuses circled Biluo, making it hard for her to find her true form. Biluo's brows were locked in a tight frown. She held her sword, and multiple glows erupted from the blade. It twirled around her like a whirlpool, but she was still unable to hit the true form of Black Incubus. Damn it, why does this Devil Lord possess such a strange cloning skill? I can't figure out which is the real one. I need to find it soon. There was no expression on her face, but her mind was running in 6th gear. Do you need my help? Wang Tung asked with a smile, appearing outside the battle circle. Can you find her true form? Biluo's gaze flickered. I will only know after I try, Wang Tung said casually. Why are you standing there then? Biluo rolled her eyes. Why don't you ask me nicely? If not, I have no reason to help you. Wang Tung shrugged and said helplessly. Biluo felt her head throbbing. Why do such weirdos exist? This fellow is an idiot. What on earth is he thinking? Even in this critical situation, he still has the heart to make a joke. Damn it, I feel like beating him. Quick, don't waste any time. Biluo frowned. There's no relationship between us, and you're the invaders. If you don't do it nicely, I can't convince myself to help you. Wang Tung wasn't moved. His tone remained calm as he spoke righteously. Silence. Biluo was helpless. Wang Tung was right, but she had a hunch something was missing. Black Incubus felt a little anxious as she looked at Wang Tung. Could he really find her true form? No, she must defeat her opponent soon. She couldn't let that fellow act. Recalling Wang Tung's history, a bad feeling swarmed into Black Incubus' heart. She stopped wasting time and controlled all her clones to move forward. A thick black glow exploded from their bodies and merged into sharp black blades, slashing at Biluo. Chapter 823, Stubbornness. Biluo's expression changed slightly. She didn't dare to be careless. Her sword conscious billowed out, forming an impenetrable defense around her. She was the renowned martial arts talent of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. Ask for help. That would never happen. She might treat Wang Tung politely, but in her heart, she more or less looked down on this martial warrior from Earth. Some things couldn't be erased with a few sentences. Foundation. The foundation of Earth couldn't be compared to the Olent Federations at all. The difference was wide as chasm. It was like a noble lady from the upper-class society meeting a beggar from the slums. No matter how outstanding the beggar was, the noble lady would never place him at the same level as her. This was impossible. Wang Tung didn't get impatient, even though Biluo didn't beg him for help. He just smiled and watched them from the side. He understood what these alien candidates were thinking. They were a bunch of arrogant and conceited fellows. Their arrogance made them look down on martial warriors from Earth. They thought they were high and mighty and above all beings on this underdeveloped planet. So what? Wang Tung would step on the dignity of these talents and rub it on the ground. They looked down on Earthlings, right? Well, he would crumble and destroy their pride. If the dark apparitions hadn't invaded them, Wang Tung would have looked for the alien candidates and defeated them one by one. Since these talents placed so much importance on this trial, he would turn their trial into nothing. This was the real revenge. Wang Tung was a true blue Earthling. He had deep feelings toward his homeland. These alien candidates descended on his planet as invaders and treated this place as their trial ground, as if it was a hunting ground for opportunities. As an Earthling, he couldn't accept this. He mustn't accept it. He would take revenge. At this moment, Black Incubus 8 clones surrounded Biluo in all directions and slashed a black blade glow in the air. Die! An angry scream came out her mouth. It was filled with ruthless killing intent. She knew better than Biluo how scary Wang Tung was. Before he reached the general stage, he could already force her into a miserable state, much less now. No one should underestimate this fellow. Biluo's expression turned grim. She realized that all the 8 blade attacks were real. They weren't illusions. How was this possible? She was in disbelief. Since not all the 8 clones were real, how could they release 8 real attacks at the same time? This didn't make sense. Biluo turned serious. Even as an outstanding talent, she had to remain cautious in front of 8 mighty blows from a Devil Lord. The constellation force in her body churned violently. It turned into numerous sword glows and merged into the defense shield around her, protecting her from all corners. Boom! Just as she completed her move, the 8 black glows fell on her. The black force glow and the green force glow exploded when they met, engulfing Biluo completely. No one could see what was happening inside. Powerful force impact echoed in their surroundings. A large patch of sky-towering trees collapsed, throwing dust and soil into the sky. Black Incubus stared intently at the center of the explosion. Suddenly, her expression changed. A figure shot out from the center. Her long green hair was a little messy, and her clothes were torn and tattered. Blood dripped down from the corner of her lips. Many alien candidates turned pale when they saw this scene. Biluo was one of the 5 great stars who were the most powerful and famous candidates in this trial. Yet she was at a disadvantage when she fought with a Devil Lord. You're not dead. A sharp glint flashed in Black Incubus' eyes. She was shocked. You don't have the power to kill me. Biluo might look a little disheveled, but her expression didn't change. She had her pride as a top talent of her generation. Even if she couldn't win, she mustn't lose her dignity. Constellation Force would *800 Constellation Force Dark *950 Darkness Clone Technique *360 Wang Tung happily picked up the attribute bubbles at the side. Then he looked at Biluo and gloated in her misery. Are you all right? If you can't handle it, you can seek my help. Don't be so stubborn. Silence. To hell with being so stubborn. The corners of Biluo's eyes twitched slightly, and she almost couldn't maintain her expression. This stupid bastard. How could he make such irresponsible and sarcastic remarks? She glared at him from the corner of her eyes. Go and die. How heartless. We're old friends, but you're helping this lady to kill me. Black Incubus winked seductively at Wang Tung, pretending to be heartbroken. Oh, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Oh, Wang Teng was stunned. He stared at Black Incubus in astonishment. Black Incubus might look beautiful, but Wang Teng still remembered her devil transformation. It was etched deep in his mind. Whenever he recalled the assembly of decayed flesh, his hair would stand on ends. It was so disgusting. Sob. However, Biluo didn't know anything. She turned and looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. This fellow had a relationship with this dark apparition. Although love between different races was touching, she had to admit that Wang Teng had a unique taste. You can never judge a book by its cover. F***K. What does that expression mean? Wang Teng was infuriated. This lady thought that he had some weird relationship with this female dark apparition. He couldn't bear it. Are all ladies so dirty? Boom. Right then, Black Incubus vanished. She took the chance when Wang Teng and Biluo were distracted to launch her attack. She wanted to kill Biluo as soon as possible. She felt helpless even though she was a devil lord. This was too difficult. She felt ill at ease because Wang Teng was eyeing her as if she was his prey. Fortunately, Wang Teng never went by the script. If the two humans worked together, she could only run away. She needed to finish this lady before he decided to act. Boom. Biluo had been vigilant of Black Incubus all this while. Seeing her attack, she moved too. The human and the dark apparition turned into two lingering shadows as they collided fervently in the air. Tisk, women are so brutal when they're fighting. Wang Teng clicked his tongue as he exclaimed. He raised his head, touching his chin as he watched them. Biluo was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. She was extremely powerful. When she got serious, she was on par with Black Incubus and even inflicted some serious injuries on her. Boom! Splurt! Splurt! They crashed into each other again and got thrown back. Their hair was in a mess, and they were vomiting blood. They looked like two lunatics. Roar! Black Incubus suddenly gave an ear-piercing roar. A thick black glow erupted from her body and started expanding like a black heart palpitating furiously. 1. Chapter 824. What are you looking at? If you continue looking, you'll eat. Black Incubus' body puffed up like a balloon, emitting intense black light. It looked like a black sun. This sudden change attracted everyone's attention. Devil transformation. A devil lord had executed the terrifying devil transformation. Mind you, devil transformation was a special skill that devil lords possessed. The devil transformation of every devil lord was different, but there was one similarity. They were all powerful and frightening. Of course, devil transformation wasn't something they could execute whenever they felt like it. Not many dark apparitions were willing to use this skill unless they were forced into a tight corner. The devil lords in the area were astounded. All of them turned and looked at Black Incubus. Wow, Black Incubus executed her devil transformation. The green ghost flames and Wu Gus eye sockets jumped violently. He moved his jaws and made a weird sound. What is she doing? The human lady didn't have the power to force her to this stage. A vampire devil lord frowned. Idiot. The sheephead devil lord scoffed. The other devil lords wore different expressions on their faces. Some sneered, some frowned. These dark apparitions weren't as harmonious as they seemed. They didn't know that Wang Teng was the reason why Black Incubus executed her devil transformation so quickly. Yes, it was that simple. There were no other reasons. They didn't understand Black Incubus' plight. Wang Teng stood at the side without doing anything, but it gave her immense mental pressure. Hence, she decided to unleash her devil transformation. Of course, another reason was that Biluo's ability was on par with her. She couldn't take her down easily, so she had to do this. Oh my, devil transformation! Wang Teng looked up and exclaimed in surprise. This was the third devil transformation he saw. The first time was this Black Incubus devil lord, and the second time was devil lord Qiyan. That fellow was still in Wang Teng's space fragment. He had to suffer the burn from 3 divine fires continuously. This pain was worse than being imprisoned under Mount Saint. At that time, he was only tormented by 1 divine fire. Now, there was the flame of light, the emerald glaze flame, and the dark flame. One could imagine how painful it was. The third time also belonged to Black Incubus. However, Wang Tung wasn't who he was in the past anymore. He wasn't a newbie who hadn't even reached the general stage. He was already a planetary stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Black Incubus Devil transformation was, she wouldn't exceed the 5th level planetary stage. Hence, Wang Tung could still wreck her. Biluo saw this scene, and her face turned grim. These aliens were extremely familiar with the dark apparitions. They didn't just exist on Earth. There were signs of dark apparitions everywhere in the universe. It seemed that there were records of dark apparitions ever since the birth of the universe and the existence of civilizations. Naturally, there were many records of battle experiences with the dark apparitions over the centuries. Hence, there was detailed data on the devil transformation. Biluo understood how scary it was. At this moment, the glaring black light retracted, revealing the current appearance of Black Incubus. Her body had expanded greatly. She looked like a mashed-up ball of rotten flesh, which was squirming with flesh whiskers hanging down and flying in the air. The thin purple long hair turned as thick as a giant python. It danced wildly. A pair of sharp horns grew out from it. It gave off an eerie and sharp glint. Numerous blood-red eyeballs were etched in the flesh. They looked evil and ghastly. Roar! She opened her giant mouth, revealing her sharp teeth that looked like a sawtooth. Saliva dripped down uncontrollably as she gave a loud roar that sounded neither human nor beastly. Wang Tung realized that Black Incubus' appearance was a little different from before. She didn't have so many eyeballs in the past. These eyeballs were scattered around Black Incubus' body. Anyone with trypophobia would probably shudder in fear and pee on the spot if they saw her. What the F***K? She transformed. Wang Tung was startled as he muttered to himself. Black Incubus twirled her pupils as if she had noticed Wang Tung's gaze. Her numerous eyeballs stopped on him in unison. Her eyeballs were bloodshot and filled with chaos, evil, distortion, indifference, bitterness, and various negative emotions. Boom! As the eyeballs turned, a savage, spiritual fluctuation surged out and penetrated right into Wang Tung's mind. Oomph! Wang Tung snorted. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes. His spirit was at the planetary realm. This spiritual fluctuation might be chaotic, but it was only at the Imperial realm. Black Incubus was embarrassing herself when she tried to use her Imperial realm spirit to affect him. Boom! Instantly, in Wang Tung's consciousness, his vast and terrifying spiritual power turned into numerous bolts of lightning and struck down. It was like the punishment from heaven. The chaotic spiritual power was destroyed in an instant and turned into pure attribute bubbles. Wang Tung absorbed them all. Imperial Realm Spirit *360. Unfortunately, he was already at the planetary realm, so these 360 points of Imperial Realm Spirit were only 36 points of planetary realm spirit to him. But it was still the first spirit attribute bubble he received after his advancement. It was worth mentioning. Not bad. Black Incubus did make some contributions. He should kill her quickly later and prevent her from suffering too much. Of course, he would get all he could out of her first. Wang Tung squinted. Many thoughts went through his mind. Black Incubus shuddered for some reason. Roar. At the same time, she felt that wisp of spiritual power disintegrating. Her countless pupils narrowed as they stared at Wang Tung simultaneously. Wang Tung wasn't afraid, but the eyeballs were horrifying. He glared at them. What are you looking at? If you continue looking, he'll beat you up. F***K. He almost said the wrong thing. Black Incubus looked disgusting. He felt nauseous just looking at her. Eat her? That was too challenging. Black Incubus. Silence. Biluo stared at Wang Tung in bewilderment. You almost exposed yourself. Are you still saying that you have no relationship with her? Go away. Wang Tung glared at her, feeling irritated by her gaze. Roar. Black Incubus knew that Wang Tung wasn't easy to deal with. She stopped testing him and rushed towards Biluo instead. The horrendous body was like a ball of flesh. It opened its sharp teeth and wanted to swallow Biluo. F asterisk asterisk K. Billuo cursed uncontrollably. This black incubus devil lord was the perfect example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She couldn't beat Wang Tung, so she attacked her. Shameless. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Billuo was infuriated too. Her face turned cold, and a dazzling ball of white light erupted from her body. Life Force. Once she possessed the Life Force. Chapter 825, Goddess of Light Mode. Light Force. The sudden appearance of Light Force astounded everyone, especially the dark apparitions. Light Force was their nemesis as it could restrain their dark force. They were like the day and night, complete opposites. No one expected Light Force to appear here. Moreover, it came from a talent from a universe. All the Devil Lords' gazes landed on Billuo. What kind of gaze was that? They wanted to skin her alive and tear her into pieces. All along, the dark apparitions had only one rule towards the possessors of Light Force. Kill them. They would kill them before these martial warriors could grow up. Every martial warrior who possessed Light Force was a huge threat to the dark apparitions. They would never allow them to grow powerful. Argus, Cathu, and the other alien candidates turned their heads too. They were also astounded by the fact that Billuo possessed Light Force. Light Force was rare. Not many people had it. Billuo's Light Force was more powerful than the Wood Force she had been using all this while. That meant that her true power was many times greater than what she displayed. Billuo expected this reaction from the dark apparitions, but she was still shocked. She felt a little scared when so many Devil Lords glared at her. Her hair stood on ends. It was frightening. However, she didn't have the time to care about this. Defeating Black Incubus in front of her was the top priority. Billuo turned into a ray of white light and charged toward Black Incubus. Boom! A battle ensued. Billuo seemed to have turned into a goddess of light. She soared through the sky, releasing powerful light force in her every attack as she hurled it at Black Incubus. Boom, boom, boom. Black Incubus kept moving back her hideous body. The flesh on her body hissed as it got stained with light force. It started melting at a visible speed and turned into wisps of black smoke dispersing in the air. This lady is quite powerful. Wang Tung was stunned. He almost swallowed his tongue when he saw Billuo's transformation. He thought that Billuo was just a wood element martial warrior. He didn't know that she was hiding her light force, which seemed more powerful than her wood force. It was at least at the 4th level of the planetary stage. She was bathing in white light like a goddess descending from heaven. She switched on her goddess of light mode. However, very soon, Wang Tung's gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles dropping on the ground without stopping. Constellation Force, Dark, asterisk 130 Constellation Force, Dark, asterisk 120 Imperial Realm Spirit, asterisk 30 Imperial Realm Spirit, asterisk 45 Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 180 Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 220. This is good stuff. This is the attribute I'm lacking the most. I must pick it up quickly. Wang Tung smiled brightly. He hurriedly released his spiritual power and collected the attribute bubbles diligently. Seems like I'm not needed. I didn't know Billuo had this trump card. It should be a piece of cake for her to finish Black Incubus. Wang Tung collected the attribute bubbles and wondered to himself as he rubbed his chin. Boom! While he was deep in thought, the situation in the sky changed. Glaring light force exploded from Billuo's body, piercing Black Incubus like a large light force sword. Roar! Black Incubus gave a scream of agony. Her voice was shrill and ear-piercing. Everyone felt their eardrums hurting. Black smoke wafted out of her mass of flesh. She was getting purified by the light force at a fast rate. Parts of her body disappeared, and the large ball of rotten flesh disintegrated quickly. Die! Let's die together! A crazy and furious yell escaped Black Incubus' throat. Her countless eyeballs swelled, and veins covered her flesh as if she had eaten a blood bomb. Oh shit! Billuo's expression changed slightly. Force swarmed out of her body and turned into a defense shield. At the same time, she retreated hurriedly, wanting to escape from the vicinity of Black Incubus. The other devil lords squinted as they looked in this direction. Self-destruction. Black Incubus was forced into such a tight corner. Boom! The next second, a terrifying explosion occurred at the spot where Black Incubus' body was. It resounded in the entire sky, while violent force fluctuations swept through the area. Bang! With the explosion as the center point, the trees in a circular radius started to tumble and were destroyed by the strong residual forces. The ground quaked. Huge cracks appeared on the land, spreading out like spiderwebs. Next, the entire ground collapsed. The black explosion in the sky blossomed like a mushroom, releasing its beauty in the sky. The residual impact traveled for more than 1,000 miles. It was exceptionally frightening. The formidable martial warriors retreated involuntarily. Biluo wasn't able to escape in time and got swallowed by the explosion. There was no sign of her. Argus, Cathu, and the other alien candidates stared in the direction and furrowed their brows. Unfortunately, they were held back by their opponents, so they couldn't reinforce her. After some time, the dark force glow scattered in the air. A white figure was finally revealed. The white glow was a little weak and faint. It was on the verge of collapsing. It was Biluo. She was in a bad state. Her breathing was weak, and her face was pale. Blood was dripping down the corners of her lips. She had suffered grievous injuries. Fortunately, she had managed to stay alive. Black Incubus' large body had already disappeared. She seemed to have vanished from the world. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. The human side had gained a small victory in this battle. If Biluo was killed, it would be a huge blow to humans. After all, she was one of the 5 great stars in the universe. If she got defeated, the other people wouldn't have the morale to continue fighting with the dark apparitions. However, at this moment, a change occurred. Be careful! Argus warned Biluo in a loud voice. Biluo's expression changed. She felt a chill behind her, aimed directly at her back. "I'm dead." Her face turned white as despair overwhelmed her. With her current state and injury, she couldn't evade the attack, much less resist. Bang! But the expected pain didn't come. Instead, a dull thud was heard. Biluo turned around hurriedly. To her surprise, she saw a familiar figure blocking her back. Wang Tung. It's that bastard. Biluo was filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Wang Tung to act. Mind you, he had been standing at the side and watching her indifferently. Yet, he still saved her. What did this young man have up his sleeve? Don't misunderstand me. I just want to finish the duel I had with that skeleton, Wang Tung replied in a calm voice without turning his head. He seemed to know what she was thinking. Chapter 826. My lady, I don't want to work hard anymore. In the sky, Wang Tung appeared behind Biluo and grabbed Wu Gus' bony palm. There was a cold and sharp glint on the bones like a sharp bone knife. Biluo looked at the figure standing not far away. Her expression changed slightly. She didn't know if she should laugh or cry. He saved her, but he had to find an excuse. What an egoistic fellow. The alien martial warriors and the devil lords were all attracted by Wang Tung. They didn't notice when this fellow appeared behind Biluo in time and saved her. Argus, Cathu, and the others squinted slightly. They carefully sized up Wang Tung. They had to admit that they were astounded by his swift movements. He could react promptly in that dangerous situation. They might not be able to do that. The group of devil lords was flabbergasted. The dark apparition who ambushed the young lady was Wu Gu, a devil lord known for being treacherous and crafty. It was surprising that this human had managed to block his attack. This was a little unexpected. Wang Tung didn't care what the others were thinking. He released his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles dropped during the battle. Constellation Force, Light, asterisk 1860 Light, Physique, asterisk 1200 Holy Sword, slash, asterisk 450 Constellation Force, Wood, asterisk 1450 Constellation Force, Wood, asterisk 300 Constellation Force, Dark, asterisk 2530 Imperial Realm Spirit, asterisk 540 Dark Devil Scripture, asterisk 100 Devil Transformation, asterisk 10 Amazing. This is amazing. Wang Tung's eyes were glowing with happiness. He almost burst out laughing. Besides the light attributes Biluo had dropped, There were also wood attributes and dark attributes by Black Incubus. Wang Tung received 1860 points of Constellation Light Force. This was a sizable income. After all, this wasn't an ordinary force. It was Constellation Force, which was many times more powerful than the normal force. He also gained 1,200 points of Light Physique. Light Physique, 3350/10,000 Wang Tung received the Light Physique from Ale. With this additional 1,200 points, his Light Physique rose from more than 2,000 points to 3,350 points. Wang Tung's body started transforming. His grasp and understanding of the Light Physique rose to another level. Then there was the Holy Sword Slash. This was the skill Biluo used to kill Black Incubus. The dazzling light glow appeared in his mind as he went through the skill. The blade formed from light turned into an invincible long sword. When the sword was wielded, light shone brightly, tearing the endless darkness into pieces. Wang Tung's eyes were shimmering with the light from that sword. He was bewildered. Celestial Stage. This was a Celestial Stage light element battle technique. Wang Tung was dumbfounded. At the same time, he found it reasonable. Biluo had relied on this attack to kill Black Incubus. This wasn't something a normal planetary stage battle technique could do, as expected of a talent from the universe. She had planetary stage ability, yet possessed a celestial stage battle technique. Moreover, it was a rare light element celestial stage battle technique. Rich, wealthy. Wang Tung suddenly wanted to rush over and hug Biluo's leg. My lady, I don't want to work hard anymore. He forcefully pushed this thought out of his mind with his remaining consciousness and crushed it with his feet. Was he a person with no dignity? I have the system. Cozying up to the system is the correct choice. System, I love you. As long as I have my system, I will not lack battle techniques. It will give it to me. For instance, an ordinary martial warrior would never be able to get the Holy Sword Slash skill if they didn't come from the same family or faction. But he had it now. Holy Sword Slash, 450/1000, well-versed. The 450 points of Holy Sword Slash attributes allowed this battle technique to rise from the foundation to the well-versed stage. If he wanted to advance to another level, he needed 1,000 points. Wang Tung glanced at Biluo secretly from the corner of his eyes. He must get more attributes out of her. Biluo felt an evil intention swimming toward her. She frowned slightly, but she didn't know where it originated from. There were also 1,450 points of Constellation Wood Force and 300 points of Emperor-level Wood Talent. Constellation Wood Force, 1,680/10,000 Emperor-level Wood Talent. 300/10,000. This was the second Emperor-level talent he had received after his Emperor-level Ice talent. Biluo was indeed full of potential. Not only did she have Emperor-level Wood talent, but she also possessed the rare Light Physique. Wang Tung had more respect for these alien talents. At the same time, he felt some anticipation. He wondered if the other talents would drop any more powerful attributes. After counting the attribute bubbles Biluo had dropped, Wang Tung moved on to Black Incubus. 2,530 points of Constellation Dark Force. 540 points of the Imperial Realm Spirit. Wang Tung's Dark Force rose to another level. As long as he reached the planetary stage, his ability would exceed that of a normal first-level planetary stage. Also, this was the first scripture he had received. A planetary stage, Dark Element Scripture, Dark Devil Scripture. The outline of a figure entered his mind. Its body was covered with black meridians and acupuncture points, with dark force flowing through them. Then, they gathered into a black star above the sea of nihility. The planetary stage. This was the method to advance his dark force to the planetary stage. It sounded simple, but it was actually quite complicated. Without the relevant planetary stage scripture, one could forget about breaking through. Dark Devil Scripture. 1 out of 500, well-versed. 100 points of Dark Devil Scripture were barely enough for him to cross the foundation stage and reach the well-versed stage. If Wang Tung wanted to, he could raise his dark force to the planetary stage. He had many blank attributes, So raising his dark force to the peak of the 13-star general stage was a piece of cake. However, his dark force wouldn't be of much help now. He wasn't in a hurry. Then, there was the last attribute bubble, Devil Transformation. Devil Transformation had attribute bubbles too? Wang Tung was honestly shocked when he saw this attribute bubble. Devil Transformation was a special skill only for the Devil Lords. This was their greatest secret, yet it still got dropped. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubble. There were only 10 points of it, but the relevant information about the skill floated into his mind. The outline of a figure appeared in his consciousness. It absorbed various negative emotions and stored them in the special 4 stars in a planetary stage martial warrior's body. When needed, these negative emotions would explode and merge with the dark force, forming an incredible mutation that would ignite the potential in one's body and raise one's power a few times. This was the Devil Transformation. Devil Transformation, 10 out of 100 foundation. A faint black glow flashed in Wang Tung's eyes. He was in a dilemma. The Devil Transformation skill was powerful, but the appearance of the person after the transformation was horrifying. That was a real monster. Unless he was in a dire situation, Wang Tung felt that he wouldn't need to use the Devil Transformation. Chapter 827. How do you know that I didn't put on a show for you? While Wang Tung was in the mid of his enlightenment, Wu Gu, who was opposite him, sensed something. He was confused, but carefully studying this brat again, he didn't find anything amiss. Did I see wrong? Devil Lord Wu Gu was bewildered. It sounded like a long time, but Wang Tung only took a few seconds to pick up all the attribute bubbles. Wang Tung and Devil Lord Wu Gu were still standing opposite each other. They were in the spotlight. The human and the dark apparition glared at each other. Sparks flew in the air as their gazes collided. "Oh, I didn't think you'd notice me." Devil Lord Wu Gu chuckled as he exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. "Is it strange that I noticed you?" Wang Tung asked calmly. "Yes, I hid perfectly and almost succeeded in my sneak attack," Devil Lord Wu Gu said with regret. "Almost succeeded? You must be daydreaming." Wang Tung scoffed. Since you want to finish our past duel, he'll fulfill your wish and play with you." The 2 balls of flames in his eye sockets flickered a little. The instant he finished speaking, he twisted his wrist, and his bones shrunk. He pulled his hand out from Wang Tung's grip with a swoosh. "Huh?" Wang Tung was surprised, but he didn't chase after Wu Gu. Instead, he looked calmly at the Devil Lord who had retreated more than 10 meters back. "You are an interesting skeleton," he said indifferently. "Ha. The real show hasn't started yet." Devil Lord Wu Gu sniggered. Wang Tung turned and glanced at Biluo. "Hey, why don't you ask me? If you do it nicely, I can take revenge for you along the way and beat this skeleton up." Biluo looked at Wang Tung helplessly. He refused to let go of that despite the circumstances. His willpower was amazing. All right. Please, can you take revenge for me?" she replied in a weak tone. She could still feel her heart palpitating from the sneak attack just now. If Wang Tung could deal with that Devil Lord and take revenge for her, she didn't mind pleading with him. In the past, she would never have begged anyone, but for some reason, she felt no pressure saying such words now. "You could have said this earlier." Wang Tung laughed. When he turned around, his expression had become stern. He stared coldly at Devil Lord Wu Gu as he opened his mouth. "I'm starting." Boom. Suddenly, the ground below him exploded, creating invisible fluctuations in the air. Wang Tung vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tung reappeared in front of Devil Lord Wu Gu. He didn't use any weapon. He just hurled his fist at him. "Oh my, you're too naive. Have you forgotten your lesson the previous time? This fist skill can't injure me." Devil Lord Wu Gu's bones increased in size. They seemed entirely inconsistent with his tiny and frail skeletal body. The bones on his fist were pitch black. They gave off a metallic glimmer as they welcomed Wang Tung's fist. Boom! The 2 fists collided, creating a huge explosion and releasing a buzzing sound as if 2 metals had crashed into each other. Clang! Devil Lord Wu Gu's frail and tiny skeleton flew out. He flipped a few times in the air before stopping himself. There was astonishment in his eyes as he half-kneeled in midair. Numerous cracks had already appeared on his fist. There were balls of emerald flames burning in those cracks too. They couldn't be extinguished. During the collision just now, an extremely fierce tremor conscious had burrowed right in his fist. There was even a sharp sword conscious hidden in it. Not only did Wang Teng use the strength of Ultima in this fist attack, but he also used the 10th level Golden Ray earth-shattering sword conscious and instilled the emerald glazed flame in it. Even Devil Lord Wu Gu's tough bones couldn't withstand such a mixture of attacks. I was too careless. For the first time, Devil Lord Wu Gu turned serious. Wang Teng's attack was powerful enough to hurt him. If he didn't treat him seriously, all his bones might break. At that time, death would be his only ending. Wang Teng floated high in the air and looked down on Devil Lord Wu Gu. Do you think I displayed my true ability the previous time? How do you know that I didn't put on show for you? You, Devil Lord Wu Gu, was dumbstruck. If he wasn't a skeleton, if he were a normal person with flesh and blood, his expression would have turned really ugly. It was rare to see the happy-go-lucky Devil Lord Wu Gu get frustrated to this extent. Wang Teng was the first person to force him to such a stage. The other Devil Lords were shocked. At the same time, they became more serious. This human wasn't easy to deal with. The Emerald Flame was a divine fire, right? To think that he possessed such a rare item. I almost got fooled by you. Do you think you can frighten me with your tricks? So what if you hide your skills? I have killed many conceited human talents like you. Devil Lord Wu Gu suddenly laughed. Ignorance have no fear. Wang Teng shook his head in a composed manner. He looked at Devil Lord Wu Gu as if he were a dead skeleton. From his gaze, one could tell that he didn't care about Wu Gu at all. After all, who would care about someone that was about to die? Devil Lord Wu Gu was infuriated. He gave a furious roar as he stood up. His body started expanding abruptly. Boom! Black light shot out of his body. He was just a skeleton, but his body seemed to be hiding another space inside it. This space was filled with terrifying dark force. At this moment, the roaring dark force exploded. Devil Lord Wu Gu's body kept expanding under the nourishment of the dark force. Within a few breaths, it turned from a scrawny skeleton into a towering skeleton giant. What's that? Many alien candidates were appalled. Their jaws dropped as they stared at this giant skeleton. Devil transformation. Another devil transformation. This is the devil transformation of Devil Lord Wu Gu. Some people guessed what it was and exclaimed in astonishment. The other devil lords looked over too. Their gazes were flickering. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, the black light around Devil Lord Wu Gu was blossoming. The two balls of green light in his eye sockets twirled as he looked down at Wang Teng. The two balls of ghost fire were filled with ruthlessness, chaos, and corrosiveness. Anyone looking at it would feel a chill running up their spine, as if all their vitality was frozen and replaced with a thick and dense aura of death. Oomph! Wang Teng snorted. He activated the constellation force in his body and awakened his origin of life. At the same time, his planetary realm spirit also kicked off, igniting the power of his origin of soul. The two balls containing the foundational energy of one's life dispersed the coldness and the aura of death. Not bad. An oppressive and strange voice came out of the skull's giant mouth. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm. A large bone blade appeared in his hand along with a dazzling black glow. What is this? Wang Teng squinted. Die! The answer was a cold shout. Devil Lord Wu Gu swung his enormous blade, which gave off a glaring black light and turned into a powerful blade glow. Boom! The blade glow slashed toward Wang Teng. A violent explosion occurred, and the brilliant rays of black light swallowed him entirely. Chapter 828, Heart of Magnetic Essence. Activate. The giant black skeleton stood erect between the sky and the ground, wielding his bone blade and swinging it down on Wang Teng. The blade glow engulfed Wang Teng. Bang! The ground was chopped into two as a deep, dark crack scarred the land. There seemed to be no end to it, as if it was linked to hell. The earth was shaking violently. The vibrations caused the crack to spread further and further until it reached the peak of a mountain. Boom! The mountain split open, forming an antenna running straight into the sky. The entire mountain was split into two. Many alien martial warriors were shocked. How frightening was this attack? And it was just a single move. Devil Lord Wu Gus' ability rose by a level after the devil transformation. He was an entirely different skeleton from before. Even Argus, Cathu, and the other 5 great stars were shocked. They couldn't remain calm anymore. Wang Tung. Biluo's expression changed when she saw Wang Tung disappearing under the black blade glow. Did he die so easily? She bit her lips. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. The battlecraft from the various countries floating above the skies of the ocean around the central continent broadcasted the scene. The martial warriors' expressions changed, and they gasped uncontrollably. Frightening, extremely terrifying. One attack was enough to create a bottomless crack on land. Even the tall mountain in the distance was chopped into two. How powerful was this attack? How could a human resist this mighty dark apparition? The important figures from the various nations were appalled. They couldn't find their voices for a long time as they stared absent-mindedly at the giant skeleton displayed on their screens through the projectors. In Country Xia's battlecraft, the leader of martial arts, the 3 great commanders, and the other martial warriors were shocked. They stared intently at the spot below the bone blade, trying to find signs of Wang Tung. Wang Tung was the hope of their country. If he was killed, Country Xia would be annihilated. The entire Earth might even be destroyed. Above the central continent, Devil Lord Wu Gu raised his giant blade and laughed in a strange tone. Ha ha! This is the result of putting on an act in front of me. Before he could finish his victorious declaration, a calm voice sounded beside his ear. It's too early for you to be happy. Yes. Devil Lord Wu Gus' expression changed. He turned his head abruptly and saw a figure stepping out from the space to his left. The person stared at him coldly. Do you think you are undefeatable after turning bigger? Wang Tung opened his mouth and spoke slowly. How dare you? Devil Lord Wu Gus' gaze turned vicious. He snorted angrily. Do you think you're the only one who can increase in size? Suddenly, Wang Tung hurled a punch at the mountain in the distance. A yellow ray of light shot out. Boom! The frightening force impact slammed onto the mountain, turning the tall mountain into countless broken rocks and stones that were thrown into the air. What's this young man doing? Devil Lord Wu Gu was puzzled. Wang Tung didn't hit him, but went to punch the mountain instead. The mountain must be crying. The other Devil Lords and the alien martial warriors were confused too. They didn't understand Wang Tung's intention. However, Wang Tung wasn't affected. He shouted in his mind, Heart of magnetic essence. Activate. Instantly, Wang Tung's body turned into a magnet. A terrifying magnetic field was created, and numerous stones and rocks flew toward him. Boom! The rocks and stones started to piece around Wang Tung, forming a huge round ball of stones. The ball kept getting thicker and bigger. Within a few seconds, it was the size of a small meteorite. Even the giant skeleton felt pressurized. This brat, Devil Lord Wu Gu, squeezed the words out from the gaps of his teeth as he stared at the giant meteorite. One could tell that his mind was in a whirl. At this moment, changes occurred to the giant meteorite. Boom! A pair of arms and legs grew out from the round ball. Boom! Then a large stone head popped out. The head was round, with 2 holes on it. Suddenly, 2 balls of yellow light lit up in the holes. Then, a formidable aura exuded from this pile of stones. The rock giant had entered the arena. The Devil Lord's expressions changed slightly. They were obviously astounded by the rock giant. Argus, Cathu, Pulin, and the other alien talents were startled too. They stared straight at the rock giant. A special physique talent. They could tell what this was. Hence, they were even more mind-blown. The surprise in their hearts grew stronger. This Earthling's talent was extraordinary. He possessed such a powerful physique talent. Biluo's gaze flickered slightly. She was as bewildered as everyone when she saw Wang Tung transforming into a rock giant. Boom! The rock giant jumped down from the sky and landed in front of Devil Lord Wugu. The ground shook violently. Dust flew into the air. The rock giant stood in front of the skeleton like a towering mountain. It was even a few heads taller than the giant skeleton. Devil Lord Wugu, come, let's continue our fight. Wang Tung's voice came from within the rock giant. He controlled the rock giant and raised his arms, displaying his chest muscles to Devil Lord Wugu. Devil Lord Wugu looked at his arm and wanted to cry. Why did he feel like a shorty who was going to be bullied by this muscular giant? Something didn't seem right. Die! Wang Tung didn't give him any time to ponder. Shouting loudly, he swung his giant stone arms at Devil Lord Wugu fiercely. The scene was majestic. Every move of this giant caused a huge commotion, much less a ferocious attack. The impact it caused was many times more frightening. The enormous fist swung through the air, compressing the air around it and creating a sonic boom. White airwaves were visible to everyone. Strength of Ultima. Suddenly, a dense golden ray of light shone around the fist while it was being hurled through the air. It turned into an outline of a huge golden blade. 10th level golden ray, earth-shattering, sword-conscious. Devil Lord Wugu's expression changed tremendously. His black bones started squirming as if they were melting and quickly formed a large bone shield in front of him. Boom! The enormous arm carrying the golden sword outline slammed into the bone shield. A thunderous boom shook the skies and the ground. Crack! Next, a crisp and clear cracking sound was heard. The golden sword cut through the bone shield and went straight for Devil Lord Wugu's face. Devil Lord Wugu was terrified. He didn't have the time to evade, so he hurriedly tilted his head to the side. Boom! The momentum of the huge, giant sword didn't slow down, ramming violently into the right eye socket of Devil Lord Wugu. The sturdy and tough bone shattered. The green ghost fire in at the socket was extinguished immediately as if it had suffered a destructive blow. Ah! A shrill and painful cry escaped Wugu's throat when he stumbled back with only half of his skull left. The green ghost fire in his left eye flickered as if displaying its agony. Chapter 829. The Devil Lords and alien candidates were powerful beings, yet they were all staring blankly at the changes on the battlefield. Although they had witnessed stronger attacks, it wasn't often that they would see such an impactful scene. Wang Tung didn't look strong, but they didn't expect him to be a violent maniac. Many alien candidates started fearing him. They wouldn't have been able to withstand a strike like that. The eyes of several Devil Lords twitched faintly, and some of them even sympathized with him. That punch, it probably hurt. Well, it looked like it would. Otherwise, why would he scream so miserably? Strange thoughts were wandering in the heads of the Devil Lords. Haha, that was a good punch. Katha laughed, seemingly driven by Wang Tung. His body was filled with bloodlust as he charged toward the sheephead Devil Lord. They had stopped their fight because of Wugu, and now their battle continued. The sheephead Devil Lord was fearless. There was a glimmer in his eyes as he clashed with Kathu with black streaks of light. On the other side, the giant Devil Lord attacked suddenly, swinging his huge weapon at Argus. Die! With his expression unchanged, golden light erupted from Argus' body. The sword in his hand produced dozens of golden sword conscious that enveloped the giant Devil Lord. They resumed their fight instantly as well. The other Devil Lords and alien candidates also resumed their own clashes. The tragic war started again. In an instant, the entire central continent was embroiled in a heated battle. Planetary stage warriors were so fast that a single leap could cover 1,000 miles. Their attacks were even more terrifying. Every strike of theirs was devastating. To think that back then, Wang Tung yearned for such strength. Now he had set foot in this realm. The future was unpredictable. No one knew what could possibly happen in the future. The entire central continent was shaking as explosions engulfed the land, drowning several star beasts. It was a horrifying scene. Wugu's bones started rattling and squirming again, filling the void on his face. Very soon, a complete skull appeared in front of Wang Tung. Simultaneously, the ghost fire in his left eye socket split into two, filling up the one on his right. However, the ghost fires in his eyes had dwindled. With a sneer, Wang Tung strode forward. He waved the rock arms again and bombarded Wu Gu's skeletal body with punches. Devil Lord Wu Gu kept retreating, but he was unable to avoid Wang Tung's strikes. Wang Tung's rock body was agile and flexible. It didn't seem slow at all. Punches landed one after another on Wu Gu's body as he roared. Devil Lord Wu Gu's body was battered. He couldn't withstand Wang Tung's fierce punches, and there were holes all over his body. Wu Gu let out an angry bellow. He had never been so aggrieved before. He was forced by a human into a situation where he couldn't do anything at all. "I thought you were impressive." Wang Tung snorted and broke 3 of his ribs with a punch. "What happened to our duel? Why are you not fighting back?" Wang Tung sneered and broke his arm. "Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you hesitating?" Wang Tung shouted as he smashed his right thigh. "Come on, kill me. Stop retreating. Why are you running?" Wang Tung continued provoking him with every hit. The rock giant suddenly rushed in front of Wu Gu and grabbed his shoulders. He then exerted strength, causing his body to make a scraping sound. The huge force acted on Wu Gu's body, and in an instant, it was torn apart by Wang Tung. The skeleton shattered into pieces, the bones flying everywhere. The huge skull of Devil Lord Wu Gu rolled high up in the sky. His eyes were full of confusion. He was defeated just like that? Devil Lord Wu Gu couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept what was happening. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. In the end, his skull landed on the ground and rolled over. "No, I will not be defeated. How could I be defeated?" Wu Gu let out an unwilling roar. The ghost flames in his eyes shone brightly. The scattered bones flew in the direction of the skull, as if they were pulled by an invisible force. "You're still struggling." Just then, a contemptuous voice came from above. A shadow loomed over the skull before the rock giant appeared in the Devil Lord's eyes. Wang Tung controlled the rock giant and stamped on Wu Gu's skull, ramming it into the ground. "Ah, you're going too far, human." Wu Gu let a roar in devastation. "Who are you to bargain with me?" Wang Tung scoffed and slowly stepped on his feet with force. The Devil Lord was horrified, as if he had sensed something. "What are you trying to do?" "Stop. No, stop. Do you accept defeat?" Wang Tung asked indifferently as he ignored the Devil Lord. "Yes, I admit defeat." Wu Gu was silent only for a moment before throwing the towel. Though inside his heart, he was full of resentment and wanted to crush Wang Tung into pieces. "That's good." Wang Tung nodded and slowly lifted his foot. The Devil Lord was overjoyed. The skull rolled away, trying to get away from Wang Tung's clutches. However, after just 2 rolls, the shadow reappeared over him, and the skull was stepped on again. This time, overwhelming force crushed him. "No!" Wu Gu let out a shrill scream. The entire skull was smashed into pieces, and the ghost fire in the eye sockets was extinguished, disappearing into the sky. "Since you admit defeat, I can send you on your way." Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard Wang Tung's voice. "Why did I provoke this brat?" With regret, Wu Gu's consciousness plunged into the darkness. The other Devil Lords in the distance saw what had happened and fell into silence. Wu Gu's strength was in the top ranks amongst the Devil Lords. Yet someone of his caliber still fell into the hands of that human. The alien candidates were also stunned by Wang Tung's strength and found it incredible. A talent like this had appeared on such a backward planet. Wang Tung's strength might probably be on the same level as the 5 great stars. Just when everyone's heads were flooded with thoughts, an irritating voice boomed in the surroundings. These bone fragments are hurting my feet." Chapter 830, A Real Stoneman with 8 Arms. To hell with hurting his feet. Everyone stared at Wang Tung speechlessly. The rock giant raised its leg and looked at its soul. It was pierced by many bone fragments. The bones of Devil Lord Wu Gu were as hard as diamonds, and they were capable of expanding and contracting. They were very special. Yet Wang Tung stomped on them and crushed them into pieces. After a moment of speechlessness, The emotions of the formidable warriors were overtaken by disbelief. The death of another Devil Lord. The dark apparitions had already lost 2 Devil Lords, including Black Incubus. On the other hand, only 1 planetary stage martial warrior was sacrificed from the human side. Moreover, Devil Lord Wu Gu was stomped to death. What an easy and brutal method. How frustrating. How lowly. This shouldn't be how a formidable Devil Lord should die. But this was the result. All of this was caused by this easygoing human martial warrior. The other Devil Lords found it unbelievable. However, they had to grit their teeth and accept it. This human must die. Killing intent blinked in their eyes. Wang Tong didn't seem to care that he was the must-kill target of Devil Lords now. He remained entirely composed and stood there like a tall mountain with his giant rock body. No one knew that Wang Tong had released his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles around him. Planetary realm spiritual power was indomitable. As long as he evaded the other martial warriors, no one would discover him. It felt amazing to silently pick up the attribute bubbles. Large attribute bubbles had dropped along with the death of Devil Lord Wu Gu. All of them were picked up by Wang Tong. Constellation Force, Dark, * 2550 Blackbone, * 600 Emperor level Dark Talent, * 260 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 580 Devil Transformation, * 25 Wang Tong was surprised. A hint of astonishment flashed past his heart. There were few good things. He had gained 2,550 points of Constellation Dark Force. Wang Tong's Constellation Dark Force made another leap. The 580 points of Imperial Realm Spirit were converted into 58 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. This was a sizable gain. There were another 260 points of Emperor-level Dark Talent. This was the 3rd Emperor-level Dark Talent Wang Tong had received. His ultimate stage, Dark Talent, rose to the Emperor level instantly. Emperor-level Dark Talent. 260/10,000. He immediately felt his love for his talents. He wasn't a dark apparition, yet possessed the purest form of dark talent. What a luxury it was. He turned to look at the 25 points of Devil Transformation attributes. Devil Transformation again. After receiving 10 points of Devil Transformation from Black Incubus, he received another 25 from Wu Gu. Devil Transformation. 35 of 100 Foundation. What is this? Are they trying to let me grasp the Devil Transformation skill? Wang Tong muttered to himself. His expression turned a little strange, but the transformation was too ugly. He refused to be ugly. Then there was one last attribute bubble. Black Bone. 600 points of Black Bone attribute. What was Black Bone? Once this attribute bubble merged into his body, Wang Tong felt the changes, or more accurately, the changes to his bones. Wang Tong lowered his head and activated his eyes of essence. His gaze penetrated his flesh and stared right at his bones. His bones were turning black at a visible speed. Within a few breaths, his bones had turned entirely pitch black. There were also golden patterns etched on the pitch-black bones as a result of the ancient god's body. They looked mysterious. At the same time, Wang Tong also felt the difference in his bones. They had turned special. He felt that he was able to control his bones and change their shapes according to his thoughts. Flexibility. That was right. Just like how Devil Lord Wu Gu was able to turn his bones into bone blades and bone shields, now, Wang Tong had the same feature. Furthermore, the toughness and tenacity of his bones had reached an extraordinary level. Wang Tong possessed many physiques and practiced the ancient god's body, which was an extremely powerful physique training scripture. Hence, his bones were already as tough as steel. After this recent change, his bones became even more powerful than Devil Lord Wu Gu. Wang Tong's expression turned ambiguous. Suddenly, he took pity on Devil Lord Wu Gu. The Devil Lord had fought with him for quite a long time, but in the end, before he died, he contributed his strongest talent. How pitiful! Wang Tong didn't know that the 5 great stars were looking at him with complicated expressions when he was picking up the attribute bubbles. These talents had no choice but to admit that this earthling was formidable. They would not be able to kill a Devil Lord dark apparition as easily as him. But they had their pride. Their competitiveness and arrogance were ignited when they saw Wang Tung killing a Devil Lord before them. Kill. Cathu from the Crimson Moon Galaxy released all his potential. The crimson beast on his body turned into a blood-red shadow, circling his body. Then, he charged towards the sheep-head Devil Lord ferociously. Boom! The sheep-head Devil Lord retreated, but he was unable to catch up with Cathu's current speed. He was hit instantly, and his entire body was thrown back like a sandbag. Boom! Another mountain collapsed and shattered into countless rocks amid the dust. Roar! The sheephead Devil Lord flew out from a pile of rocks and flapped the flesh wings on his back. He bellowed in anger, and the muscles on his body buffed up instantly. He grew more than 100 feet in height. Not only that, 2 balls of flesh started growing on his neck. Along with the sound of 2 bubbles bursting, 2 heads popped out underneath the skin. They grew beside the original head and had sharp teeth and fangs. They were equally hideous and terrifying. The 3 heads were facing in 3 different directions. They looked weird and frightening. A few fleshy balls also bulged out on his back. Accompanied by some more pops, for arms grew out. 3 heads and 6 arms. Wang Tung was attracted by the situation on this side. He looked over in bewilderment. If he remembered correctly, the 8 arms Devil General had 8 arms. Wang Tung had never used the 8 arms Devil physique ever since he got it from the Devil Lord. If he beat this sheephead Devil Lord, would he drop a 3-head 6 arms physique or something related? A strange thought popped up into Wang Tung's mind. Would he become Neza 1? Wait, I might have stumbled on a secret. Wang Tung had a smart idea. He activated his heart of magnetic essence and attracted the broken rocks from the collapsed mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous broken rocks merged into his giant rock body and gathered behind his back. Instantly, 6 rock arms grew out behind the rock giant. Wang Tung controlled the rock giant and activated his 18 tasks multitasking skill. He clenched all his 8 arms simultaneously. This felt amazing. A real stoneman with 8 arms. The sheephead Devil Lord. Chapter 831. This is too much. Wang Tung. No one could imagine how exasperated the sheephead Devil Lord was at this moment. After the devil transformation, he grew 2 more heads and 4 arms. Yet, Wang Tung immediately copied him and turned into an 8 arms rock giant. It was hard to believe that he wasn't targeting him. The sheephead Devil Lord felt frustrated and furious. Was he planning to join the other martial warrior? Come on, damn it, I will fight for my life. The sheephead Devil Lord wasn't the only one who thought that Wang Tung wanted to join in the battle. Even Cathu felt the same way. He frowned and said hurriedly, "Don't interfere. This is my prey." Wang Tung. This time, Wang Tung was confused. He just wanted to see if his idea would work. Why did the alien martial warrior suddenly warn him against interfering? Do I look like I'm a busybody? Are you an idiot? What does that have to do with me? You can continue your fight. Wang Tung's irritated voice came from within the rock giant. He turned and looked away from Cathu. Cathu, the sheephead Devil Lord. Coincidentally, when Wang Tung turned, he faced Argus. Argus was fighting with the giant Devil Lord. He frowned and said coldly, "Stop. Don't blame me for being impolite if you take another step forward." None of these arrogant talents wanted Wang Tung to interfere in their fights. After all, this fellow had just killed a Devil Lord. They wouldn't have any chances if he joined in their battles. Wang Tung was confused. What's wrong with the minds of all these aliens? Do they think I'm a busybody? Go away. Argus got impatient when he saw Wang Tung standing at the same spot without moving. What the F *********? Wang Tung's temper was ignited. His gaze turned sharp, and he yelled, "Who are you shouting at?" "You," Argus replied. "Why must I listen to you? Who are you?" "I was not planning to interfere, but since you mentioned it, I will do just that." Wang Tung scoffed. He controlled his rock body and dashed towards Argus and the giant Devil Lord. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions were heard as the enormous feet stomped on the ground. The land trembled under his might. It was terrifying. What did I do to deserve this? The giant devil lord's expression changed. He felt extremely wronged. He had gained a formidable opponent without doing anything. It's all this golden-haired human's fault. It has nothing to do with me. Don't come and look for me. Go away. The giant devil lord ranted in his mind. He was so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Truthfully, Argus was powerful. The devil lord found it difficult to deal with him alone and was even at a disadvantage. If Wang Tung joined in, he would be in a dire state. Argus' face turned ugly. He realized that he had misunderstood Wang Tung. Damn it. You should have said earlier if you don't intend to interfere. Who should I blame for this huge misunderstanding? Ha ha, Kathu gloated. Fortunately, his attitude was not bad, so he didn't provoke Wang Tung. If not, he would be the one feeling exasperated. Boom! Wang Tung didn't care about what they thought. He leaped up with his enormous body and covered more than 10 meters in the air. Raising all his 8 arms, he swung them down. The 5-element fist conscious formed a thick layer around the 8 fists. 5 different colors of light blossomed. At this moment, Wang Tung understood the real use of the 8 arms devil physique. He could only release its true potential and power after merging it with his 18 tasks, multitasking skill, and the various forces. The giant devil lord almost got blinded by the dazzling rays of light. His pupils constricted uncontrollably, and he was flabbergasted. 5 elements. Wang Tung possessed the forces of all 5 elements. Even Argus was shocked. He forgot to be angry at Wang Tung for interfering with his duel and stared at him absent-mindedly. How could this earthling possess such talent? As a renowned universe talent, he felt a little jealous. The other alien talents also noticed the situation on this side and were astounded. Was Wang Tung really an earthling? How could he be so talented? Everyone found it unbelievable. It was hard to imagine such a gifted martial warrior being born on this underdeveloped planet. The giant devil lord didn't dare to let down his guard when he saw Wang Tung pouncing on him. He retaliated instantly. His eyes turned bloodshot, and black light swarmed around his body. His killing intent was burning as if he had used some secret scripture. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. This giant devil lord was a formidable figure too. Instead of retreating, he shot forward and welcomed Wang Tung's 8 fists with his thick arm. Boom! 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 An intense battle ensued. This was a battle of fists. It was simple and crude. The giant race was known for their tough bodies, so they always used their physical body to suppress their opponents. Unfortunately, he met the unpredictable Wang Tung. Instead of having an advantage, he was the one getting beaten. The giant devil lord didn't have the time and effort to take care of all the 8 arms hurled at him. It was hard to fight against 4 arms, much less 8. This was too much. The devil lord was on the brink of tears. Boom! The giant devil lord raised his arms and stopped the attack from 2 rock arms. Just when he was about to pull his arms back, Wang Tung suddenly opened his fists and grabbed the giant devil lord's wrists. The giant devil lord's expression changed. All his muscles tensed up and strong energy exploded from his body as he tried to break free from the rock arm's control. The 2 rock arms seemed to have frozen in the air. They remained firm and tight. He couldn't pull his arms out. Your strength is too weak. You can't fight with me. Wang Tung snorted. The other 6 arms slammed down aggressively. Boom, boom, boom. As the 6 fists crashed into the giant devil lord's body, all 5 forces exploded. One of the arms even contained poison force. It invaded the giant devil lord's body while hiding within the 5 basic element forces. Wang Tung was indeed sly. The 5 elements weren't enough. He had to add more ingredients. Even a devil lord wouldn't be able to handle the poison of the demon lotus poison body. The muscles on the giant devil lord's body sunk in. He suffered a serious injury as the 5 basic element forces, along with the poison force, exploded in his body. He opened his huge mouth and bellowed in anger while struggling frantically. He wanted to break free from Wang Tung, but couldn't. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Tung controlled the remaining 6 arms and attacked the devil lord again and again. All the fists landed squarely on his body. The frightening energy and the boundless force surged into the Devil Lord's body. One no. The giant Devil Lord started to get frightened as Wang Tung's fists landed on him. Fear crept up his heart, and he roared in terror. His voice was soon overpowered by an explosion. Boom! The giant Devil Lord's body had exploded. Wang Tung blew up his body with brute force. Flesh and blood rained down in the air, splattering all over the ground. Everyone! There was dead silence after the spectators saw this scene. Argus stopped in his tracks without a word. His face turned green, and he lost his voice. Chapter 832. Neza Wang Tung. Wang Tung forcefully caused a Devil Lord to explode. The scene was gruesome. All the Devil Lords pulled a long face. They were astounded and infuriated. Anyone who witnessed their fellow companion getting beaten up so badly would be dumbstruck. The other alien candidates were in awe too. They couldn't describe their emotions. They were planetary stage martial warriors, but they knew they couldn't replicate what Wang Tung had done. He had destroyed the body of a Devil Lord. Moreover, it was a giant race Devil Lord who was known for his tough body. In the battlecraft floating around the perimeter of the central continent, the martial warriors from the various countries were staring at the image on the screen with their mouths agape. Their words seemed to be stuck in their throat. They wanted to speak, but there was no sound. This was a terrifying scene. The appearance of every single Devil Lord level represented catastrophe. The Xingwu continent had suffered greatly, so all the countries knew how powerful Devil Lords were. But these Devil Lords were being beaten by Wang Tung like sandbags. They had no chance of retaliating at all. How horrifying! The death of the giant Devil Lord showed how formidable Wang Tung was. This astounded all the general stage martial warriors from Earth. Country Xia. The important figures from the White Eagle Nation, Country Boar, Country Star, and other big nations turned to stare at Country Xia's battlecraft. They didn't hide the envy and jealousy in their eyes. Why was there such a huge difference? Why didn't an indomitable talent appear in their country? Why did Country Xia have one? The martial warriors had a mental breakdown. Their eyes turned red. After witnessing the power of planetary stage martial warriors, they finally understood that a major shift was happening in the world. Just like the Industrial Revolution, this was a chance for civilization to take a major leap. The opportunity was right in front of them. Such a revolution also meant a reshuffling of the major powers. The rise of Country Xia, which had Wang Tung, was inevitable. They might even obtain the leading role after the dust settled. Many thoughts went through the martial warriors' minds. The battle in front of them hadn't ended, but they were already contemplating the future. This was the mindset of a politician. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors in Country Xia's battlecraft were thunderstruck. Then, boundless joy overcame them. Good. The leader clapped his hands loudly. He couldn't contain his excitement. Ha ha! Wang Tung is getting stronger. Commander Hong laughed. Commander Yong and Commander Long nodded fervently. They couldn't suppress their happiness either. People in their generation had a strong national identity, especially since they were from Country Xia. This identity was ingrained in their souls. Hence, they were overjoyed when they saw Wang Tung rising up. This meant that they, or rather, Wang Tung would bring their nation to achieve unprecedented glory. In the sky above the central continent, this fellow, a strange glint flashed in Biluo's eyes as she muttered to herself. No one heard the rest of her sentence. Only she knew what she said. He's very powerful. Katha got excited and shouted uncontrollably. Wang Tung, fight with me after this battle. Go away, you ugly freak. Wang Tung glanced at Kathu in surprise and replied to him in a cold voice. Kathu's expression froze. The corners of his lips twitched violently. Ugly freak. Am I ugly? You should give a better reason if you want to reject me. You bastard. Wang Tung couldn't care less about him. He was elated because he would receive many attribute bubbles since he killed another Devil Lord. He swept his spiritual power over and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force, Dark. asterisk 2300 Imperial Realm Spirit, asterisk 5, 20 Emperor level Dark Talent, asterisk 243 Heads, 6 Arms, asterisk 360 Devil Transformation, asterisk 20 Wong Tung felt that he had become extremely composed as the bubbles merged into his body. It was insipid. Wong Tung could face his gains calmly after picking up attribute bubbles from 3 Devil Lords consecutively. However, when he saw the 3 Heads, 6 Arms attribute, his expression still changed. Seriously? He did wonder if there would be a similar attribute, but he didn't think it really existed. It was worth killing that giant Devil Lord. He didn't know how to use these dark apparitions' physiques in the past, but he was enlightened now. This physique was extremely useful when combined with the Heart of Magnetic Essence. The Heart of Magnetic Essence had a high upper limit, so Wong Tung could use it for a long time. He might be able to continue using it even after he reached the Celestial stage or higher. He recalled the feeling of smashing the giant Devil Lord to death. Although the method was crude and simple, it felt refreshing. Wong Tung focused on the changes in his body. The 3 Heads, 6 Arms attribute was similar to the 8 Arms Devil physique he had received in the past. They were both physique talents, but one had 3 heads. He wouldn't become smarter with 3 heads, but his vision would improve. There wouldn't be any blind spots. Well, that sounds quite useful. Please call me Neza Wong Tung in the future. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wong Tung turned to Argus. He saw the anger on his face and said nonchalantly, "I'm sorry. I killed him accidentally and forgot to leave a body for you." Argus felt his eyelids trembling. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. It was so annoying. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. His attitude was a little bad, but Wong Tung didn't have to stimulate him like this. This fellow is narrow-minded. Argus suddenly regretted offending Wong Tung. This young man wasn't someone easy to bully. However, this thought only appeared in his mind for a split second. His pride as a universe talent forbade him from admitting his mistake. Argus stared at Wong Tung indifferently and sneered. "Don't think too highly of yourself. All you did was kill a Devil Lord." "Really? You sure are talking big. Why don't you kill one?" Wong Tung sneered. "Open your eyes and look carefully." Argus snorted and turned away from Wong Tung. After locking onto a Devil Lord, he charged over angrily. The Vampire Devil Lord was fighting with an alien candidate. The alien candidate was at a disadvantage and had suffered many serious injuries on his body. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked miserable. "Move!" Argus dashed over and shouted at the alien candidate. Then, he threw his punches at the Vampire Devil Lord. The alien candidate was mad at Argus for looking down on him, but at the same time, he felt fortunate. He didn't linger around and retreated far away. Staying alive was the most important thing. Bang! Argus collided with the Vampire Dark Apparition. He might have said that he didn't care, but Wong Tung did stimulate him. Thus, when he attacked, he used his ultimate move directly. A terrifying fist aura swept toward the vampire. Chapter 833, Destruction of the Land. 1. Argus was bathed in golden light. His fist was covered with golden light too. It was a dazzling sight. Boom! A fist was released and thrown at the Vampire Devil Lord. The vampire's expression changed. He flapped the wings behind him and turned into crimson, lingering shadows as he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Argus left a trail of golden shadows as he chased after the Devil Lord. He stuck close to him while firing punches at the guy. "TSK, this fellow likes to put on a show. Do you think that you're Super Saiyan?" Wong Tung pouted as he complained. He didn't lower his voice, so Argus, who was in the middle of a battle, captured his words perfectly. The corners of his lips trembled. He couldn't do anything to Wong Tung, but he could vent his anger on the Vampire Devil Lord in front of him. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand with golden rays of light blossoming at its tip. It shot through space and stabbed right at the Vampire Devil Lord. Splurt! The Vampire Devil Lord resisted in a flurry, but the spear still pierced him. The golden spear glow penetrated his shoulder, bringing a splash of blood with it. One of his arms was crippled along with his shoulder. "Ah, The vampire devil lord screamed in agony. Its pale face turned whiter, and large drops of sweat dripped down his forehead. "Damn it, human! You must die!" The vampire devil lord roared in anger. His eyes were filled with bitterness and hatred as he glared at Argus. Roar! Suddenly, rays of black light shot out from his body. The black light turned dense quickly and swallowed the devil lord. No one could see what was happening in the darkness. The black light kept expanding. It hung in the sky like a mini-sun. Gradually, a terrifying fluctuation flowed out from the black light. Argus turned serious. The vampire devil lord was forced to execute his devil transformation because of him. Devil transformation shouldn't be looked down upon, no matter what kind of dark apparition used it. Argus stared at the black light firmly as the wrinkles on his forehead grew deeper. Swoosh! Suddenly, a pair of flesh wings pierced through the black light. The wings were extremely huge. They hung down from the sky, blocking all the remaining light there was. Everyone was attracted by the situation here. They were appalled. Next, a large head popped out of the black light. What kind of head was it? It looked exactly like a bat's head. However, it was gigantic, so it appeared exceptionally scary and gruesome. The enormous body lifted itself out from the black light. The vampire devil lord had turned into a giant bat. "Oh my, this big bat is so scary!" Wang Tung exclaimed. The devil lord turned his head and looked at Wang Tung. However, when he saw the towering 8 arms rock giant, he turned his head back. Then, his bitter gaze landed on Argus. A bellow came from the vampire devil lord's mouth. It resounded in the air and formed sound waves that drilled into everyone's ear, sounding shrill and unpleasant. Oh shit! Many alien candidates' expressions changed. They covered their ears hurriedly, but they were still affected by the sound waves. They felt dizzy. The devil lords in front of them grabbed this chance and started attacking violently. Wang Tung frowned. His spiritual power floated in his mind and dissipated the sound waves. He was surprised. This sound wave was a spiritual attack. Interesting. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was too strong, so he wasn't affected. As the target of the vampire devil lord, Argus received the greatest impact from the sound waves. He felt dizzy too. He quickly retreated with a grim expression. The vampire devil lord grabbed the chance to launch his attack. He flapped his wings and swooped down on Argus at an incredible speed. Wang Tung's gaze froze for a moment. He stared at Argus. Was that all he had? Boom! A sudden loud explosion was heard. Wang Tung turned his head uncontrollably and saw an alien candidate getting stabbed by a devil lord. Before the martial warrior died, he self-destructed. The dark apparition suffered serious injuries too. The commotion caused by the death of a planetary stage martial warrior was earth-shattering. Large cracks appeared on the ground. This was just the start. Soon after, many other devil lords and alien candidates started sacrificing themselves one by one. The entire central continent turned into hell. This was what a real battlefield should look like. A planetary realm battlefield. The central continent suffered a horrifying disaster. It was as if a magnitude 18 earthquake had struck this piece of land. The mountains collapsed, and bottomless cracks were visible on the ground everywhere. The seawater crashed onto the land, submerging parts of the continent. Constellation Force, Dark, *1200 Imperial Realm Spirit, *450 Devil Transformation, *25 Constellation Force. Earth, *1350 Constellation Force. Water, *2100 Constellation Force. Fire, *1600 Blank Attribute, *15600. Wang Tung looked at the surroundings with a frown while picking up the attribute bubbles. The central continent would be in ruins after this battle. Fortunately, this continent wasn't densely populated like the others. Imagine how many people would die if it was. But the star beasts went through an unexpected calamity. They got caught in the battle, so many of them died. This was why Wang Tung managed to collect a large number of blank attributes. No effort was needed. On the other side, Argus and the Devil Lord's battle was getting heated. The Vampire Devil Lord was an Argus match and was almost half dead. There were many bleeding holes in his body. The poor guy looked horrendous. 1. Chapter 834. He flapped his wings and soared towards the sky, trying to get away from Argus' pursuit. However, Argus' attacks were extremely fierce. He chased the fleeing Devil Lord wherever he went. It was as though he had vowed to kill a Devil Lord in order to prove himself to Wang Tung. Get lost! The vampire Devil Lord turned his head and roared. A black ball of light rapidly condensed in his mouth. In the next moment, the vampire Devil Lord closed his mouth, sending the black ball of light toward Argus. Argus snorted and thrust his spear forward. The golden spear collided with the black ball and caused a fierce force wave to spread in the air. The vampire Devil Lord was elated when the wave managed to slow Argus down. He flew away in a bid to escape. The talents from the universe are a tough bunch. They are all perverted. But next time, I will make them pay. Ruthless thoughts were flowing in the vampire Devil Lord's head. The next moment, he suddenly realized that he couldn't fly. The vampire Devil Lord looked down, and his pupils shrank immediately. He was horrified. His leg had been caught, and he didn't even know what happened. And the one who caught his leg was Wang Tung, the guy he didn't want to provoke the most. When? The vampire Devil Lord was stunned. A rock arm stretched out from below, clasping the vampire Devil Lord's leg firmly. The Devil Lord then felt that there was a mocking smile on the rock giant's face. He couldn't tell if he was being delusional or not. The fight's not over. Why are you running away? Wang Tung's voice resounded from within the rock giant's body. The vampire Devil Lord didn't say another word and condensed a black ball in his mouth once again. He wanted to hit him with his ultimate move. Unfortunately, Wang Tung didn't give him an opportunity to do so. The rock arm suddenly exerted force and started swinging. The vampire's body spun wildly like a windmill. His whole world was spinning, and the black ball in his mouth dissipated. Wang Tung slammed the vampire to the ground. The land quaked and moaned under the impact. The scene was shocking. A huge bat was smashed into the ground by a rock giant. It felt painful by just thinking about it. Dull thuds continued to sound. The Devil Lord's body was slammed against the ground again and again. The poor guy was knocked out of his senses, even forgetting to scream. I've never killed a huge bat like you. Let me try it today, Wang Tung said. The vampire Devil Lord suddenly shuddered, and he got goosebumps all over his body. Wang Tung didn't give him a chance to resist. When the Devil Lord's body landed on the ground, he placed his foot on his back and tore his wings with the rock arms. A pair of fleshy wings broke off, splattering blood everywhere. It was a gory scene. The vampire Devil Lord let out a shrill scream and struggled frantically on the ground. Wang Tung didn't say a word. The entire rock body landed on the Devil Lord's body and held him in place while its 8 arms pummeled the guy. After a flurry of punches, the vampire Devil Lord blew up like the giant Devil Lord. Another dark apparition Devil Lord was defeated. Wang Tung's rock giant stood up and stretched its back. Wang Tung! Argus' cold voice emerged from his back. Oops, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. Wang Tung turned around and looked at him innocently. Argus looked ashen. Calm down, calm down. Just fight another one. There are a lot of Devil Lords besides this one. Wang Tung snickered. Argus was on the verge of vomiting blood. He had spent so much energy beating up the vampire Devil Lord. In the end, Wang Tung claimed the booty instead. Damn it. You shouldn't steal someone's glory like that. How shameless. Argus saw Wang Tung's despicable face and wanted to beat him up. Just then, a loud blare could be heard. The ground was shaking violently. The vibrations were much greater than when a planetary stage martial warrior or a Devil Lord self-destructed. Everyone looked up and down. Wang Tung frowned and flew up into the sky. Although his rock body was huge, he could ignore gravity by using Heart of Magnetic Essence to manipulate the rock body. Visit Readel, me for extra chapters. His pupils shrank when he looked down and saw what was going on. At a glance, he could see the entire central continent collapsing. Large patches of forest were being destroyed as they fell into the dark cracks. Mountains were crumbling and caving in the midst of the vibrations. Over in the distance, there was even a volcanic eruption. Hot magma spewed straight into the sky. The surviving star beasts in the forest were fleeing and roaring desperately, but they were quickly swallowed by the ground. Some star beasts were struggling at the edge of the cracks in vain. They soon fell and disappeared without a trace. The entire central continent, is collapsing. Wang Tung's heart shook as if he had guessed something. The battle between the planetary stage warriors and devil lords was too terrifying. It was going to destroy the entire continent and sink it into the ocean. That was the power of the planetary stage. Given the space and freedom, any planetary stage warrior would be able to destroy a planet easily. That was nothing but the truth. Far away on their battlecraft, the leaders of various countries saw what was happening to the central continent and were speechless. A continent was about to be destroyed and sink into the ocean? On country Xia's battlecraft, the leader of martial arts struggled to swallow his saliva. Ow! He couldn't find any words to describe the complex emotions in his heart. If we let them do as they please, the whole planet would be destroyed. Commander Hong uttered in shock. This is bad. The sea levels will rise, and there will be tsunamis if the entire continent sinks into the ocean. Commander Yong said anxiously, "Don't worry. The defense arrays that were completed by Wang Tung previously are enough to withstand the tsunami." The leader assured them, Yes. My memory is failing me. It's fortunate that Wang Tung has good foresight." Commander Yong slapped his head and replied with relief. "But I didn't expect the arrays to be utilized so soon," Commander Hong said helplessly. "I wonder if the other countries have made sufficient countermeasures." Commander Yong pondered. "This tsunami should be enough to devastate them for a while. Look, the White Eagle Nation and Alliance's battlecraft are rushing back." Commander Long noted, "No, the central continent hasn't sunk completely. It looks like it has stopped." The leader frowned. Everyone couldn't help but look. Sure enough, the central continent suddenly stopped after sinking to a certain level. "What's that?" Commander Long pointed at the screen projection and exclaimed. Someone of his age and status would have developed a calm temperament. However, he couldn't control himself and screamed. In fact, the leader and the others had also realized it. Everyone was flabbergasted as they looked at the projection. They saw something enormous gradually emerging from under the central continent. Those were historical remains of a large, ancient civilization. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 835. The historical remains of a large, ancient civilization rose from the ground. How majestic and unbelievable this scene was. All the structures were made of unknown metal with a unique style. It was different from anything seen on Earth. The martial warriors present had powerful eyesight, so they instantly saw the strange symbols carved on the structures. The symbol looked like a skull, but it seemed abstract. It gave off an ancient feeling. The important figures sitting in the battlecraft were shocked too. They ordered their men to zoom in on the structures until they couldn't enhance it anymore. They stopped unwillingly. "Oh my God, this is incredible!" Cromwell from the White Eagle Nation exclaimed. He couldn't hide the astonishment in his heart. The other talents from the White Eagle Nation were beside him. Yoke, Shuin, and the other martial warriors stared at the metallic historical remains that had almost replaced the entire piece of land. Yoke swallowed his saliva and uttered, "Commander, we should have been able to detect these historical structures if they existed below the central continent. What do you know? The condition beneath the land is complex. Before the martial arts era, humans only managed to explore 0.2% of the land below. The maximum range of our devices and machines is 1,000 meters. Some deep wells are special, so we can't conduct large-scale drilling on them. During the martial arts era, we increased the depth to 3,000 meters, but it still isn't enough for us to grasp the situation below the ground entirely." Commander Cromwell took a deep breath and explained. Yoke and the others nodded in deep thought. Based on the time and the intense vibrations of the ground when this relic was rising, it must have been buried more than 3,000 meters underground. Also, if I have guessed correctly, The historical remains must be from a great ancient civilization. We don't know what skills or technology they have. They might have had a way of concealing themselves. The Battle of Planetary Stage martial warriors was too violent, triggering a crustal movement. This might have caused the concealing method to lose effect and the historical remains to surface, Commander Cromwell added. A great ancient civilization. Everyone was shocked. Commander, this great ancient civilization must have many amazing technologies. Yoke said with shimmering eyes. Cromwell looked at him as if he was an idiot. Don't drag me if you want to die. Shuan, Marcia, and the others stared at him strangely too. Yoke shivered as if their gazes had doused him with a bucket of cold water. The perfect way to describe him was a person blinded by greed. He knew that it was dangerous, but he couldn't control himself. However, the attitude of the other people made him understand that he was thinking too much. Since the remains have appeared in front of the formidable martial warriors, we can forget about it. Didn't you see their strength? They could destroy an entire piece of land. We will be seeking death if we interfere. Let us pick up after them. There might be some gains. Commander Cromwell sighed. They used to be a strong nation, but now they could only pick up what others didn't want. Yoke moved his lips. In the end, he had to accept reality. Sigh, Country Xia will probably be the first in line because of Wang Tung. Cromwell ignored Yoke's expression and continued lamenting. No one replied to him. They stared at the screen with complicated expressions on their faces. The enormous rock giant was conspicuous even among the formidable martial warriors. Commander, we've detected a strong energy fluctuation below the remains. A staff member on the battlecraft shouted abruptly. Energy fluctuation. Cromwell was stunned. He asked hurriedly, "Do you know what it is?" "We're not certain yet. But the intensity of the fluctuation is more than 100 times stronger than the purest force stones we know. Also, there's a great number of them," the staff member exclaimed. Damn it! Cromwell's eyes turned red. Before seeing the good things, he could maintain a calm facade. But after laying his eyes on the treasures, he couldn't control himself. He wished he could rush down and grab them immediately. His rationality stopped him, though. He would be killing himself by going down. He mustn't do that. Since the White Eagle Nation was able to discover the fluctuations, the other countries could too. There was a huge uproar in all the battlecraft. The important martial warriors from the various nations were dumbstruck. They discussed what they should do with these ancient remains. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. In the end, all the countries decided to take no action. They would wait for the planetary stage martial warriors in the sky to have their fill before considering if they should pick up the bones. Although helpless, they couldn't do anything. They could only swallow their frustration. At the same time, in the universe outside Earth, two figures were sitting opposite each other. They sat cross-legged while wearing unique-looking golden long robes. Their long hair fluttered, making them seem a little holy. A coffee table floated in front of them. There was a tea set on it. They disregarded the zero-gravity environment around them and enjoyed tea as if they weren't in space but in their backyard. They drank with each other happily and carefreely. There was a circular object that looked like a mirror made of light to their left. The situation of the central continent was shown within the reflection. These remains are interesting. One of the middle-aged men gasped softly. This is a land of awakening. It's nothing strange. The other man glanced at the mirror indifferently. Then he teased, "Are you going to snatch the opportunities from the younger generation?" Cough. Am I that kind of person? The middle-aged man coughed awkwardly. Who knows? But everyone knows that Yuma are shameless. The other man chuckled. Ning Honglang, where did you get the courage to tease me? You're no better. Mata Yuan was infuriated. He glared at his companion. No better? And much better than you. Ning Honglang snapped back. In an instant, their harmonious image was destroyed. They almost started fighting in space. However, they understood their own ability. If they acted here, the entire solar system might be destroyed. After bickering for some time, they sat down quietly and continued drinking tea like some mysterious immortals living in the mountains. Cough. If you ask me, I think that fellow from Earth will emerge as the winner, Ma Dayuan said abruptly. Wow, great minds think alike. Ning Honglang's eyes lit up. He nodded in approval. Argus, Kathu, and the other talents will not be able to beat him. Look at how sly and cheeky he is. He's just like me when I was young. Ma Dayuan laughed. Things are getting interesting. Ning Honglang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes as he smiled. He didn't refute. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 836. The appearance of the historical remains attracted the attention of all the planetary stage martial warriors and the Devil Lords. They looked down. There were 13 planetary stage martial warriors left and 10 Devil Lords. Both sides were almost similar in combat strength. The atmosphere between the two groups reached a strange equilibrium with the appearance of the historical remains. Very soon, they felt the energy coming out of the historical site. The balls of energy floated amid the ancient structures. They were giving off a fuzzy white glow. The energy they contained was tempting even for a planetary stage martial warrior. Moreover, this historical site was huge and well-maintained. No one knew if there were bigger treasures hidden underneath. Both sides went silent. Then, they plummeted down in unplanned unison. All the powerful beings shot out like cannons. They moved at the speed of light and bolted into the historical site. Everyone aimed for the closest ball of light. They reached their arms out and wanted to grab them. A Devil Lord caught a light ball and laughed happily when he saw the item clearly. Constellation Elixir. It's a constellation elixir. The others who hadn't grabbed the light balls were astounded, and they started beaming with joy. Suddenly, the Devil Lord noticed that the weight on his hand had disappeared. The constellation elixir was gone. The Devil Lord was stunned. Can you tell me what this constellation elixir is? An apologetic voice entered his ears. The Devil Lord turned in the direction of the voice and saw Wang Tung standing on top of the rock giant. He was looking at him from afar. He was holding a constellation elixir. It looked like the one that had disappeared from his hand. Veins started to bulge out on the Devil Lord's forehead. Then he turned directly and rushed towards another light ball, disregarding Wang Tung entirely. Wang Tung smirked. He ignored the Devil Lord and released his spiritual power. He swept all the balls of light over. Collecting light bubbles? Wasn't that his profession? He was extremely skilled at it. The other people who had dashed towards the balls of light were shocked. They were just inches away from them, but suddenly the balls started flying in a certain direction. They could only stare at their empty hands. Their eyes widened in surprise as they stared in the direction where the balls of light went. Anger engulfed them instantly. All the martial warriors roared indignantly. If looks could kill, Wang Tung would have been torn into pieces. The Devil Lords were infuriated too. They glared at Wang Tung. In the blink of an eye, everyone darted towards a certain area. The historical site was huge. The area they were at was just a small part of the entire site. There were large numbers of light balls to be collected in other regions. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He sniggered and disappeared. He didn't know what these constellation elixirs were for, but from everyone's reaction, he knew that they were good stuff. Thus, he should snatch as many as he could. Wang Tung shuttled back and forth within the historical site. His spiritual power swarmed out as he pulled all the light balls over to him. The martial warriors and Devil Lords were always a step too late. They could snatch 1 or 2 light balls sometimes, but it was nothing compared to what Wang Tung received. This young man was heartless. Wang Tung's move incensed everyone. He collected all the constellation elixirs at the historical site, leaving no chance for the others. Well, honestly, he left a few scraps. Everyone went mad. They searched frantically for Wang Tung, wanting to beat him up. Even the extremely talented alien martial warriors like Argus and Kathu were infuriated. A strong, malicious aura exuded from their bodies as they stared at the few balls of light in their hands. At this moment, Wang Tung was everyone's common enemy. "He's here!" Someone spotted Wang Tung and shouted loudly. Numerous figures gathered in the direction where Wang Tung was last seen. They were like bees that had smelled honey. F***K, crazy. They're all crazy. Wang Tung got a fright. He increased his speed to the maximum and escaped into the depth of the historical site. There were too many people. It would be hard for him to fight with them. So he better run. Wang Tong, don't run. A shout was heard. A figure flew out from the side, slashing a blade glow at Wang Tong with bloodshot eyes. Don't run? You think I'm stupid? Wang Tong pushed his fist out and welcomed his opponent's blade glow. However, he didn't slow down. He continued charging forward. The blade glow and the fist glow collided and erupted. The alien candidate was in a slightly tragic state. He glared in Wang Tong's direction. Where's he? A figure caught up with him. This was one of the 5 great stars, Loggins. There were already some grudges between him and Wang Tong. His expression was cold, and his gaze was sharp as he asked the alien candidate. In front, he went into that huge building in the middle. The alien candidate pointed in the direction and replied without any hesitation. Catch him, Loggins bellowed. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. A hint of fear flashed past the alien candidate's eyes when he recalled Wang Tong's punch. However, he still gritted his teeth and chased after him. He didn't want to give up. The Devil Lords behind had caught up too. They headed straight for the huge building. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. The others followed thereafter. Soon, all the martial warriors and Devil Lords stopped in front of the large building. Wang Tong was standing in front with his back facing everyone. He was staring at the entrance of the building as if looking for something. He turned when he heard the footsteps and greeted them with a smile. Hey, everyone is here. The crowd was raging. When they saw his expression, they felt exasperated. It was as if they had punched a bag of cotton. They couldn't vent their frustration anywhere. Wang Tong, hand over the constellation elixir. You're too selfish. Loggins stepped forward and shouted furiously. Selfish? I don't think so. I was never a selfish person. Wang Tong replied in confusion. This fellow was pretending to be innocent. Are you going to hand them over? Loggins' gaze turned sharp. There are many people here. Are you planning to pocket everything? He wasn't stupid. He pulled the other people along to pressure Wang Tong. As expected, the others didn't say anything, but they looked at Wang Tong simultaneously. They seemed ready to attack him. So many people? Do you mean the dark apparitions too? Wow. Are you asking me to share it with the dark apparitions? What are you thinking? Wang Tong shouted. F******K. Loggins' face turned black. I didn't say that. You're bullshitting. You did. I heard it. Everyone heard it. You're framing me. Loggins was enraged. Nonsense. You can ask everyone. Wang Ting pointed at Billy Yuo and shouted, Pretty lady, did he say that just now? You must speak the truth. I saved you before. You can't go against your conscience. Billy Yuo stared at him speechlessly. This fellow was threatening her because he was her savior. Seriously? She shifted her gaze between Wang Tong and Loggins. Her gaze was meaningful. Well, Wang Tong did save her life. Also, she was an honest person. Loggins' expression turned uglier when he saw her expression. He cursed uncontrollably. F*****K, I'm going to kill you. He dashed towards Wang Tong at the speed of light. Thick rays of black light shimmered around his hands as he clawed toward Wang Tong's heart. His speed was incredible. He arrived before Wang Tong within a split second. Go away. The cheeky expression on Wang Tong's face vanished. His gaze turned cold, and he punched his fist out. 10th level golden ray, earth-shattering, sword-conscious. These two forces were released together. His fist collided with his opponent's claw and caused a terrifying explosion. Suddenly, a figure was thrown backward violently. He staggered a little when he landed. The ground below him cracked under the impact. Loggins' expression distorted. His hands were densely covered with scales, but they were all blood-stained. Some scales had already cracked while his hands were trembling uncontrollably. You're overestimating yourself. Wang Tong flicked his sleeve and glared at him. His tone was indifferent. Don't provoke me. If not, it'll kill you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837. You. Loggins' face turned green in anger. He was vexed. However, Wang Tung didn't plan to continue talking to him. He glanced around him and sneered. If you want it, you can come forward and take it. The crowd's expressions turned complicated. In the end, none of them acted. Their gaze landed on the large building behind Wang Tung. The entire structure was silver white. The bottom part was flat while the top was pointy. There were numerous pointy towers that merged together and pierced right into the sky. The design was unique. A large metal door stood erect in front of everyone. This was the entrance of the building. In the middle of the door, there was a skull totem. It looked exquisite and was a different shape compared to a human skull. It was bigger, much bigger than a normal human's. The brain capacity was around twice that of a human's. This skull, Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He thought of something. He felt a sense of familiarity when he reached this area. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of the other martial warriors and devil lords. After looking at the skull carefully, he finally remembered where he saw it. This skull was surprisingly similar to the crystal skulls he had. To be safe, Wang Tung instilled his spiritual power into his space ring and compared his crystal skulls with the skull totem on the door. He realized that they were almost the same. There seemed to be no difference. So what's the connection between them? Many thoughts went through Wang Tung's mind. However, he maintained his indifferent expression and stood at the side without saying anything. The alien martial warriors walked forward and sized up the huge door. They seemed to be searching for a way to enter. Even the devil lords started moving. They stared at the huge door as if they were extremely interested in it. Well, to be more exact, they were interested in what was behind this door. No one was willing to act. They kept their distance and remained on high alert. After some time, someone finally touched the skull totem on the door, which started vibrating. The huge skull totem started shrinking into the door amid the vibration. Within a short moment, 13 holes appeared. Everyone was astounded. They looked over and realized that all the holes were shaped like skulls. But this time, they were the same size as a normal human skull. They formed the outline of the giant skull totem. Oh my God! Argus' eyes shimmered. An object suddenly appeared in his hand. When Kathu, Pulin, and Loggins saw the item Argus was holding, they took out a similar item. The objects in their hands looked exactly the same. Wang Tung was already paying close attention to them, so he glanced at them secretly and saw what they were holding. His pupils shrank. They were holding crystal skulls. If I'm right, these crystal skulls must have an intimate connection to this place. If any of you have this, please take it out. Argus scanned the crowd and said calmly. Everyone blinked when they heard him. A few more alien candidates took out their crystal skulls. They counted them carefully. There were 8 crystal skulls in total. Anyone else has it? We only have 8. We need 5 more. Kathu frowned. The alien candidates shook their heads. Argus and Kathu's gazes finally landed on the devil lords. Many alien candidates were killed in the earlier conflict. These devil lords might have taken their possessions. The devil lords were stunned. They silently checked the items they had gained a while ago and discovered a few crystal skulls. 3 crystal skulls appeared in the hands of 3 devil lords. We have 11 now. We need 2 more, Argus said. Where did you get these skulls from? Pulin asked suddenly. I got one from museum in Countrybat. These earthlings are so stupid. This is a treasure that can raise one's spiritual power. Why are they displaying it? Kathu shook his head. What about you guys? Same, Argus replied calmly. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. I found mine under a deity sculpture in the Imperial Palace of Country Inca. They seem to be worshipping this crystal skull. Pulin played with the crystal skull in his hand and laughed. These earthlings hadn't discovered the use of these crystal skulls. I asked them in the past. They said that they found these crystal skulls in the remains of a civilization called Maya. However, it had laid forgotten for many years, so a few of them might have been destroyed. Another alien candidate who possessed a crystal skull added. Damn it, Kath's eyes almost popped out of his socket. He complained in frustration. Are these earthlings stupid? How can they destroy such a treasure? F***K. Wang Tung cursed instantly. This alien was extremely impolite. How dare he scolded his fellow earthlings in front of him? Katha was caught off guard. He glanced at Wang, Tongue awkwardly. Who are you calling an idiot? You are the real idiot. Wang Tongue yelled back at him. Oh my, look at my short temper. If Earthlings are not idiots, why did they destroy the crystal skulls? This is all your fault. Kathu glared back at him. Bullshit. Who says that the remaining 2 crystal skulls are destroyed? Do you believe in rumors? Wang Tongue took out the 2 crystal skulls he possessed and waved them in front of Kathu. He had heard the same rumor that some crystal skulls were destroyed. In the past, he believed it. However, with all 13 crystal skulls in front of him, he had to accept this reality. He was just a little puzzled. Kathu was dumbfounded when he saw the 2 crystal skulls in Wang Tongue's hand. He stuttered. You have 2 of them? Why didn't you take them out earlier? You didn't ask, Wang Tongue said righteously. F***K. Kathu almost fainted from anger. He rolled his eyes in annoyance. Argus frowned at Wang Tongue. His gaze was filled with contempt. He said indifferently, All right, since all 13 skulls are here, let's try to open the door. He stuffed his crystal skull into one of the holes on the door without any hesitation. It fitted perfectly without any gaps. The others quickly placed their crystal skulls into the holes when they saw this. After all 13 crystal skulls were fitted into the holes, the large crystal skull totem lit up. Rays of dazzling silver light shot out. The door trembled and opened gradually. A great hall that had been sealed for who knew how many years was revealed to everyone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 838. Recorded in your little notebook as the door opened gradually. Everyone looked into the great hall. It was pitch black. Nothing could be seen from the outside. The darkness seemed to have the power to swallow all sources of light. Even the planetary stage martial warriors couldn't see anything with their powerful eyesight. Let's go. Glances were exchanged, and everyone made their decision quickly. Seeking wealth and risk. Since they were already here, it was worth exploring even if there was danger. Hence, everyone, including the Devil Lords, walked into the Great Hall. Biluo suddenly came beside Wang Tongue and walked along with him. She used voice transmission to speak to him. I feel that something isn't right with this historical site. The appearance of the constellation elixirs is strange. It seems to be luring us here. Why are you telling me this? Wang Tongue asked in surprise, using voice transmission. I just want to find an ally. You're an alien, and I'm an Earthling. Why are you asking me to be your ally? Wang Tongue stared at her in disbelief. Can I? Biluo asked. You can. I'm honored to be accompanied by a beauty, Wang Tongue replied, using voice transmission as he blinked. Don't fool around. I'm being serious. Biluo rolled her eyes angrily. Okay, it'll be serious. Wang Tongue turned stern. What do you think? Biluo asked again. I'll think on my feet, Wang Tongue answered. The corners of Biluo's lips trembled. She almost lost control of her emotions. Thinking on his feet. What happened to being serious? I'm going to kill you. Cough. Okay, I'll be serious. Wang Tongue coughed awkwardly when he saw her death glare. Go on. Biluo took a deep breath. We'll solve whatever comes our way, Wang Tongue said with bright eyes. I regret asking you. Biluo was speechless. This is the only way now. Wang Tongue's expression changed. He sounded embarrassed. Be careful of Argus. Biluo nodded and stared at Wang Tongue intently. What do you mean? Wang Tongue was stunned. Biluo walked forward without responding. Wang Tongue suspected that she did it on purpose. This was her revenge for teasing her. She was so narrow-minded. Biluo glanced at Wang Tongue from the corner of her eyes. The edge of her lips lifted up a little when she saw his exasperated expression. The two of them followed the others and entered the Great Hall. Boom! The door behind them shut abruptly with a loud bang. Glaring white light lit up the Great Hall brightly. Wang Tongue squinted for a moment and got used to the sudden glare quickly. He scanned his surroundings and his pupils constricted. He turned to Biluo. Leave. He was already dashing toward a passageway straight ahead in the Great Hall. Biluo's expression changed. She instinctively caught up with Wang Tongue without thinking too much. She raised her speed to the maximum and followed closely behind him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blinding beams of white light shot out from the walls around the great hall. They were aimed at the people who came in. These beams of white light traveled at the speed of lightning. Within a split second, they were inches away from everyone. The crowd could only put up a hasty defense. They were in a state of panic. Swoosh! One beam of white light pierced through the abdomen of an alien candidate. It was able to penetrate the body of a planetary stage martial warrior with ease. This was unbelievable. A cry of agony rose in the great hall. The alien candidate's reaction slowed down because of the serious injury. Soon, another beam of white light reached him. Splurt! Multiple beams of white light pierced through his body, one of them even puncturing his skull. A gorgeous crimson flower blossomed in the air. This was the flower of death. The alien candidate died unwillingly, refusing to close his eyes. He didn't die during the battle with the dark apparitions, but he was killed by this strange great hall. Moreover, his life was taken by a beam of white light. How frustrating was that? He wasn't the only one. Many other alien candidates suffered heavy injuries too. They executed their strongest defense skills to resist the onslaught. Roar! A furious roar echoed in the hall. A devil lord slumped to the ground dead. His heart was stabbed by a beam of white light, and he lost all his vitality. On the other side, Wang Tung and Biluo were rushing towards the passageway in front. However, the beams of white light seemed to be able to sense their presence. They changed direction and headed for them. Oomph! Wang Tung snorted. Spiritual power gushed out and formed a defensive wall to block the beams. Planetary realm spiritual power was a mighty weapon. The invisible shield it formed caused all the beams of light to stop in midair. Wang Tung used this chance to escape from the encirclement of the beams. Thick light force surged out of Biluo's body, turning her into a beam of white light too. She dodged her way through the white light rain. Swoosh! However, there were too many beams of white light. Two of them scraped her arm. An inch closer and her arm would have been penetrated. Biluo's face turned pale. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She didn't dare to let down her guard and kept a close distance to Wang Tung. She only had one thought. She couldn't stray too far away from Wang Tung. If not, she would die. Wang Tung bought her some time when he blocked the beams of white light. If she was a step too late and the white light shot over again, she would have been hit. Wang Tung darted among the beams. He realized that spiritual power was extremely effective in blocking the white light. He managed to move closer to the passageway quickly with the help of his spiritual power. Almost there. Almost. I'm almost there. Swoosh! Wang Tung stared intently at the passageway. Suddenly, he took a leap and evaded the last beam of white light, successfully landing in the passageway. Sigh! He let out a long breath. On the other hand, Biluo wasn't as lucky. The beams of white light started shooting out faster, as if they had detected an invader getting close to the passageway. She couldn't keep up with the speed of the attacks and slowed down. Shit! Her face was pale as she stared at a beam of white light heading straight for her forehead. She couldn't evade it. When the beam of white light reached half a meter away from her, it paused in the air for a moment. It seemed to have stopped. Biluo thought she was having an illusion. Come over quickly. Wang Tang's shout woke her up from her stupor. Biluo was astounded. She found it unbelievable, but she didn't have the time to think too much. She hurled herself at the passageway and covered the remaining distance. Swoosh! She stopped beside Wang Tung while panting. Large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead. Are you all right? Wang Tung's calm voice entered her ears. Biluo raised her eyes and looked at Wang Tung. Shaking her head, she said, You saved me again. It's all right. You'll get used to it. Remember to record it in your little notebook, Wang Tung said. Biluo, degree. Chapter 839. More confidence to brag. 1. Shameless. Thick-skinned. Biluo was speechless. She felt grateful to him for saving her life, but she also felt helpless when she remembered his eccentric personality. In the end, she turned and looked out of the passageway. She didn't want to see Wang Tung anymore. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of white light continued shooting through the great hall with great force. The alien martial warriors and the devil lords executed various skills and charged towards the passageway. Argus and Cathu protected themselves with battle armor. Argus' golden armor had a metallic reflection. It was dazzling and brilliant. On the other hand, Cathus' armor was crimson. It was a little dark and gave off an eerie feeling. The style of their battle armors was totally different. Argus' armor was like the black tailcoat one wore to a banquet for the upper class. It was refined and noble. Cathus was rough and savage like a coat made from wild beast skin. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them were moving at the same speed. They evaded the blockade of the rays of white light like two bolts of golden and crimson lightning, heading straight for the passageway. Although these light beams couldn't penetrate their armor, every single strike caused them to pause for a moment. If they had nothing to step on, they would have been pushed back forcefully by the impact. Fortunately, they were well prepared. If they were caught off guard, the terrifying force would have thrown them off their feet. The others behind noticed them and copied their actions. Their bodies started glowing, and an armor appeared around them. Even the devil lords were wearing different black armors. They braved the light rain and flew toward the passageway. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sonic booms were heard continuously. Argus and Cathu were the first to escape from the range of light attacks and reach the passageway. The others lagged behind and came one by one. Surprised, Wang Tung looked at their battle armors. These armors were quite unique. They covered the entire body, including the head, and protected the wearer from all sides. There were 2 plates of crystal in the eye area. The eyes of the martial warriors and devil lords could be seen behind them. Wang Tung also realized that besides Argus, Cathu, and the devil lords, the battle armors on the other martial warriors were like uniforms. Some of them had the same style with the same symbol. For instance, 2 of the martial warriors had a phoenix symbol on their left shoulder, while 3 other martial warriors had a special symbol on their chest. These symbols were exactly the same in terms of color and design. This is the constellation armor, Biluo said using voice transmission when she noticed his gaze. Constellation armor? Wang Tung was puzzled. Then, he remembered the constellation armors of the Holy Knights. However, there was no point in comparing the two. The divine constellation armors of the Holy Knights could be damaged by the attack of a general stage martial warrior. On the other hand, this constellation armor could withstand powerful light beams. Although there were many marks on the armor due to the attacks, the wearer wasn't injured. This was enough to prove the armor's defensibility. It's made using various precious ores and special forging techniques. It boasts amazing defensibility and has an energy consolidation rune device that is able to gather the strength of many powerful attacks and use it as an ultimate move Biluo introduced. There are also special runes carved in it to make it easier to wear. Once the owner of the battle armor activates the runes, he can wear it directly. It's a convenient and great support during a battle. The armor also has a special trait. It's made using memory-type ores. Along with the power of runes, it can restore the damage inflicted on it. As long as it's not too serious, the armor will heal by itself. Of course, the higher the level of the armor, the greater its restoration ability. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. Indeed, he saw the battle armors restoring at a visible speed. It was amazing. This constellation armor seemed like a good item. Are these armors common in the universe? Wang Tung asked. Yes, you'll be able to buy it if you're rich enough. Biluo smiled. Of course, there are different grades of battle armors. Argus and Cathus are custom-made. They used many precious materials the common man can't afford. Look at the others. Their armors are mass-produced. There are many similar battle armors in the market. The defensibility is not bad, but they will still break under a formidable attack. Of course, this is just in comparison. Argus and Cathus armor might be better, but they can only withstand a first-level celestial stage attack. It will be used when faced with anything more powerful. Wang Tung nodded. He sized up Cathu and Argus while touching his chin. They are very rich. What's with that expression? Biluo asked. She felt speechless. For some reason, she felt that he was up to no good. Nothing. I'm just taking a look. I'm not planning to snatch their armor. I'm not that kind of person, Wang Tung said firmly. One Biluo, can you be a bit more obvious when you say that? Chapter 840. This guy really spoke without any restraint. He had no qualms about Argus and the other talents, even thinking about stealing their items. No one else would dare to think of it. Wang Tung was too shameless. Oh yes, if they all have their own armor, why do you not have one? Wang Tung suddenly asked. I have one, Biluo answered. Shouldn't you be wearing it? Are you stupid? Wang Tung glanced at her in disbelief. Oh, I forgot, Biluo said with embarrassment. Wang Tung looked at her strangely and sized her up a few times. This woman was attractive, but she wasn't very smart. What's with that look of yours? Biluo glared fiercely at Wang Tung as she blushed slightly. Cough. Nothing. I was just surprised. Wang Tung coughed awkwardly. Wang Tung smirked and stopped teasing her. Turning around, he looked inside the hall. There were several corpses. 3 of them were alien martial warriors, while the other 2 were devil lords. 5 planetary stage warriors died all of a sudden. Biluo also noticed Wang Tung's gaze. She said solemnly, I didn't expect a powerful trap here. Those were probably laser attacks emitted by the rune devices which stored force. They are several times stronger than ordinary laser weapons and can kill planetary stage martial warriors. They were all caught off guard and killed before they could even react. It isn't that I didn't want to use my armor. There was just not enough time for me to think of it. If I was a step late, I might be dead as well. Wang Tung nodded and accepted her explanation. The white beams of light were very fast, and they had appeared abruptly. It was normal to have no time to react. Sometimes, a thought could mean the difference between life or death in a critical situation. Don't think that planetary stage martial warriors are strong. In fact, the planetary stage is just the bottom of the barrel in the universe. There are just too many things that can kill a planetary stage martial warrior, Biluo added. I thought you didn't know. Wang Tung glanced at her. These alien candidates thought so highly of themselves, acting all haughty when they descended on Earth. Fortunately, they knew that they were just at the bottom on the universal stage. Biluo felt gloomy. She gave him a kind reminder, but got dissed instead. How ungrateful. However, when she saw Wang Tung looking at her, she became a little embarrassed. In the universe, the planetary stage was nothing. But on Earth, someone in the planetary stage was formidable. It was not unusual for people to look down on Earth's martial warriors. But she was rescued by Wang Tung twice. She couldn't really refute him. They gave us quite a big welcoming gift. Looks like there are more dangers waiting for us. Wang Tung didn't take it to heart and laughed. You're still joking around. Biluo rolled her eyes. 5 planetary stage warriors died just after entering, and more would follow later. The more dangerous it is, the greater the opportunity. Wang Tung chuckled. Biluo's eyes flashed. She had to admit that Wang Tung was right. There was definitely a great opportunity here. Wang Tung saw Biluo's gaze and smiled. He then released his spiritual power, collecting the attribute bubbles around him. There was already a small opportunity here in front of him. Another pleasant surprise. A bunch of attribute bubbles was dropped when the planetary stage warriors and devil lords lost their lives. It was a good thing for Wang Tung. Constellation Force, Fire, * 1700 Emperor, Level Fire Talent, * 210 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 660 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, * 53010 Th, Level Fire Sword Conscious, * 780 Constellation Force, Wood, * 2100 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 680 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, * 550 Constellation Force, Earth, * 1850 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 560 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, * 49010 Th, Level Earth Blade Conscious, * 1100 Constellation Force, Dark, * 2050 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 600 Emperor, Level Dark Talent, * 120 Constellation Force, Dark, * 1900 Imperial Realm Spirit, * 570. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body. The gains were impressive. Boundless force attribute bubbles merged into his body and flowed into his limbs and meridians. Then, they swarmed back into the constellation stars above the sea of nihility like swallows returning to their nests. Fire, wood, earth. These constellation forces skyrocketed instantly. His spirit and enlightenment increased simultaneously as well. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The deaths resulted in a large number of spirit and enlightenment attribute bubbles being dropped. Moreover, they were all Imperial Realm attributes. Although they were just a fraction of what a planetary stage attribute was worth, it was still a lot. There were a total of 3,070 Imperial Realm spirit attributes, which could be converted into 307 planetary realm spirit attributes. Spirit, 566/10,000, planetary realm. A total of 1,570 Imperial Realm Enlightenment attributes were converted into 157 Planetary Realm Enlightenment attribute points. Wang Tung's enlightenment had already reached the planetary realm. After all, several planetary stage warriors had fallen, and he managed to obtain many enlightenment attribute bubbles. He just didn't have the time to check the number. He absorbed large numbers of enlightenment attribute bubbles, and his tally increased by 157 points. Enlightenment, 357/10,000 planetary realm. Wang Tung's mind was invigorated with the improvement of his spirit and enlightenment. The corner of his mouth revealed a slight arc. "Why are you smiling?" Biluo asked when she saw him, smiling for no reason. "I feel like I've become a little bit smarter today." "Amazing." Biluo's lips trembled. Her impression of Wang Tung worsened. This guy seemed a little narcissistic. Wang Tung ignored Biluo. Mortals could never understand him. He continued looking at the attribute bubbles. Emperor-level fire talent was an attribute that Wang Tung didn't have. Out of the 5 elements, only the wood talent had achieved the Emperor level. Now, Wang Tung had Emperor-level fire talent too. Fire talent was different from wood talent. It was a force attribute with extremely high attack power. An improvement in fire talent would help in the control of the fire force. Next were 2 conscious attributes. Wang Tung didn't expect to see the 2 10th level conscious attributes here. 10th level fire sword conscious. 10th level earth blade conscious. After obtaining the golden ray earth-shattering sword conscious, Wang Tung now had 2 more 10th level sword conscious attributes. This was good news for him. After all, he had more confidence to brag now. Not just that, he even obtained a planetary stage blade technique, Star Alps Blade. Wang Tung felt emotional. He finally obtained a battle technique that wasn't macho like Mountain Cleaver Bat Leaks. He didn't want to be a brawny man. He wanted to be elegant and unrestrained. Wang Tung was elated after gaining a planetary stage blade technique. He felt stronger again. The remaining attribute bubbles, Constellation Dark Force, Emperor-level Dark Talent, and Devil Transformation, were all dark attributes. Despite getting a lot of dark attributes, Wang Tung didn't take a closer look for now. He decided to check them after everything was over. Besides collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Tung also used his spiritual power to take the space equipment from the dead planetary stage warriors. Of course, this was done without anyone noticing. Now that their owners were dead, the space equipment no longer belonged to anybody. Wang Tung immediately used his spiritual power for his benefit. He realized that the planetary stage martial warriors had constellation armor and placed them inside his space. It was convenient for him to wear the armor. He just had to activate it. There were a total of 5 constellation armors. 3 were from humans, and 2 were from dark apparitions. Wang Tung sniggered. Now, he had an armor as well. However, it was a pity that they had died. Even though they had their armors, they were still killed by the white beam. Wang Tung pretended to lament. At this time, the others had regained their senses and turned to look at the situation in the Great Hall. The armor covering their faces slowly faded away, revealing their distorted expressions. When they saw that Wang Tung and Biluo were unscathed, they felt as though their hearts had been pierced by arrows. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841. F asterisk asterisk K. I know how to shoot too. Oh my, is everyone alright? Wang Tung asked worriedly when he saw their plight. Everyone's faces turned black. Fake. He wasn't worried. No, this fellow was definitely laughing at them. It's all my fault. Everything happened at once, so I didn't have the time to remind everyone. My bad. Wang Tung continued blaming himself as if he didn't notice their expressions. Argus and Kathu were even more infuriated. Their faces were now as black as the bottom of a pot. Flames of anger almost shot out of their eyes as they glared at Wang Tung. The Devil Lords also shot him with cold gazes. Biluo felt awkward for him as she stood beside him. She pulled the edge of his clothes silently and winked at him. Stop talking. Can't you see that they want to murder you? Biluo was at a loss of words. She felt that this fellow loved to provoke people and was extremely enthusiastic at earning murderous gazes. Suddenly, a Devil Lord who was shrouded in mist opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Wang Tung, you talk too much nonsense. Huh? Mister, why are you hiding? Are you ashamed to reveal your face? Wang Tung commented softly. The Devil Lord behind the mist went silent for a moment. You make people want to kill you. Really? I don't think so. I treasure my little life. Wang Tung replied in confusion. F asterisk asterisk K. Phantasma Devil Lord felt that he couldn't communicate with this fellow when he saw Wang Tung's pretentious expression. He snorted and took the lead to walk into the passageway. He wanted to ignore Wang Tung. Seriously, why do you have to curse? Wang Tung muttered. He looked at Biluo and continued. Let's go. There's no time to waste. One Biluo was speechless. So you realize that you're wasting time? You are the one wasting the most time, you bastard. Of course, she didn't say anything aloud. Based on Wang Tung's character, he might continue the conversation if she replied to him. The others followed them hurriedly and explored the depth of the tunnel. They were more vigilant this time. They took each step with caution and carefully observed their surroundings. This was a silver-white metallic passageway. It was 5 meters wide, and the walls were extremely smooth. There was no unnecessary structure. Dust piled on the ground. When they stepped on it, it would fly into the air. This passageway wasn't long. It was approximately 40 meters in length, so they reached the end very soon. Nothing happened along the way. However, when everyone stepped out of the passageway, rays of red light lit up in the dark, and shrill sounds of the air compressing were heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sounds were concentrated, and red rays of light cut through the air like lasers. Everyone was already on their guard. They reacted the instant they heard the sounds. No one had taken off their battle armors. They didn't dare to relax. They wore their armors to prevent any other accidents from happening. Argus and Kathu started moving. They clutched their weapons and charged toward the source of the sound. Boom, boom, boom. Airwaves crashed in this small space. Explosions sounded continuously. Wang Tung felt a strong gust of wind behind him. He moved his thoughts and activated the constellation armor he had obtained from a dead planetary stage alien candidate. Instantly, a red-blue battle armor appeared on his body, covering him from head to toe. The battle armor was extremely fitting. There were no gaps anywhere, and he didn't feel any discomfort. He only felt something cool pasted on his skin. It felt cozy. This was a mass-produced battle armor. There was a phoenix carved on his left shoulder, just like the other 2 alien candidates. He turned around and released his fist. Boom! Powerful energy surged out and knocked the attacker away. One of the alien candidates took out a luminous object and lit up the small space. To their surprise, this was actually a huge room. Ice-cold, metal mechanical bodies appeared around them. They stared at the invaders with their blood-red electronic eyes. Once they got knocked back, they would fly toward the invaders again. Metal robots. Wang Tung frowned. He didn't expect the ones stopping them to be robots. The technology on Earth wasn't advanced enough to create such powerful and agile robots. Yet he saw them in this historical site that had been sealed for who knew how many years. This was unbelievable. Boom! A metal robot charged toward Wang Tung again. Its arm changed and turned into a sharp metal blade. Force gathered on it, forming a blade glow as it struck Wang Tong. The ground started shaking. The other robots dashed towards their target and launched their ultimate attacks. Metal robots! Biluo locked her brows. She spoke quickly. Be careful. These metal robots are hard to deal with. They're inflexible and have no thoughts. All they do is obey the order given by the system. Their attacks are simple, but there's one problem. The material used to create them is tough and sturdy. It's difficult to break their bodies. With a sharp gaze, a blue sword appeared in Wang Tong's hand. This was the sword he had snatched from the blue-haired young man. Slash! In the next second, his body disappeared as he shot toward the robot. Boom! A sword glow flashed and collided with the robot's metallic sharp blade. Force shimmered around the weapons as they resisted and corroded each other. Wang Tong's expression didn't change. He released a punch with his other hand. It was aimed at the robot's head. Boom! The robot reacted quickly. It tilted its head and evaded Wang Tong's attack. However, Wang Tong was faster. He turned his wrist and changed his fist into a claw, stabbing his fingers right into the robot's left eye. Splat! He pulled out the blood-red electronic eye immediately. Sparks flew everywhere. Unexpectedly, even after receiving such damage, the robot continued moving normally. The other robotic arm turned into a black muzzle directed at Wang Tong's head. They were extremely close, so the muzzle was only inches away from its target. Damn it! Wang Tong cursed uncontrollably. He noticed that force glow was already gathering in the muzzle at a fast speed. A scorching heat exuded from within. He lowered his head and evaded the aim of the muzzle without much thought. Boom! A beam of fire shot out. It flew past the battle armor on Wang Tong's head with almost no space in between. F***K, I know how to shoot too. Infuriated, a rune gun appeared in Wang Tong's hand. He pointed it up and pulled the trigger while aiming at the robot's chin. As force gathered, the rune gun was charged within a split second. A force bullet formed from fire constellation force shot out, leaving a trail of flames behind it. Boom! Half of the robot's head was engulfed in flames. The robot paused for a moment in midair before crashing to the ground. Chapter 842. As the robot collapsed, Wang Tong turned to look at Biluo and blew the muzzle of his gun pretentiously. Then he said, "What did you say just now? This robot is tough and sturdy." Biluo was fighting with another robot. She almost choked on her own breath when she heard Wang Tong's words. The robot seized the chance and attacked furiously. "Go away. I don't want to see you," she shouted as she hurriedly defended herself against the robot's attacks. She didn't even look at Wang Tong. Wang Tong chuckled. He wondered if he was a little out of line here. She was fighting, but he still talked to her and distracted her. This wasn't good. Cough. All right, I won't disturb you. Please continue. Wang Tong became a spectator. He squatted down and sized up the robot curiously. The technology involved in making this robot was highly advanced. Although Wang Tong had destroyed it, he admitted that it was powerful. Look, the other people were having a hard time dealing with him. One could only admit that Wang Tong was too powerful. Well, I should bring this back to my country and let them study it. The technology on Earth might take a huge leap because of it. Wang Tong touched his chin and mumbled. He kept the robot in his space ring directly. Then, he raised his head and glanced at the duels around him. There were many more robots compared to the human martial warriors and devil lords. He counted approximately 30 of them. Many people were being attacked by 2 to 3 robots. Wang Tong was luckier since only one robot had charged at him. He didn't plan to help them, though. He was perfectly happy watching them battle violently with the robots. He also took the chance to observe the robots' attacks. Just like what Biluo said, the robots' attack pattern was simple. They either changed their arms into sharp blades or guns. There's nothing much to see. The robots are disappointing. Wang Tong shook his head. At this moment, 2 laser beams shot out from one robot's eye. The martial warrior opposite couldn't react in time. The armor in front of his eyes was penetrated by the laser, which then hit the martial warrior's head. The planetary stage martial warrior slammed to the ground and died. Huh. They can shoot lasers out of their eyes? Wang Tung was shocked. It looked like the eyes were a weak spot of this armor. It would get easily damaged by external forces. He wondered to himself. Everyone was astounded when they saw this scene. They became vigilant of the robot's eyes. Wang Tung released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the planetary stage martial warrior. Constellation Force, Water, Asterisk 1800 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, Asterisk 600 Imperial Realm Enlightenment, Asterisk 540 10th. Level Water Sword Conscious, Asterisk 410th. Level Water Sword Conscious. Wang Tung was elated. This was another 10th level conscious. What a great gain for him. A sonic boom shot through the air. Wang Tung raised his head and saw the robot who had killed that planetary stage martial warrior dashing toward him. Be careful, Biluo called out spontaneously. Her expression changed when she saw Wang Tung still squatting there. F***K. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Wang Tung frowned and scoffed. This time, he had the experience of fighting with a robot and had been observing it for some time. He knew how the robots attacked. Getting rid of one was just a piece of cake. In the next instant, a few rays of light flew out from his body and headed for the robot. He used his spiritual power to control numerous flying daggers, targeting the robot's weak points, joints, eyes, etc. Wang Tung's spirit had reached the planetary realm, so the flying daggers became even more powerful under his control. They moved as fast as lightning. The flying daggers crashed into the robot's knee. It staggered and fell forward. However, its outer layer was extremely tough, so the flying daggers couldn't penetrate it, even with Wang Tung's spiritual power. The quality of these flying daggers is not good enough. Wang Tung frowned and wondered to himself. Along with two explosions, two of the flying daggers hit the robot's eyes. After seeing the laser attack, it only made sense for Wang Tung to destroy its eyes first in case the robot gave him a death glare. Once its eyes were destroyed, the robot turned sluggish. It couldn't lock onto Wang Tung's position and started attacking frantically in all directions. The martial warriors around it were in trouble. The robot's random attacks didn't hit Wang Tung, but them. The martial warriors bellowed in anger. Their resentment towards Wang Tung was extremely strong. Wang Tung felt awkward. He shrunk his neck and complained to himself. It's not my fault. The robot is the culprit. However, he didn't dawdle. He took a step out, appearing behind the robot instantly. He wanted to use his fist to smash the robot's head, but he remembered that he had to bring it back for research. So he kept his fist and twisted the robot's head by 180 degrees. The robot froze on the spot. Then, it started jerking as if there was an error in its circuit. Wang Tung kept it in his space ring. One robot was taken care of quickly. The other people were stunned. They suddenly wondered if the robot attacking Wang Tung was of the same kind as the one they were fighting against. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Why did it seem so simple for him? Argus, Cathu, and the 5 great stars were the first to realize the issue. They stopped using brute force and copied Wang Tung silently. Very soon, they destroyed the robots too. Biluo dragged a robot over and threw it at Wang Tung. This is for you. You seem interested in it. Thank you. Wang Tung kept it instantly. You don't even pretend to be polite, Biluo complained. There's no need to be polite with someone you're close to, Wang Tung said in an intimate tone. How am I close with you? Biluo was speechless. I know you don't mean what you say. Wang Tung shook his head. Ignoring his reply, she asked, Are you planning to study the robots? I'm just going to dismantle them for fun. You don't have to hide your plans. Biluo rolled her eyes and continued. Studying them will be a waste of time, manpower, and resources. You might not be able to get results in the end. The technology on this planet is too backward. A better option will be to buy some technology patents from the Olent Federation directly to raise the level of your civilization first. Sai, you don't understand because you're not in our shoes. Earth doesn't have the money to buy patents from the Olent Federation. They must be expensive. Well, not that much. Basic patents are easy to get. Earth's technology is too far behind, so you just need to get some basic ones. It won't cost much. Is it cheap? Why don't you donate some? Wang Tung's eyes lit up. In your dreams. Bill Yuo glared at him. This fellow was thinking too much. Wang Ting noticed that the other people had gotten rid of their robots too, so he flew over quickly to recycle the trash. Can you give me this robot? Wang Ting asked everyone he met. The alien martial warriors were arrogant and couldn't be bothered about the robots. They were lazy to reply to Wang Tung too, so they flew away directly. Without minding it, Wang Tung kept the robots happily. Hey, do you want this robot? Wang Tung came beside Kathu and asked. He was already planning to keep it. I'm sorry, I actually like this robot. Kathu pressed the robot down and stared at him bitterly. Wang Tung looked back at him. When their eyes met, sparks flew in the air. You can keep it then. I thought you didn't want it since you left it on the ground. You need to throw your own rubbish away. We're adults. We need to be considerate. Wang Ting pulled his hand back and said seriously. The edge of Kathu's eyes started trembling. He had cursed multiple times in his heart. He had never seen someone as thick-skinned as him. Kathu kept the robot with an angry snort. He moved away from Wang Tung and stood at the side. What he couldn't see wouldn't hurt him. Wang Tung turned and looked at Argus. Argus immediately kept the robot. He didn't give Wang Tung a chance to speak. TSK, keep it all you want. It's nothing, Wang Tung murmured. He didn't stay on the issue. After clearing up, everyone's gaze landed on the huge door in front. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843. It's best to be prudent. It was an exquisite golden gate with peculiar carvings. They were not of any rare plants or animals and just seemed to be patterns. No one paid much attention to it and came to the gate. There won't be any traps here, right? Kathu frowned. No one replied to him, as they were unsure what would happen after they went past the gate. A deep light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as he used Eyes of Essence. He stared right through the golden gates. At the beginning, the Eyes of Essence worked well. He could see through the internal structure of the golden gates, layer by layer. However, he soon realized that the gates had a strange quality. They actually had a hindering effect on the Eyes of Essence. The further he went, the more difficult it was to continue. Just as he was about to see through the gates completely, a golden flash suddenly appeared and blinded him. Wang Tung frowned. A hint of astonishment appeared in his heart. His Eyes of Essence had been upgraded to the intermediate stage and could even see through the essence of spiritual contracts. But now, he couldn't look past the gates. Was there something strange about them? Should I upgrade it? Wang Tung was hesitant. He had spent a full 10,000 blank attribute points upgrading the Eyes of Essence from the beginner stage to the intermediate stage previously. To take it to the next level, it would cost him 10 times more. That was 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Wang Tung's vision went dark, and he almost fainted. He spent so long saving up more than 300,000 blank attributes. They were from the Star Beast riot and the battle in the Central Continent. He could only collect so many blank attributes when large numbers of Star Beasts died. Otherwise, he didn't know how he could save over 300,000 blank attributes. And now, he was going to spend 100,000 points like this. His heart was bleeding. Wang Ting took a deep breath and finally decided to spend the blank attributes on the Eyes of Essence. There wouldn't be any gains without losses. The more imperceptible the gates were, the more it meant that there was something special in them. Spending 100,000 blank attributes was akin to buying insurance. It was best to be prudent. In an instant, 100,000 blank attribute points were cleared, and there was a change in Eyes of Essence. It had upgraded to the advanced stage. Eyes of Essence. 1 out of 1,000, advanced stage. At this moment, Wang Tung was full of self-confidence. He felt that he had the eyes of a hawk. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and he looked at the gates again. Now, the gates seemed like tofu. His gaze penetrated it easily, and even the golden flash couldn't stop him. It's the power of runes. Wang Tung got a surprise as he saw through the essence of the golden flash. He could finally see the situation behind the gates. It was actually a spacious command room surrounded by various instruments. However, they were all desolate. It had been years since they were last used. The astonishing thing was The command room was spotless and immaculate. Are these remains of a huge spacecraft? Wang Ting almost scared himself with his own conjecture. The remains covered the entire central continent. If it was a spacecraft, how huge would it be? Wang Ting shook his head and continued to scan the command room. Suddenly, his pupils shrank abruptly. What did he see? There were people. Wang Ting was bewildered. There were people behind the gates? No, that's not right. He couldn't detect any life in them. They were already dead. Wang Ting looked at the bodies and found no aura of life. All 6 bodies were dead. These were corpses. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. The remains had been here for a long time. If there were still living beings inside, it would have been absurd. Wang Ting finally had the mood to study the bodies after calming down. He didn't know how long the bodies had been dead, but they maintained their appearance. Otherwise, Wang Ting wouldn't have mistaken them for living people. 3 of the corpses looked like regular humans, but they had different hair colors and were wearing damaged battle armor. There were several fatal scars, without any signs of decay at all. He could even see a trace of red blood. As for the other 3 corpses, one was fully clad in scales and looked like a lizard. It even had a horn and a long tail covered in scales. Lizard? Wang Ting was curious. He had seen enough aliens, including one with tentacles like Haydock. A lizard wasn't something he couldn't accept. Speaking of Haydock, Wang Ting was wondering where he and that fatty had gone. When fighting against the dark apparitions, they lured a devil lord away and hadn't appeared since the continent collapsed. Wang Ting wasn't worried about their safety. They were cunning and wouldn't die so easily. The second corpse had a dark blue body with snake-like skin. Its arms were like scythes and were flashing with a cold metallic light. It was leaning to its side, and its chest had collapsed in with 3 clear and large fist marks. The last corpse was the most intact. He was sitting on the seat at the center of the command room, with his hands clasped under his chin. He was looking at the screen in front of him as if he was deep in thought. And the appearance of the corpse was very peculiar. He was huge and was more than 6 meters tall. His muscles were bulging and seemed to be full of strength. He had a huge head, and there were several tentacle-like organs growing on his chin. One of the most bizarre things was that there was a vertical eye on his bald forehead. Wang Ting inadvertently looked into the eye and felt a creepy feeling in his heart. He trembled all over, and his back was immediately soaked with cold sweat. Frightening, extremely terrifying. Wang Ting took a breath of cold air. He couldn't calm down for a long time. He actually felt an uncontrollable fear, which was unbelievable. It was an overbearing pressure from a greater life form. No matter how strong his will was, there was no use. What level of power is this? Wang Ting forced himself to calm down and averted his eyes quickly, muttering to himself. It was really unimaginable that a corpse could exude such pressure. If he was alive, how horrifying would he be? Chapter 844, A Million Years. Wang Ting calmed down and observed the last corpse carefully. There are no wounds on this body. How'd he die? After watching for some time, Wang Ting noticed something strange. He was puzzled. He activated his eyes of essence and looked at the body, hoping to find the reason for his death at the microscopic level. He scanned the inside of the corpse, but didn't discover anything. When he reached the neck, he hesitated. He would have to face the eyes if he moved further up. Wang Ting was in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and moved up. The pressure given off by this corpse was frightening, but it was still a corpse. He mustn't be a coward. Boom! When Wang Ting saw the vertical eye, his mind trembled. He felt an immense pressure dawning on him. His face turned white, and large drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Spiritual power tossed and turned involuntarily in his consciousness, churning as it tried to resist the pressure. Sigh. Wang Ting let out a huge sigh. Fortunately, the planetary realm spirit was powerful, so he was barely able to withstand the pressure. This was only the residual pressure. If this formidable warrior released his entire force of presence on him when he was alive, Wang Ting wouldn't be able to resist it. After blocking the pressure, Wang Ting finally had the time to observe the brain. He didn't expect to see a faint ball of soul glowing through his eyes of essence. He was stunned. His spirit hasn't disappeared completely. This was mind-boggling. Biluo noticed Wang Teng's strange expression and asked, "What's the matter?" Her voice pulled Wang Teng back to reality. He shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Biluo stared at him in confusion. She didn't believe him. Wang Teng's face was white, and his forehead was filled with perspiration. He even gave a look of disbelief. How could he be all right? But she couldn't probe further if he didn't want to speak. "Be careful when you go in later." Wang Teng spoke to her using voice transmission. Biluo's eyes shimmered. She stared at Wang Teng in surprise. He did know something. Crack! Wang Teng looked away and walked forward. He pushed the huge golden door open. The thick and heavy door opened gradually under Wang Teng's huge strength. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Wang Teng using brute force to open the door. They were still thinking about how to open it. So simple. Katha looked at Wang Teng and asked, "What do you think?" Wang Teng threw the question back. F***K. Kathu cursed instantly. The others were speechless too. They felt stupid in front of Wang Teng. Smart people like to think too much, so this simple solution didn't occur to them. They kept lingering around the door, searching for a way to open it. They even took out the crystal skulls to see how they could help. In the end, all it needed was a simple push. They felt as if someone gave them a tight slap on their faces. "It hurts so much. Why are you standing there? Are you not entering?" Wang Teng turned to look at the crowd. Silence. No one replied to him. Argus, Kathu, and the others were staring at the command room with serious expressions. As the door opened, a patch of bright light lit up the command room, illuminating the entire space. They scanned the room and immediately noticed the 6 corpses. Their pupils narrowed, and their expressions turned terrified. "Oh my God, 6 corpses. Come and read on our website, Wuxiao World site." Thanks, gasp, what a frightening gaze. They're so scary. How powerful must they be when they were alive? There was a huge commotion. Someone noticed the intact corpse's eyes and gasped in fear like Wang Teng. His face turned pale, and there was only astonishment left in his heart. None of the talents from outer space were able to escape from the impact of the corpse's pressure. All of them were staggered. Fear crept up to their hearts, and they started trembling. Biluo's face was pale too. She turned to look at Wang Teng with bewilderment in her eyes. Did this fellow know about the corpse already? Wang Teng didn't notice her gaze, but his expression changed slightly. A ray of light suddenly shot out of the single eye of the corpse. Then, the hologram of a figure appeared in midair. The figure was exactly the same as the corpse. Everyone was appalled. They instantly turned vigilant. The figure glanced around him and suddenly sighed in a weather-beaten and distant voice. "It has been 1,000,000 years." The figure was speaking in the common universal language. Thus, Wang Teng and the alien candidates understood what he was saying. Their mind went black for a second. 1,000,000 years. What did that mean? Was he saying that he had been around for 1,000,000 years? The alien martial warriors knew that indomitable martial warriors had extremely long lifespans, but they were still at a loss for words when they heard 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. What concept was that? Their lifespan was 1,000 years since they had reached the planetary stage, but currently, they were only around 30 years old. It was almost negligible when you compared it with the long and unimaginable 1,000,000 years. To be able to have a lifespan of more than 1,000,000 years, this figure must be an unbelievably powerful martial warrior. Wang Teng tried his best to calm down, but no matter how much he controlled his emotions, they were still forming waves in his heart. 1,000,000 years. How incredibly long was that? Was an indomitable martial warrior able to survive for so long? At first, Wang Teng didn't have a clear grasp of the different powerful martial warriors in the universe. Now, he understood a bit better. The lifespan was enough to prove everything. A normal person was said to have a long life if he lived for 100 years. But eventually, he would still decompose into a part of the soil. Since ancient times, our ancestors have been lamenting the passing of time. Time flew in the blink of an eye. It was impossible to grab it. The emperors sought the path of longevity. Now, the rich and powerful searched for this path too. However, it was all in vain. Only martial warriors were able to escape the normal route. As long as they continued to become stronger, they could experience a rise in their level of life and possess unimaginably long lifespans. What a huge temptation this was. Wang Ting felt that he couldn't resist it either. The ability to live forever and freely was the ultimate aspiration for everyone. Just when everyone was reeling in astonishment, the figure opened his mouth again. Someone finally came before me after 1,000,000 years. Everyone regained their senses and looked at the figure again. They were on their guard, but they wanted to listen to what he had to say. The figure sized up the martial warriors and nodded. It looks like heaven treats me well. It sent a bunch of talented young people to me just before my soul dispersed. There was too much information in this sentence. Everyone's eyes shimmered as they tried to guess what he meant. Let me introduce myself. I'm a baron from the Great Qian Empire. The figure started introducing his background. The instant he started speaking, he was interrupted by Argus' surprised exclamation. Great Qian Empire. Chapter 845. All the alien candidates' expressions changed entirely. They were filled with shock and disbelief. Is it that Great Qian Empire? Yes. There's only one Great Qian Empire in the vast universe. The figure smiled gently when he saw everyone's expression. How is that possible? A baron from the Great Qian Empire enjoys a noble and high status. Why will you come to this remote and underdeveloped planet? Argus took a deep breath and asked. He still couldn't believe it. It's not impossible. 1,000,000 years ago, I was ordered to chase an escaped convict. I pursued him through multiple galaxies for 300 years and finally killed him on this planet. However, I suffered heavy injuries and couldn't leave. In the end, I died here. The figure spoke slowly. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he wasn't talking about his death. Chased him through multiple galaxies. Everyone was dumbstruck at the figure's words. They could imagine how terrifying and intense this multi-galaxy battle was. All the talents were mind-blown. They couldn't find their voices for a long time. The Devil Lords exchanged glances with one another at the side. They couldn't hide the bewilderment on their faces. Even the powerful Devil Lords felt jittery in front of this indomitable presence. They felt a tinge of fear creeping up their hearts. This figure was a formidable human martial warrior. Would he kill them when he saw them? He might be just a floating soul in the air, but they didn't know if he possessed any incredible skills or methods. Excuse me. While everyone was lost in awe, a voice broke their chain of thoughts. Everyone, including the figure, turned to look in the direction of the voice. Wang Tung was raising his hand like a primary school student wanting to make a statement. His eyes were filled with the innocent desire for more knowledge. I'm sorry. I want to ask what the Great Qian Empire is. You all seem really astounded, Wang Ting asked cautiously. An unnoticeable hint of frustration flashed past the figure's face. So who did he put on a show for just now? Fortunately, the others knew how powerful the Great Qian Empire was. If they didn't, he would have felt awkward. Loggins frowned and said with contempt, An earthling is indeed an earthling. The Great Qian Empire is a dominant presence in the universe. How can you not know about it? Wang Tung glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Are you asking for a beating? What? Loggins glared at him. Argus opened his mouth and interrupted them, explaining calmly, The Great Qian Empire is one of the few oldest high-tier civilizations in the universe. Do you understand what a high-tier civilization means? It rules countless galaxies, including 1,000 middle-tier civilizations in the universe. A middle-tier civilization rules a few thousand galaxies and a few hundred low-tier civilizations. The Olent Federation is just a low-tier civilization. Yet, it controls the 9 main galaxies. Every single galaxy has hundreds of thousands of life planets with different cultures and living beings on them. The Milky Way your planet is one of the 9 main galaxies controlled by the Olent Federation. Earth is just one of the most inconspicuous planets among the few hundred thousands of life planets in the Milky Way. Now, do you know what the Great Qian Empire is? Earth is worse than a speck of dust when compared to it. Argus' voice was calm, but the disdain and contempt in it were apparent. Everyone's gaze gathered on Wang Tung's face. They were looking at him with ridicule and waiting for a good show. Wang Tung's question showed how stupid and ignorant he was. This guy from an underdeveloped planet was an idiot. Biluo glanced at Wang Tung worriedly. This piece of news might be a huge blow to a normal person. Their perspective of the world might shatter, and it could leave an indelible mark on his heart. After all, his birth planet was insignificant in front of the great Qian Empire. Not talking about a normal person, even the alien candidates couldn't accept it calmly. They were fortunate to be born in the Olent Federation, so they had heard of this concept before. If they had received this piece of information suddenly, they might not be able to accept it either. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Argus' intention wasn't pure. He was using this opportunity to cast a shadow on Wang Tung's mind and create an obstacle on his martial arts path. Maintaining a fearless attitude was essential for a martial warrior, especially one who was striving to reach a higher level. If they suffered psychological trauma, even if it was just a small one, it would be amplified in the future when they progressed further and become their Achilles heel. Argus was attacking his mind. However, after a moment of astonishment, Biluo saw Wang Tung giving a small smile. The expression on his face reverted to normal. It was a composed expression. At this moment, composure meant confidence. This fellow is able to regain his composure so quickly. He didn't seem affected at all. It looks like I underestimated him. Biluo wondered to herself in surprise. The other people noticed Wang Tung's expression too. They were shocked and founded pity. Many alien candidates were fearful of Wang Tung's talent. They were happy to use this chance to stimulate him. Unfortunately, he didn't fulfill their wish. Wow, this great Qian Empire is such a powerful presence. Wang Tung suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was speechless. They found his performance a little exaggerated. Did he think that they were all stupid? Who would believe such a fake performance? Wang Tung disregarded everyone's gaze and looked at the figure excitedly. Senior, do you need a sidekick? What does that mean? The figure asked in confusion. Take me under your wings. Wang Tung rubbed his hands and sniggered. Everyone was shocked by Wang Tung's shamelessness. How could there be someone as shameless as him? The figure glanced at Wang Tung helplessly. He had never seen someone with such thick skin. Coughing awkwardly, he replied, I'm dead. I can't keep you under my wings. You're dead. Wang Tung appeared astounded. But you're still here. This is just an image I left behind. I left a legacy in hopes that my successor will appear one day, the figure explained. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 846. Everyone was stunned when they heard the figure's words. Then, their gazes burned with excitement. The successor of a baron from the great Qian Empire. They didn't need to think to know the implications. Although the baron was just the lowest title of nobility, the great Qian Empire was a high-tier civilization. The baron of a high-tier civilization must at least be a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. The alien candidates knew what the Cosmos Stage meant. Planetary Stage, Celestial Stage, Cosmos Stage. There is only one Cosmos Stage martial warrior in one galaxy. They could rule over an entire galaxy. For instance, there were 9 galaxies in the Olent Federation, so there were 9 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Each of them guarded their galaxy and acted as a governor. The figure in front of them was a baron from a high-tier civilization. His position was even higher than a Cosmos Stage martial warrior from a low-tier civilization. Hence, his legacy must be incredible. Wang Tung's eyes shimmered. Honestly, he didn't understand the stages of the martial warriors in the universe, but from the expressions on the alien candidates' faces, he could guess how much weight this successor position held. Also, based on their description of the high-tier civilization, it wasn't hard to imagine how high a baron status was. In summary, the bait given by this figure was extremely tempting. At this moment, Biluo spoke to Wang Tung using voice transmission. She seemed afraid that he didn't understand what this barren position meant. Aren't you afraid that I'm a strong contender? Wang Tung asked in surprise. He will choose between us. We will fight fairly, Biluo replied calmly. Arrogant lady. Wang Tung smiled in his heart. Who are you calling arrogant? Biluo snorted. Are you choosing your successor among us? Argus controlled his excitement and asked carefully. Yes. I waited for a long time before I finally met talented youngsters like you. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll be given another one. The figure nodded. I scattered some constellation elixirs outside to attract martial warriors over. Did you all get it? Everyone turned to look at Wang Tung. Why are you guys looking at me? It's just a few constellation elixirs. You come from the universe. Why are you fighting with an earthling over them? Wang Tung raised his eyebrows and said with disdain. Everyone glared at Wang Tung. Just a few constellation elixirs? You make it sound so simple. Why don't you take them out and share them with everyone? They might have wealthy backgrounds, but they hadn't reached the stage where they would look down on such a treasure. Huh? You got all the constellation elixirs? The figure asked in astonishment. No, how is that possible? I left a few for them. Wang Tung shook his head hurriedly. Yes, it was just a few, Cathis said bitterly. I see. So you did snatch all of them. The figure was even more surprised. He sized up Wang Tung and asked, You said that you're an earthling, right? Yes. Do you need a sidekick? My potential is not bad. Wang Tung nodded. He was too lazy to complain, so he changed the topic quickly. It looks like the Earth gave birth to a rare talent. In the past 1,000,000 years, a few people managed to get into this room, but they weren't talents. Hence, they couldn't inherit my legacy. This planet is too underdeveloped. There are no gifted martial warriors here. The figure sighed. He seemed to be releasing his emotions after wasting 1,000,000 years of his life. The others looked at Wang Tung. Look, even the big boss says that your planet is underdeveloped. Wang Tung's expression didn't change. He remained composed. What do other people have to do with me? I, Wang Tung, am a rare talent. I don't have much time. Let's go straight to the point. I have one question for you. Are you willing to accept my legacy test? The figure turned serious and asked. The alien candidates got excited. The gazes of the 5 great stars burned with enthusiasm as they nodded fervently. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He shouted along with them, Boss, am willing to. Please bestow me the legacy. The formation was broken at once. His voice stood out among all the others. Everyone glared at him furiously. This fellow loved to be in the limelight. Could he have some shame? The figure nodded in satisfaction. He turned to the Devil Lords and said with a cold gaze, My legacy is not for dark apparitions. Please leave. You're just a dead person. You don't have a right to decide if we can earn your legacy. Phantasma Devil Lord scoffed with a sharp gaze. The other Devil Lords stood behind him vigilantly. They sounded fearless, but they weren't sure if this dead, formidable warrior had any powerful attacks hiding up his sleeve. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Haha, even a Devil Lord dares to look down on me. I've been dead for too long. The figure mocked himself. Everyone felt the sorrow of his helplessness. This was a Cosmo-stage formidable warrior, yet he was getting trampled upon after his death. Just when everyone thought that he couldn't do anything to the Devil Lords, the single eye on the corpse behind the figure released a glaring beam of golden light. The Devil Lords' expressions changed. Before they could react, they were enveloped by the golden brilliance. They felt their minds trembling violently. The spiritual power in their consciousness had no way of resisting the invasion. They collapsed instantly and fainted. The Devil Lords fell one by one. None of them escaped. Oh my God! Everyone was terrified. They stared at the scene in disbelief. I might be dead, but I can still deal with you, Devil Lords. What a waste of my remaining spirit. The figure shook his head. Senior, you're amazing. Long live Senior. Wang Tung shouted. They didn't know how to express their speechlessness as they stared at the weirdo. Senior, are they dead? Argus hesitated and asked. No, they're just unconscious. However, they won't be able to wake up for half a month, the figure replied. What are we waiting for? Let's kill them quickly. We mustn't miss such a good chance. Wang Tung was about to make his move. Don't waste time. I wasted a bit of my sealed spiritual power, so I can't last for long. Accept my legacy test first. The figure seemed a little urgent. Wang Tung stopped and turned to look at the figure. No one knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "In that case, why don't we take the test first? How is this test going to proceed?" Kathu asked carefully. No one dared to underestimate the figure anymore. The attack he used to knock the Devil Lords unconscious was enough to prove that they wouldn't be able to resist him, even though he was just left with a fragment of his soul. It's simple. They'll bring out the spiritual maze I created before I die. You just need to release your spirit and find the maze's exit. If you find it, you will pass the test, the figure said. Release our spirit. Argus and the others hesitated. Don't worry. If I want to do anything to you, do I have to beat around the bush? The figure smiled. He knew what they were thinking. Everyone was enlightened. Any more questions? The figure asked. If not, cross your legs and sit down. Release your spirit. The martial warriors stopped hesitating and sat cross-legged on the ground. The figure nodded in satisfaction. A golden glow shot out from the single eye on the corpse. It was many times thicker than before, covering the martial warriors completely. In the next instant, everyone closed their eyes and sank into their consciousness. Suddenly, they appeared in a huge, magical maze. At this moment, the figure gave a sinister smile and disappeared into the air. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 847. After a moment of weightlessness, Wang Tung realized that his feet were on the ground, and he was surrounded by stone walls that were over 5 meters tall. The stone walls were covered with unknown vines and blooming gorgeous flowers. It looked like a magnificent garden entrance. However, Wang Tung knew that this was the labyrinth that the figure spoke of. A labyrinth constructed by the spirit. Is this a Cosmos stage technique? Wang Tung was a little surprised. There was a glint in his eyes. He yearned for such power. He looked around and saw no signs of Biluo, Argus, and the others. It was clear that they were all separated. It was within his expectations. There was no need to panic. Wang Tung thought for a moment and flew up into the sky. He was planning to see if he could just fly to his final destination. When he neared the top of the stone walls, he couldn't ascend anymore. That was also within his estimations. However, Wang Tung was still disappointed. It seemed that there was no shortcut available. He landed on the ground and walked towards the entrance of the labyrinth. A fork in the road then appeared in front of him. Which one is better? Wang Tung muttered. A coin suddenly appeared in his hand. In the spiritual world, he could do simple materialization. It was an ordinary spiritual power technique. Heads means right, tails means left. If it lands upright, it will be the middle. All right, let's do it this way. Wang Tung muttered to himself and tossed the coin into the air. The coin landed on his hand. It was standing right on the edge. It couldn't be more stable. Very well, since you are as steady as I am. Let's walk in the middle. Wang Tung nodded solemnly and slapped his right hand. The coin vanished, and he headed for the path in the middle. The individual monitoring the entire labyrinth was dismayed. Was he seriously so hasty? Simultaneously, the other alien candidates were also entering the labyrinth from the other entrances. This was a great opportunity for them, so they would try their best to pass this assessment. At a certain entrance, Argus rushed towards the labyrinth at an extreme speed, leaving behind afterimages of himself. When he encountered the fork, he didn't hesitate and picked a path immediately without caring about whether it was right or wrong. Without a doubt, he chose to clear the labyrinth with speed. As long as he was fast enough, no matter how complicated the labyrinth was, he would be able to find the correct path among the countless wrong ones. Kathu's method was simple as well. When he encountered the fork, he didn't hesitate either. All he did was bombard the stone wall in front of him with his fists as he tried to create a shortcut by destroying his obstacles. However, things weren't as simple as he thought. Normal attacks could not break through the stone walls that were constructed by spiritual power. No matter how hard he hit them, the stone walls wouldn't budge. Kathu's face was grim. He could only choose a path and find a way out. Biluo was standing at another entrance. There was a thoughtful look in her eyes as she looked at the fork. The labyrinth would have its clues, or maybe some kind of law. As long as she knew what they were, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the end. While thinking, she entered the labyrinth and tried to find a way forward. Every alien candidate had their own method of clearing the labyrinth and moving towards the end. Once sealed for many years, the labyrinth now welcomed its guests, like a sleeping behemoth that was slowly awakening. After half an hour of walking around in the labyrinth, Wang Tung had to stop. A stone wall blocked his path, and there was no road ahead for him. Wang Tung frowned and pondered. He didn't plan to take a detour again. He condensed his spiritual power into several thorns, which floated in front of him. Wang Tung had a clear idea. Since this was a spiritual labyrinth, the most effective method would be using spiritual attacks. Fortunately, Wang Tung had one up his sleeves. Go! In the next moment, Wang Tung's eyes flashed as he added some sound effects. The thorns turned into cold lights and shot out. Along with an explosion, a hole was blasted in the stone wall. A path appeared for Wang Tung. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. I'm so smart. I actually thought of a perfect solution. Wang Tung smiled and gave himself a pat on the back. Just as he was about to pass through the big hole and head deeper into the labyrinth, several attribute bubbles caught his attention. There are attribute bubbles. Wang Tung was surprised and overjoyed. This was not what he had expected. Planetary Realm Spirit * 120 Planetary Realm Spirit * 100 Spiritual Labyrinth Fragments * 10 As the 3 attribute bubbles entered his body, Wang Tung's eye flashed with joy. 220 points of spirit attributes. And these were Planetary Realm Spirit attributes. As expected of a spiritual labyrinth constructed by a Cosmos Stage warrior, there were Planetary Realm Spirit attributes. Wang Tung didn't expect to have such a harvest. Of course, the last attribute bubble was the one that made him the happiest. Spiritual Labyrinth Fragments. When the attribute bubble merged into his mind, Wang Tung understood how to construct the spiritual labyrinth a little. This was an extremely rare spirit technique. Feeling the enlightenment in his mind, Wang Tung took a deep breath and looked around him. There was a flame in his eyes. This labyrinth must be destroyed. If it was not destroyed, there wouldn't be any attribute bubbles. Wang Tung was eager to try, but his face suddenly darkened, and he sighed. He thought of something. It was impossible to destroy it completely. That figure wouldn't allow him to do so. Based on his calculations, the entire labyrinth was probably under his control. If he went too far, the figure would definitely get him. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tung smiled again. He didn't tarry any longer and continued walking in front. Several spikes appeared in front of him again. This time, he didn't wait for a dead end to appear. He aimed directly at the center of the maze and drilled in that direction. Planetary Realm Spirit * 80 Spiritual Labyrinth Fragments * 10 A big hole appeared, and Wang Tung walked toward the heart of the labyrinth while picking up the attribute bubbles. At the same time, a figure was sitting leisurely on a reclining chair at the heart of the labyrinth and watching the progress of the alien candidates. When he saw what was happening over at Wang Tung's side, he jumped out of his chair and his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Damn, this kid can actually destroy the spiritual labyrinth. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 848. The Baron from the Great Qian Empire felt unhappy, very unhappy. The spiritual labyrinth was his way of testing this bunch of talents and weakening their spiritual power. Anyone who wanted to reach the end of the labyrinth would have to exhaust a large amount of their spiritual power. This was his real aim. Yet, Wang Tung destroyed the labyrinth and took the shortcut. However, he also realized that Wang Tung best matched his requirements. His spiritual power was powerful enough, and he hadn't reached his 20th birthday. He was still very young. He seemed to be the perfect candidate sent from heaven. Squinting slightly, he muttered to himself, I mustn't let him reach here easily. Let's give him more trouble. The labyrinth started changing silently. The The stone walls on the original dead ends moved. They turned into open paths, while the open paths became dead ends. Some unconnected roads got linked up. Based on the figure's arrangement, Argus, Cathu, Loggins, and many other people's path overlapped with the paths Wang Tung had to pass. That meant that they would definitely meet. Wang Tung didn't know what was happening. He was still immersed in his attributes picking work. He destroyed the labyrinth wherever he went and turned everything into ruins. This labyrinth wasn't soundproof. When he destroyed the stone walls, the noise echoed in the air and landed in the ears of the people who were getting closer to him. Who's bombing the labyrinth? Idiot, this labyrinth can't be destroyed using brute force. Everyone was appalled. They turned in the direction of the sound as they guessed which idiot was smashing the labyrinth. After pausing for a second, they continued dashing towards the center of the labyrinth. The voice sounded close. This meant that the other martial warrior was just nearby. They didn't dare to waste any time in case someone beat them to the draw. Only one person didn't move. This person felt that the explosion was extremely close. It was just a wall away. He stopped in his tracks and turned around, staring intently at the stone wall behind him. The next instant, the loud bang was heard again. It couldn't be any nearer. The stone wall collapsed violently, and a figure strolled out amid the dust. Hey, it seems like I can't avoid my enemy. A cynical voice rang in the air. Wang Tung. Loggins squinted. He said each word with great emphasis. He recognized the voice. At the same time, he was astounded that this fellow was able to destroy the walls of this labyrinth. He couldn't maintain his composure. Don't be nervous. I'm not going to eat you. The dust dispersed, and Wang Tung's figure appeared before him. There was a faint smile on his face. Don't put on an act. Since we met, we should have a duel, Loggins said with a cold expression. You are straightforward. Wang Tung nodded. He hooked his fingers and continued. Come, I have an advantage in this place, so you can make 3 moves first. You're tempting fate. Loggins felt humiliated. Anger burned in his heart as he stomped his feet on the ground. He dashed towards Wang Tung, leaving a trail of shadows behind. There were no weapons here, so they could only attack in the most basic manner. He released his fist ferociously and hurled it at Wang Tung's head. Wang Tung seemed relaxed. Tilting his head, he evaded the attack and counted calmly 1. Loggins was fuming. He turned his body and swept his leg at Wang Tung's head. No one could use their force attacks in this spiritual labyrinth, but they knew the basic fighting skills. As a talented martial warrior, Loggins was skilled in this area too. His attack was violent and fast. Unfortunately, his opponent was Wang Tung, whose basic combat skills were all at the peak level. He could evade Loggins' attack without any effort. 2. Wang Tung counted again. Bastard. Loggins' face turned as black as an ink bottle. He wanted to catch Wang Tung off guard, so he flung his head towards Wang Tung's head when he attacked. Wang Tung moved his body and disappeared on the spot. Loggins' attack failed again. 3. Wang Tung suddenly appeared behind Loggins and said calmly, You have a hard head. Loggins' expression changed, and he panicked. He took a step forward without much thought and spurted out. A gust of strong wind followed him, striking him at the speed of lightning. A dull thud was heard. Loggins felt a sharp pain on the back of his head, sending him into a daze. He stumbled and almost fell flat on the ground. Numerous questions popped into his mind. He could tell distinctively that it wasn't a fist. It felt like a huge metal brick. Before he could think further, another gust of wind struck him. Loggins didn't have any time to react. The object smashed the back of his head again. This time, he couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. Don't you have a tough head? Why are you collapsing after just 2 blows? Wang Tung's calm voice entered his ears. Loggins turned hurriedly and saw a golden brick in Wang Tung's hand. He was shocked. What about me? Wang Tung played with the brick in his hand with a smile. Are you surprised? How's the hardness of my brick? Is it harder than your head? Why do you have a weapon? Loggins asked in disbelief. Oh, I took one from the wall. Wang Tung came up with a random excuse. Loggins almost went mad. His expression turned ugly, and he said, You're cheating. You won't be able to prove that you're stronger than me, even if you win. Idiot, who cares? Wang Tung rolled his eyes, deciding not to waste any more time. He raised the brick and brought it down on Logan's head. Logan's pupils constricted. He kept retreating to dodge the brick, but it was all in vain. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. The emotionless brick landed on Logan's head several times. Where did he get the courage from? Loggins was infuriated, but this emotion was soon overpowered by the pain in his head. He started screaming uncontrollably. Bastard, you shouldn't hit a person's face. Ah, Wang Tung, I hate you. After some time, Logan's voice died down. He wasn't able to scream anymore. I'm getting out of practice since I haven't been using this brick lately. Not bad. I can practice it on you, Wang Tung said slowly. He finally stopped and let out a long sigh. Loggins hadn't fainted yet. He felt like vomiting blood out of frustration. This brat was using him as practice. Wang Tung stared at Loggins' badly bruised face and touched his chin. He said guiltily, "Look, why you have to use your head when fighting with me? You got me excited. I want to know which one is harder, the brick or your head. You can't blame me. It's your fault." Loggins spat out a mouth of blood as boiled in anger. F***K. You beat me up badly only to tell me that it's my fault? Loggins detested Wang Tung, but at the same time, fear crept into his heart involuntarily. He finally understood that the bastard in front of him never went by the book. Any reason was a valid reason for him to attack. Why did he provoke this fellow in the past? Why did he have to step out first? No one else did. He also regretted using his head. His head wouldn't have been beaten up so badly otherwise. Tears of regret flowed down Logan's face. The top talent from the Urose Galaxy cried after getting beaten up by Wang Tung. No one might believe this news if they heard it. Hey, why are you crying so easily? You're acting like a lady. Wang Tung felt speechless when he saw the tear at the edge of Logan's eye. Loggins couldn't speak, but his heart's exasperation flowed endlessly like the water in a river. He couldn't beat him in a fight or contest of words, so he decided to close his eyes and pretend to be dead. All right, I shall send you out. Wang Tung shook his head and raised his feet. Before Loggins could react, he had already smashed his head. Loggins' spirit dissipated gradually. As a universe talent, his head was crushed by Wang Tung's single step. In the final moments, Loggins felt extremely humiliated. Killing the spirit might not kill the person directly, but it would still cause great damage to the physical body. Loggins' main body would be unconscious after suffering such a heavy blow. He wouldn't be able to wake up anytime soon. At the same time, he had failed the assessment. Wang Tung remained indifferent. He continued moving forward. The Baron at the center of the labyrinth was astounded. He killed one of them, as expected of the person I chose. It's rare that such a talent got born on Earth. Then he sighed. If he had appeared earlier, I wouldn't have been stuck here for 1,000,000 years. Fortunately, heaven treats me well. They gave me hope when I'm almost at the end of my life. This is the silver lining. However, this fellow is a little strange. What an odd way to kill his talented opponent. I have never seen anyone like him in the universe for as long as I've lived. The figure shook his head. He was caught between laughter and tears. Rocking his chair, he looked at the screen lightheartedly. This fellow isn't easy to deal with. My current state is too weak. All right, let's release the souls of the star beasts. Let it be a waste if it must be. The figure waved his hand, and numerous star beast souls appeared in the labyrinth. They darted in Wang Tung's direction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 849. If anyone looked at the labyrinth from a bird's-eye view, they would see a complicated and magical maze situated in a space shrouded in mist. There was a faint golden mist hovering around the labyrinth, making it look like a heavenly palace. Only the people inside knew how dangerous this labyrinth was. Half a day had passed since they entered the labyrinth. They could already feel the tiredness on the spiritual level. Finding a way out of the labyrinth exhausted much of their spiritual power. Moreover, other life forms had appeared in the labyrinth. No one knew when they came. They were powerful star beasts that attacked them ruthlessly the instant they met them. In the spiritual labyrinth, No one could use their force, so there was a lack of battle techniques they could use. They realized that they were in an extremely dangerous position when they faced the star beasts. One mistake, and they would be brutally mutilated to death. These star beasts were different. They possessed attacking skills. However, they didn't use force attacks either. It was a pure light sphere attack. These light spheres would explode when they got near and cause serious injuries to the martial warrior's spirit. It was a spiritual attack. The labyrinth suddenly became even more dangerous. Everyone shuttled back and forth frantically as they rushed towards the center. The star beasts must be part of the assessment too. Once they reached the end of the labyrinth, they could escape from these star beasts. A loud explosion suddenly rang through the labyrinth. A gigantic beast that looked like a lizard pasted itself on the stone wall as it spurted a light sphere out of its mouth. Wang Tung's expression turned grim. He moved his body like a cat and dodged the light sphere. It crashed into the ground and exploded. A powerful spiritual impact swept through the path. Wang Tung felt the strength of the explosion and understood the power of the attack. A sharp gaze flashed across his eyes, and his lips lifted at a sinister angle. He stared at the lizard star beast. The lizard shuddered for some reason. It felt a chill running through its body. "Little lizard, it's my turn now." Wang Tung smirked and stepped on the ground, which cracked as he shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. The lizard wasn't afraid. It hissed and leaped up from the stone wall, pouncing on Wang Tung. Wang Tung punched forward. His spirit was much more powerful than the other alien martial warriors. Contempt appeared in the lizard's eyes. It seemed to be mocking Wang Tung for overestimating his strength. It opened its wide mouth and wanted to bite him. In terms of size, it was many times bigger than Wang Tung. It would be able to munch him into two with its mouth. But when it closed its maw, there was nothing inside. Wang Tung had disappeared without a trace directly in front of it. The lizard was stunned. It widened its eyes in confusion and glanced around it. "Where did it bite just now?" "I'm here." Wang Tung's voice came from above it. The lizard looked up, and its pupils constricted. Countless sharp spikes were reflected in its pupils. It started to feel a little frightened. Wang Tung waved his hand. His spiritual power turned into sharp beams and rained down. Multiple spiritual spikes pierced through the lizard's gigantic body, pinning it firmly on the ground. The lizard roared in pain. It struggled frantically, but it soon started to lose its vitality. A few moments later, its body turned into countless dots of light and dispersed in the air. As expected, it's a soul. Wang Tung landed on the ground. His gaze was sharp. This lizard reminded him of the holy knight called Margus from Mount Saint. There were similar souls in his death space. However, this lizard star beast was stronger than those souls. If Wang Tung didn't possess spiritual skills, he wouldn't be able to kill this star beast easily. Earlier, Wang Tung had executed the spiritual illusion skill and created an illusion of himself to fool the lizard. This was how he was able to catch it off guard. Wang Tung looked at the area where the lizard disappeared. There were a few attribute bubbles floating there. Planetary Realm Spirit * 103 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Tung's body. He was stunned for a moment before happiness overtook him. 50 points of Origin of Soul. The lizard had dropped 50 points of Origin of Soul. Visit Readle me for extra chapters. He knew how difficult it was to drop the Origin of Soul attribute. This was the energy stored in the depth of one's soul. It was extremely precious. 50 points of Origin of Soul merged into Wang Tung's Origin of Soul. It felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The tremble came from his very soul. It felt incredible. His spirit and enlightenment attributes rose slightly too. There were 100 points of Planetary Realm Spirit attributes too. It caused a rise in his spirit attribute. 2 consecutive increases. Amazing. Lastly, there was a spiritual skill. Spiritual Missile. This was the light sphere the lizard used a moment ago. It was a powerful move. Most importantly, it could cover a wide range. Once it exploded, anything within a certain area would be affected. 10 points of Spiritual Missile. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. A new line had appeared in the spiritual techniques portion. Spiritual missile. 1 out of 100, well-versed. 10 points of spiritual missile were enough for him to advance from the foundation to the well-versed stage. Wang Tung's eyes shone brightly. At first, he felt that he was a little unlucky to meet the lizard, but now he realized that his luck was not bad. He received a rare spiritual battle technique so easily without spending a single cent. Others couldn't experience this amazing feeling. There must be other star beast souls. Let me find all of them and kill them. Wang Tung's eyes lit up. He moved his feet and started running. The stone wall in front collapsed as Wang Tung rushed out. He pushed forward with brute force all the way until the end. Very soon, he saw another star beast soul. This was a hideous dog with 2 heads. Before Wang Tung came, it was staring at another alien martial warrior. The alien martial warrior was in a poor state. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his clothes were a mess. He must have suffered greatly because of this double-headed dog. When Wang Tung appeared, both parties turned and looked at him. The alien martial warrior was elated. It ran towards him while the double-headed dog was focused on Wang Tung. The instant the alien martial warrior moved, the double-headed dog started charging toward Wang Tung too. Both of its heads barked simultaneously. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 850, one in front and one at the back. Both rushed towards Wang Tung. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was laughable how the alien candidate wanted Wang Tung to contribute his strength. Wang Tung, this double-headed star beast, is very strong. Quick, help me, or we'll both be eliminated. The alien candidate sped over. How strong? Wang Tung stood still and asked. The alien candidate was stunned and confused for a moment. Why are you asking me that question when I've already told you it's very strong? There must be something wrong with his brain. However, he still replied quickly, very strong. Even if we team up, we might not be able to beat it. If that's the case, it'll retreat. Bye. Wang Tung turned and ran, leaving him behind. What? The alien candidate was stunned again. Director, this script isn't right. He went crazy the moment Wang Tung ran away. Just at that moment, a couple of barks sounded behind him, and a foul wind swept over. Damn it! The alien candidate didn't think much and rolled to the left to avoid getting bitten. 2 crisp sounds could be heard when the double-headed dog closed its mouth. Its gaze turned even more ferocious when it missed. It stopped in its tracks and twisted its body. It kicked its hind legs, pouncing toward the alien candidate from a height. The alien candidate couldn't care more about his status. He continued rolling around on the ground to avoid the star beast. There was no way better than this. He felt helpless and aggrieved. He was cursing Wang Tung in his heart. The double-headed dog barked. It was too agile and fast. Even though the alien candidate was rolling and dodging, he was clearly in its grasp. The 2 heads attacked at the same time and caught the alien candidate's arms with their fangs. The alien candidate screamed in pain. His arm was bitten off immediately. However, there was no blood. His arm just turned into light rays and dissipated in the air. The other head of the dog then bit the alien candidate's thigh and yanked again. In the midst of all the screaming, the thigh was tossed into the air and was swallowed by the double-headed dog. Howl! The double-headed dog raised its head high and let out a contented and satisfied howl. Having lost an arm and a leg, the alien candidate lay on the ground. He was on the verge of death and had completely given up. Damn, how miserable! A voice sounded amid his despair. The alien candidate turned and looked up and saw Wang Tung squatting there. He was looking at him with sympathy. You, the alien candidate's eyes widened. He was about to burst into anger. Didn't this bastard run away? Why is he still here? I'm sorry. While I was escaping, I suddenly felt that it was not very nice to leave you alone. That's why I came back. But I didn't think you would be defeated so quickly. This puppy has really taken care of you. Wang Tung scratched his head and said. The alien candidate wanted to vomit blood. Look at what he was saying. You could try it yourself, bastard. The double-headed dog noticed Wang Tung and turned its heads to look at him. It grunted and exposed its fangs, looking ferocious. Wow, what a fierce puppy. Wang Teng patted his chest and took a few steps back. The double-headed dog was an intelligent star beast. When it heard Wang Teng calling it a puppy, it felt offended. It barked and threw down the alien candidate before it bolted towards Wang Teng. Whoa, so fierce. I'm so scared. Wang Teng jumped back, but he didn't dodge. He stared at the double-headed dog as it charged over. The double-headed dog opened its enormous mouths and bit Wang Teng. It missed, only managing to bite the air. Wang Teng's body had disappeared. The double-headed dog was confused. It glanced around, trying to search for any signs of Wang Teng. Suddenly, it felt something heavy on its body. The human's voice floated into its ear. Not bad, little puppy. Your broad shoulders are comfortable. You could be a mount. The double-headed dog was outraged. It swung its body violently as if trying to throw Wang Teng down. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Don't be nervous. Let's have some fun first. Wang Teng sniggered. The double-headed dog ignored him and continued swinging its body. Its head twisted at an exaggerated angle as it tried to tear at Wang Teng. Haha, you can't bite me. Wang Teng leaned back and dodged the double-headed dog's mouths. The alien martial warrior was stunned. Was it this simple to deal with the double-headed dog? He didn't dare to believe his eyes. It felt unreal. Wang Teng didn't do much. He just sat on the shoulders of the dog, and the beast couldn't do anything to him. He should have done it if he knew how effective this method was. All right, stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy, Wang Teng said after some time. The double-headed dog bellowed. It wanted to bite Wang Teng to death, so it didn't listen to him. Looks like I have to do it the hard way. Wang Teng sighed. A golden brick appeared in his hand. He didn't waste any time and slammed it on the double-headed dog's heads. His hand speed was amazing. The double-headed dog's mind went blank from the beating. Its head throbbed violently, and it could see stars in all its 4 eyes. How can you be so fierce as a little puppy? Wang Teng mumbled as he hurled the brick down ruthlessly. He seemed extremely skilled at it. Woof, woof, the double-headed dog yelped in pain. Anyone who heard its cries would tear up. However, Wang Teng showed no signs of stopping. He continued smashing until its heads swelled up like balloons. Are you going to listen to me? Wang Teng asked how the double-headed dog lay on the ground and growled weakly. What? You're not going to? Are you going to listen? How the double-headed dog groaned in a low and flattering tone. It didn't dare to resist anymore. I didn't know a little puppy like you could be so stubborn. Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. The double-headed dog. Oh, sir. Oh, it cried because it felt misunderstood. Burying its 2 heads on the ground, it wailed pitifully. Then it used its claw and carved a huge word on the ground. Yes. Huh, you can write? Wang Teng stopped and exclaimed in surprise. You could have done it sooner. I wouldn't have beaten you up so badly. My hands feel sore too. You're more like a beast than I am. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 851. Have fun playing. He'll leave first. 1. The martial warrior was confused by what he saw. He stared at the sky with a single thought in his mind. In this world, were shameless people stronger? This was a serious question. Really, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Yes, it must be true. It has to be. While the alien martial warrior was doubting his life and reconstructing his perception of the world, Wang Teng had already leaped down from the double-headed dog's back. The double-headed dog remained obedient. It gave a little whine and sounded pitiful. It used its claws to cover its eyes and peeked at Wang Teng. The problem was it had 2 heads for eyes and only 2 claws. This was a little difficult. It had no choice. It covered 2 of its eyes and turned the other head away. It would pretend that the head was dead. It suddenly felt lucky that it didn't have 3 heads. 2 claws were definitely not enough. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute bubbles dropped by the double-headed dog and picked them up. Planetary realm, spirit, asterisk, 80 origin of soul, asterisk, 10. There were 2 attribute bubbles. One was planetary realm spirit, and the other was origin of soul. However, it was smaller than the bubbles dropped by the lizard. Should I kill this double-headed dog? Wang Tung squinted. He stared at the double-headed dog below his feet with a cunning gaze. Sob, the double-headed dog shuddered. Its eyes were filled with innocence as it stared at Wang Tung weakly. When Wang Tung remained indifferent, it rubbed its head against his legs in a flattering manner. It almost rolled over and begged for mercy. Wang Tung started self-reflecting when he saw the huge dog head rubbing against his legs. Did he go overboard? He kicked the big head. Stop acting. Be obedient. I won't kill you yet. Sob, the double-headed dog's eyes lit up. It nodded frantically like a cowardly dog. Wang Tung was caught between laughter and tears. He looked away from this coward and walked towards the alien martial warrior. The double-headed dog followed behind obediently. The human and the dog arrived in front of the alien martial warrior. What was the alien martial warrior feeling at this moment? There was only one emotion: despair. Before this, there was only one dog. Now it became a dog, and a human worse than the dog. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Don't waste time. He remained strong-willed. He knew that he would be eliminated since he had lost an arm and a leg. So he decided to remain firm and not let others belittle him. Wang Tung was stunned. He kept quiet and sized up the alien martial warrior with his hand on his chin. He was wondering how he should kill this man. Wang Tung's gaze gave the alien martial warrior goosebumps. Fear popped up in his heart when he remembered how he had treated the double-headed dog. The alien martial warrior gritted his teeth and raised his intact arm, punching his own head. Bang! The alien martial warrior fell with a smile on his face. He was finally free. He turned into droplets of light and dissipated in the air. Wang Tung froze on the spot and stared at the disappearing body absent-mindedly. What has happened? What did I do? Why did this happen? 3 questions popped into his mind. This showed how puzzled he was. There was no one to reply to him. Am I very scary? Wang Tung turned and asked the double-headed dog while pointing at himself. The double-headed dog wanted to nod, but when it saw Wang Tung's face, it immediately shook its head without any hesitation. I knew it. I'm so handsome. How can I be scary? That's impossible. Wang Tung nodded and said, as long as you're happy. The double-headed dog snorted in its heart. Wang Tung picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the alien martial warrior. Imperial Realm Spirit * 260 Imperial Realm Enlightenment * 220. Let's go. Wang Tung stopped dawdling in this area. He leaped on the double-headed dog's back and pointed in a certain direction. Grunt, the double-headed dog growled in a low voice. It lifted its feet and started running. Wang Tung sat on the dog's back. He looked into the distance with his hands above his eyes. He felt amazed. Not bad. You get used to it quickly. You're a professional mount now. The double-headed dog. Oh, you seem a little slow. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Wang Tung scolded. Whimper, the double-headed dog whined. You sound as if you're blaming me. The double-headed dog shook its head fervently. No, it wasn't. It wouldn't dare to think that way. Never mind, I want to argue with you. Wang Tung shook his head and placed his hand on its body. Come, let me give you some energy. How can you run faster without energy? White light shimmered around his hands, and a pure spiritual power seeped into the double-headed dog's body. Ow! The double-headed dog trembled. It felt so comfortable that it groaned. Shut up and run. Wang Tung slapped its heads. The double-headed dog shrunk its neck. It didn't dare to make any more mistakes. Putting its 4 legs to good use, its speed increased immediately. It was a few times faster than before. Roar! After some time, they met a star beast soul. It rushed towards Wang Tung and the double-headed dog. Don't stop. Continue running, Wang Tung ordered. The double-headed dog hesitated. In the end, it chose to obey Wang Tung's command. A sharp glint appeared in its eyes as it charged toward the other star beast soul. The star beast soul was attracted by the star beast. It turned vigilant and started forming a light sphere in its mouth. Wang Tung silently gathered 3 spirit spikes. He waved his hand and threw them out. Chapter 852. Have fun playing. They'll leave first. To swoosh. 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 A shrill sound was heard as the spikes shot toward the star beast. Roar. The star beast's soul detected the danger and wanted to evade it. However, it had nowhere to go. The double-headed dog was on one side and the 3 deadly spiritual spikes on the other. Boom! It threw the light sphere hastily at the double-headed dog and hurriedly evaded to the side. The double-headed dog dodged like a cat with Wang Tung on its back, avoiding the light sphere. Wang Tung gave a cold smile. Spiritual power surged out and landed on the 3 spiritual spikes. Long-distance controlling. The 3 spiritual spikes made an abrupt turn and continued flying toward the star beast soul with the same power. Boom! The star beast soul couldn't dodge anymore. Its body got penetrated by the 3 spiritual spikes and was nailed firmly to the ground. Nice teamwork. Wang Tung laughed and picked up the attribute bubbles. He ordered the double-headed dog to continue moving. The human and the dog ran wildly in the labyrinth, using brute force to push their way through. Whenever they met another star beast soul, the double-headed dog would attract the star beast's attention while Wang Tung would launch his sneak attack. Their cooperation allowed them to emerge victorious every time. All the star beast souls they met were killed by them. This allowed Wang Tung to gain a large number of attribute bubbles. His spirit and origin of soul rose tremendously, and he managed to raise his spiritual missile to the perfected stage. The gains were not bad. Origin of soul, 5350 spirit, 1350/10,000, planetary realm, spiritual missile, 15/300, perfected. Wang Tung nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the changes on the attributes panel. His efforts didn't go to waste. He counted his gains as he sat on the double-headed dog's back. It continued dashing toward the center of the labyrinth without slowing down. After some time, there were no signs of star beast souls around them anymore. They didn't meet other alien martial warriors either. We should be reaching our destination. Wang Tung asked the double-headed dog to stop and sized up his surroundings. How? The double-headed dog suddenly nodded as if it was confirming Wang Tung's words. You know it. Wang Tung was surprised. After some thought, he understood the reason. These star beast souls must be raised by the owner of this labyrinth. Hence, it was normal for them to know where the center of the labyrinth was. Since you know, you can lead the way, Wang Tung said. The double-headed dog barked obediently and glanced around it. Then, it selected a direction before running. In the center of the labyrinth. At this moment, Argus, Kathu, Pulin, Biluo, and another person had already arrived outside the center of the labyrinth. Besides the 4 renowned talents, there was another alien martial warrior. There were 5 people in total. They didn't know if the others were still on the way or had been eliminated. The 5 alien martial warriors were looking in front of them with grave expressions. Their paths were blocked by numerous enormous star beast souls. These star beast souls stood in front of them like hills, staring down on them with hostility. There was an exit behind these star beasts. Everyone's eyes lit up. All of them noticed the exit and knew that it must lead to the final destination of the labyrinth. The legacy of the Baron from the Great Qian Empire was right inside. However, they had a deep impression of how powerful and hard to deal with these star beast souls were. Thus, they looked a little constipated. They couldn't use their force in this labyrinth. This was exasperating when facing these star beast souls. There's 5 of us and 9 star beast souls. How are we supposed to fight them? The unfamiliar alien martial warrior asked. The 4 universal talents didn't reply to him. They could see the difference. It was too obvious. The problem was, there was no other way besides using brute force. I wonder if there are other survivors. Biluo looked around. She thought of Wang Tung. They have probably been eliminated. It's quite late. Kathu shook his head. Even Wang Tung isn't here. Pulin shook his head and smiled. I viewed him as one of my competitors. He's just an earthling. His foundation is too weak, Kathu frowned and replied. He seemed to find it a little regretful too. Biluo sighed. She silently agreed with Kathu. Why are you feeling unfortunate for him? He's just an earthling, Argus said arrogantly. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as soon as he finished. The wall behind them collapsed, throwing dust into the air. Everyone squinted and turned around to look behind them. They were dumbfounded. Who's this? I heard you guys talking about me the moment I came. I feel honored to receive your concern. A voice gradually floated over from behind the dust. Everyone was stunned. Wang Tung, Biluo exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Hey, you're here too. Wang Tung was riding on the double-headed dog. It stepped forward and appeared in front of everyone. He smiled ambiguously at the other martial warriors, causing them to turn red in the face. He appeared a second after they talked behind his back. Moreover, he had heard what they said. Even they felt a little awkward. But soon, everyone realized the presence of the double-headed dog. They were flabbergasted and glared at the star beast soul vigilantly. What's with this star beast soul? Biluo asked. Oh, I found a ride for myself, Wang Tung replied casually. A ride. Everyone took some time to react. Argus' gaze flickered, and his expression turned a little ugly. He thought that Wang Tung had been eliminated, yet he came. To add salt to injury, he tamed a star beast soul to be his mount. This was proof of his ability. What a tough competitor. Wang Tung, how did you tame this star beast soul? Pulin asked. He couldn't control his curiosity. I beat it until it listened to me, Wang Tung replied calmly. He didn't conceal the truth. Beat it. Pulin stared at him in disbelief. Wang Tung had no obligation to explain to him. He didn't care if Pulin believed him. He looked past everyone and saw the exit. Of course, he also noticed the 9 gigantic star beast souls guarding the exit. The situation was obvious. Wang Tung touched his chin and asked, You came first. Have you figured out what to do? The 5 felt embarrassed, especially Argus and Kathu. They were renowned talents, but they couldn't find a way to deal with these star beast souls and were belittled by someone else. It's all right. I think that we can just fight our way through, Wang Tung said. They were speechless. They thought that Wang Tung had a good idea, but in the end, they still had to use brute force. What was the point of asking them? Roar! The 9-star beast souls in front suddenly bellowed. 3 of them continued guarding the exit while the other 6 charged toward the martial warriors. Boom! The giant star beast stomped on the ground loudly. The entire labyrinth trembled. Even though this was a spiritual labyrinth, it replicated the real world perfectly. All the effects that should be present were available. The martial warriors' expressions changed. They didn't expect the star beast souls to attack suddenly. No one was prepared, but as famous talents, they reacted quickly. Disperse and destroy them one by one. Argus shouted. He rushed towards the side and evaded the jaws of a star beast soul. The others listened to his suggestion instinctively. Each of them lured a star beast soul away and started fighting with it. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions resounded in the air. The star beast souls seemed impatient. They used their most powerful attacks directly and spurted spiritual missiles out of their mouths continuously. The spiritual missiles flew towards the martial warriors and exploded in all directions. The alien martial warriors could only evade. They didn't dare to receive the light spheres directly. Even so, they were still affected by the residual impact of the missiles. Their faces turned whiter, and their spiritual power was being exhausted at a visible rate. Compared to them, Wang Tung appeared surprisingly relaxed. When the others were still evading, he had already killed his star beast soul. Have fun playing. He'll leave first. Wang Tung spoke calmly as he walked towards the 3 star beast souls guarding the door. Everyone. Chapter 853. The alien martial warriors' expressions changed when they saw Wang Tung strolling toward the 3 star beast souls guarding the exit. How could he kill a star beast soul so quickly? They looked behind Wang Tung. The gigantic star beast soul was lying on the ground, pinned to death. It was slowly turning into light droplets. The martial warriors were dumbstruck. They finally understood why Wang Tung was able to defeat a star beast soul so easily. He knew an extremely rare spiritual attack. The best way to deal with star beast souls was to use spiritual attacks. Wang Tung possessed just that, so he had the most advantage in this assessment. F***K, this bastard is cheating. However, the Baron from the Great Qian Empire didn't stop him. Although he knew about it, he didn't care. Silence meant consent. They didn't have the right to complain. They stared at Wang Tung as he casually walked to the exit. They could almost see the legacy flying away with its wings. Even though there were 3-star bee souls guarding it, they didn't think that they could stop Wang Tung. As someone who knew spiritual attacks, there was no difference between having the guards and not having any. The only thing they could do was to defeat the star bee souls in front of them as quickly as possible. It would be depressing if they worked so hard but couldn't get anything in return. The 3-star bee souls guarding the door didn't move a single inch. They stared at Wang Tung ferociously as he got closer. Then, they opened their mouths and bellowed. The 3 enormous bodies laid out horizontally in front of Wang Tung and gave a deafening roar. The impact was strong. Other people might have retreated uncontrollably in fear. Not Wang Tung. He dug his ear and squinted. "Why are you guys making so much noise? Do you think I'll be frightened? Come, show them." He patted the double-headed dog below him. The double-headed dog, Sigma Asterisk, it didn't dare to disobey Wang Tung, so it barked at the 3-star bee souls that were much taller than it with both of its heads. The 3-star bee souls looked down at the double-headed dog and then exchanged glances with one another. They seemed to be wondering why this little idiot dared to shout at them. At the same time, Wang Tung leaped up from the double-headed dog's back and shouted coldly, "Release your ultimate move." The double-headed dog and Wang Tung had learned to work well together after traveling through the labyrinth. Hence, when it heard his words, it rolled its eyes secretly and released its spiritual missile. It opened both of its mouths and formed 2 balls of light spheres simultaneously. Then, it shook its head and hurled the light spheres at the 3-star bee souls from 2 different directions. This was a little difficult. The 2 heads were very close together, so it wasn't easy for it to throw the attacks in 2 different directions. However, under Wang Tung's guidance, it managed to learn the skill. 2 of the star bee souls had to move at the same time to evade the 2 spiritual missiles. 2 explosions occurred. 2 deep holes were formed at the spot where the 2-star bee souls were at a moment ago. They were infuriated. They charged toward the double-headed dog at the speed of light. They launched their own spiritual missiles too. The 2-star bee souls threw light spheres at the double-headed dog in an attempt to kill it. The double-headed dog moved like the wind, bolting right and left as it dodged the spiritual missiles. Wang Tung disregarded it temporarily since it was able to take care of itself. His gaze landed on the last star bee soul. This was a giant crocodile. It was lofty and huge with pitch-black scale armor wrapped around it. It looked savage. Roaring, it swept its tail over horizontally. Wang Tung raised his eyebrows. His figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a shadow behind. The large tail struck the air and created a sonic boom. The shadow of Wang Tung dispersed. The giant crocodile got a shock. Suddenly, Wang Tung appeared above it. He rubbed his hands together and formed a light sphere. It hovered over his palm. The light sphere grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a ping-pong ball into a football. The spiritual missile Wang Tung created was much bigger than the ones formed by these star beast souls. The spiritual power condensed inside was also more powerful. The crocodile felt a chill down its spine. It immediately ran away without any hesitation. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Why are you running away? You were so fierce just now. Wang Tung chuckled and threw the light sphere violently. It soared through the air at lightning speed, turning into a beam of light as it fired toward the crocodile. They were too close for the crocodile to evade it. The next instant, the spiritual missile exploded above the crocodile. The crocodile was swept into the frightening ball of energy, which only dissipated gradually after some time. The miserable state of the crocodile was revealed. It seemed to have suffered inhumane torture. It's not dead. Wang Tung was surprised. Then, his gaze turned dangerous. He wondered how he should kill this crocodile. The crocodile was astounded. A chill swept through its body, and it moved to the side. It allowed Wang Tung to pass through the exit. The crowd was stunned by the shamelessness of this crocodile. Wait, it had no shame at all. Wang Tung stared at the crocodile strangely before walking toward the exit vigilantly. The giant crocodile looked at Wang Tung in fear. It didn't stop him anymore and appeared extremely timid. Everyone stared at Wang Tung anxiously as he walked into the exit. Yet they couldn't do anything. Argus suddenly pushed back the star bee soul that he was fighting with and dashed towards the exit. F***K. He's running away first. Cathis' expression changed. He shouted and pushed his opponent back too. Then, he flew towards the exit right after Argus. The other 3 martial warriors followed consecutively. The star beast souls behind them chased after them relentlessly. "Boss, this is the only way I can help you." The double-headed dog dashed over and chased after the 2 martial warriors ferociously. Argus and Cathu were almost at the exit. They were elated. Right then, the giant crocodile soul appeared at the exit once again and blocked it with its large body. It roared at them threateningly and formed a spiritual missile in its mouth. It spat at Argus and Cathu. Argus and Cathis' faces turned black. They stopped in their tracks and jumped to the side. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854. The center of the labyrinth was a little out of Wang Tung's expectations. After passing through the exit, he walked through a 10 meters long path without any danger. Then, he reached a place that looked like the garden of a palace. Plants and flowers flourished. Trees cast beautiful shadows on the ground, making it look heavenly. Yet, this wasn't the strangest part. The most incredible thing was when Wang Tung raised his head and looked up, the gray sky had turned into a night sky with countless shimmering stars dotted on it. The stars shone brightly. It was gorgeous. What attracted his attention was a huge planet. It hung above his head and filled up half of the sky. "Don't be astounded. This is just a piece of cake for me." A calm voice sounded from the side. The speaker was smiling. Wang Tung retracted his gaze and turned around. The Baron was half lying on a comfortable chair with a thick and ancient-looking book in his hand. There was a small coffee table beside him with hot tea and exquisite snacks on it. Wang Tung was stunned when he saw his relaxed posture in the labyrinth. This wasn't what a person who was about to die would do. "Do you find it strange?" The Baron put down the book and smiled gently. Then, he answered his own question. "A million years will be torture if I don't find something to do." Wang Tung nodded and walked over. "Have a seat." The Baron waved his hand, and a chair appeared out of thin air, signaling Wang Tung to sit down. "You're being too polite." Wang Tung sat down as he spoke. The Baron shook his head helplessly. He had a better understanding of Wang Tung's shamelessness. "I'm not surprised to see you here. I placed my bet on you, and indeed, you didn't disappoint me." "Elder, did you notice it already?" Wang Tung sighed. "Oh my, I'm so amazing. Can you let me finish speaking?" The Baron said, after pausing for a second. "Of course, please continue. You're indeed outstanding and fulfill my criteria. I believe that my legacy will shine in your hands again and won't be buried," the Baron continued. "Don't worry. I won't disappoint you," Wang Tung promised confidently. Promises were easy to make. They didn't cost anything. The Baron seemed satisfied. He nodded and got up. "Come with me." He turned around. He didn't do anything, yet a towering golden palace suddenly appeared in front of him. "What is this?" Wang Tung was stunned. "This is the legacy I left behind before I died." The Baron raised his feet and walked into the palace. When they reached the entrance, the 5 meters tall golden gate of the palace slowly opened by itself. Wang Tung hesitated for a moment, but he didn't stop. He followed closely behind. After walking in, Wang Tung noticed that the inside was extremely spacious. The decorations were extravagant. Everything seemed to be giving off a golden glow. The walls were filled with bookshelves that were packed with countless books. It was a dazzling sight. A stairway leading up lay quietly at the corner. "That is the 2nd floor. It's still too early for you to go up. Once you reach the celestial stage, you will have the right to go to the 2nd floor," the Baron said. "You're paving the way for me step by step," Wang Tung laughed and said. "I need to be thorough while I'm searching for my successor. Every step must be treated with care during cultivation. A single mistake can ruin your foundation and your potential will be limited. There's only one ultimate cosmos stage martial warrior in one universe. You need to understand the difficulty of it. Wang Tung nodded in deep thought. All right, let's stop wasting time. Sit down cross-legged in the center of the palace and accept my legacy key. You can only look at the books in this palace after you accept it. Legacy key? Wang Tung asked curiously. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Legacy key is a spiritual mark. You will be recognized by this legacy palace after you get this mark. This is the safety net I created when I was still alive, the Baron said. Wang Tung nodded and sat obediently on the ground. The Baron crossed his legs and sat opposite him. Release your spirit and accept my legacy key. Don't resist. If it fails, the legacy key will disappear. We only have one chance. Pray for yourself. It can fail. Wang Tung was surprised. Of course, it's hard to deal with anything at the spiritual level, the Baron explained patiently. Please be gentle. I'm afraid that my little soul can't accept your vigorous insertion, Wang Tung said weakly. I think you're being vulgar, but I can't prove it. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Control your breathing and calm down. Release your spirit. Wang Tung kept quiet and closed his eyes. He released his spirit. The Baron raised his finger and pointed at Wang Tung's forehead. A beam of white light shot out, entering Wang Tung's forehead. Wang Tung's spiritual soul went back to his body. At the same time, his mind trembled. An array of light gathered in it gradually. It turned into the Baron. He glanced around and was overjoyed. Laughing loudly, the Baron said, Amazing! This is the widest consciousness I have ever seen. Your talent is amazing. Thank you for your compliment. Wang Tung's figure appeared and replied calmly. You don't have to be humble. Not many people can be compared with you, the Baron said. Under Wang Tung's surprised gaze, a mysterious mark appeared on his hand. Golden light shone, and gradually, the ball of light turned into the shape of a key. This is the legacy key. Prepare to receive it, the Baron said softly. Wang Tung nodded. The legacy key turned into a beam of light and flew towards him. The legacy key slammed into Wang Tung's spiritual form and exploded. It turned into golden strings and twirled around his body, tying him up. His spiritual form froze. He couldn't move. What are you doing? Wang Tung was shocked. Ha ha! Your body is mine now. The Baron's face changed abruptly. The calmness on it disappeared, with greed and desire filling up his gaze. He stared at Wang Tung's spiritual form intently and laughed in joy. What do you mean? What do you want to do? Wang Tung was dumbfounded. What I mean? I'm going to snatch your body. I've been waiting for 1,000,000 years and finally found what I want. The Baron was elated. He turned into a ball of light. A large mouth appeared on the ball of light and bit at Wang Tung's spiritual form. Chapter 855. Wang Tung watched the Baron as he turned into a ball of light. There was nothing on it except a mouth. Honestly, it looked quite unique. The anxiousness and surprise on his face vanished at the appearance of this scene. Unexpectedly, he became exceptionally calm. There was even a mocking smile at the edge of his lips. Was this your plan all along? The Baron was stunned. He was surprised by Wang Tung's composure. Also, from his tone, he seemed to have noticed his scheme already. However, he had revealed his true motive, so he couldn't stop. The Baron opened his mouth wide, wanting to swallow Wang Tung in one gulp. Wang Tung's spiritual form couldn't move because he was bound by the golden strings. He could only stare at the mouth as it came for him. Peals of laughter came from the ball of light as the Baron felt that the outcome was settled. Ha ha! He was just about to swallow Wang Tung. But very soon, he noticed that he didn't bite anything. There was only air in his mouth. Is it delicious? Wang Tung's voice appeared behind him. How is this possible? The Baron returned to his human form. Appalled, he turned around instantly and stared at Wang Tung as if he were a ghost. Before he could react, his pupils constricted as he got swallowed by boundless darkness. Within a split second, he was submerged in pitch-black darkness. The Baron noticed, to his astonishment, that a frightening force was directly used on his spiritual form. His spiritual form trembled violently and was on the verge of disintegration. He glanced around the endless darkness but saw nothing. His spiritual form was being corroded continuously by the power of the tremor. He started shouting in fear. Wang Tung didn't reply to him. He had used up a large amount of his origin of soul to execute the abyss burial. This was a battle technique he gained from a holy knight on Mount Saint. It was finally put to use. It was used on a person's soul, which was their spiritual form. It could knock a person's spirit out of his body. If used directly on the spiritual form, it could destroy it and make it disappear from the world. Without this powerful skill, the holy knight who possessed the death space wouldn't have been able to control so many spirits. Wang Ting knew that the Baron wasn't dead before he entered the command room. His spirit was weak, but it hadn't dissipated. However, after stepping into the command room, the Baron appeared and told them that he was dead. Only a part of his consciousness remained. Wang Ting noticed that he was hiding something or had an ulterior motive, but he was indeed powerful. He managed to knock the Devil Lords unconscious. Wang Tung didn't dare to take the risk, so he laid low and waited for a chance to retaliate. He didn't lose his mind because of the legacy. He remained vigilant, biding his time to give the lethal blow. He scrolled through all his battle techniques and finally fixed his mind on the abyss burial, a skill he hadn't used ever since he received it. He immediately came up with a plan. First, he would raise the abyss burial from the well-versed to the perfected stage. That cost him more than 80,000 blank attributes. Wang Tung didn't think that the blank attributes it required would multiply by many times the higher it got, needing tens of thousand points to reach the perfected stage. However, his opponent was a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. Even if he was very weak, he didn't dare to look down or underestimate him. Abyss burial. 50,000/50,000, perfected. Reality proved that the perfected stage of the abyss burial was exceptional. Even the spiritual form of a Cosmo Stage marital warrior could be destroyed. The Baron had already lost his composure as a formidable martial warrior. He screamed in fear, "Stop! Wang Tung, don't you want the legacy? Go to hell with your legacy." Wang Tung's voice was cold. He wasn't enticed by the Baron, and continued instilling more origin of soul into his abyss burial. The Baron's spiritual form trembled violently. One of his hands exploded. "No, stop. It'll pass my legacy to you. Please stop it." He was almost wailing as he looked at his disintegrating spiritual form with a squint. "You don't seem like a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. Why are you so afraid of dying?" Wang Tung snorted. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. What is dignity when you are dead? Staying alive is the most important thing. Wang Tung, let me go and I will pass my legacy to you. From then on, I'll mind my own business and never interrupt you." The Baron panicked. "I'm sorry, I just want to kill you now." Wang Tung scoffed. The lower part of the Baron's body exploded at this moment. The excruciating pain at the spiritual level caused him to howl in agony and pain. However, the disintegration didn't stop. Under the violent tremors of the abyss burial, the half of his remaining body started dissipating into the air, from his stomach to his chest. His body turned into droplets of light that were swallowed by the darkness around it. Despair welled up in his heart. He didn't think that this would be his ending after waiting for 1,000,000 years. Why did this happen? He was a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. He couldn't die so easily. Wang Tung. The Baron was only left with his head now. He bellowed in anger and made the last attempt to struggle. "You can die now." Wang Tung's gaze turned cold. His spiritual power turned into spiritual spikes, and he hurled them out. The spiritual spikes pierced through the darkness. The Baron's pupils constricted immediately. He could see the spots of light cutting through the darkness. Then, the spirit spikes rained on him like the punishment from heaven and stabbed right into his head. "No!" The Baron roared with regret and anger. It was all in vain. His head exploded. The Cosmo Stage martial warrior, who had managed to survive for 1,000,000 years, was finally dead, for real. Wang Tung stopped his abyss burial and the use of his origin of soul. He was panting slightly, and his face was a little pale. This was his spiritual form. The exhaustion of his origin of soul was a little overbearing for him. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes panel. His origin of soul rose to 5,680 points after killing the star beast souls. Now, it was lowered to 4,920. This meant that he had used 760 points of origin of soul when he executed the abyss burial. This was a permanent loss. He wouldn't be able to get it back. Wang Tung let out a huge sigh. No wonder this abyss burial was heaven-defying. It required so much fuel to execute. But the result was also satisfactory. He shook the soul of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior to death. Which planetary realm martial warrior could do this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 856, The Real and Fake Baron. No one would think that a Cosmos Stage martial warrior would die silently in Wang Tung's consciousness. Frustrating, sorrowful, dismal. Wang Tung sighed. He felt fortunate. If he didn't have the abyss burial skill, or his opponent hadn't been exhausted of his spiritual power for 1,000,000 years, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Wang Tung suddenly smiled. No matter what, he won. He killed a Cosmos Stage martial warrior and won this life-or-death battle. Only he knew how dangerous it was. Luckily, he had some gains too. When the Baron died, he dropped a few attribute bubbles. They merged into his consciousness. Planetary Realm Spirit * 5601 Planetary Realm Enlightenment * 4800 Thief * 100 Wang Tung's eyes lit up brightly after he absorbed all the attribute bubbles. A huge gain! He didn't expect his loot to be so amazing. 5,600 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. 4,800 points of Planetary Realm Enlightenment. This was close to half of his Spirit and Enlightenment bar. That meant that the Spirit and Enlightenment attributes he gained from the Baron alone were enough to push his Spirit and Enlightenment past the halfway mark. Spirit 7550/10,000 Planetary Realm Enlightenment 6750/10,000 Planetary Realm. Wang Tung took a deep breath when he saw the changes to his attributes panel. The frustration from losing some of his origin of soul disappeared. It was worth it. It was extremely worth it. His Planetary Realm Spirit and Enlightenment went past the halfway mark instantly. Without this opportunity, he would need to accumulate the attributes for a much longer time before reaching the current number. As expected of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Of course, the Spirit and Enlightenment of this Cosmos Stage martial warrior shouldn't be at the Planetary Realm. However, this was what he dropped. It might be because his Spirit and Enlightenment had been slowly exhausted over the 1,000,000 years, or there might be other reasons. But Wang Tung was satisfied. He placed his attention on the last attribute bubble. Thief. The Baron dropped a special skill called Thief. Wang Tung didn't know how he could be so lucky. Just like its name, Thief was a skill that allowed him to devour other people's souls and steal all their possessions. This was another heaven-defying technique. The Baron had executed this skill when he tried to devour Wang Tung's soul and snatch his body so that he could come alive again. However, he failed, much less execute his Thief's skill fully. Had he executed it to its full potential, Wang Tung might have had a harder time trying to deal with him. The success rate of this skill when a higher realm martial warrior executed it on someone weaker than him was extremely high. The weaker martial warrior had almost zero chance of resisting. At this moment, the memories of the Thief's skill appeared in Wang Tung's mind. These memories turned into enlightenment and became part of him. Thief 1/1000, well-versed, 100 points of Thief attributes allowed him to jump from the foundation stage to the well-versed stage. Wang Tung let out a long sigh. He almost couldn't control his excitement. Based on the explanation of this skill, the soul was the most important part of life. A person's body could be destroyed, but as long as its soul still remained, it could continue to live. It could even snatch other people's bodies to gain greater talent and raise its martial arts cultivation to a higher level. There were countless lives and numerous races in the universe. Some races had weak talent, while others were born with great potential. They possessed planetary stage abilities at birth and didn't need to go through arduous cultivation. Once they became an adult, they would reach the Cosmos Stage. This gift was incredible. In comparison, the races with weaker talent might have difficulty even reaching the planetary stage after working hard their entire lives. For instance, the people on Earth. Currently, most of them couldn't reach the planetary realm. There were only a few rare, gifted martial warriors on the entire planet that had the chance to reach the planetary stage. But their hope of advancing to the cosmos stage was negligible. This was the difference between the human race and the aliens. However, after grasping the thieves' skill, Wang Teng could snatch a powerful talent from another gifted race. Reaching the cosmos stage was as easy as snapping his finger. Of course, this wasn't the main reason why he was elated. He had the system, so he could gain talents easily and raise them to as high of a level as he wanted. He was delighted because this thieves' skill could allow him to create more powerful clones. Indeed, clones were the first thing he thought of when he received the thieves' skill. Wang Teng could create clones of himself. If he combined the two skills together, he could create powerful helpers. Amazing! A smile appeared on his face as he imagined his clones fighting with other powerful martial warriors in the future. Clap, clap! At this moment, a sudden sound appeared in Wang Teng's consciousness. His heart almost stopped. His expression changed, and he immediately turned in the direction of the sound. He saw an unfamiliar figure floating there. Mind you, this was his consciousness. How could he not be astounded upon seeing an unfamiliar presence in his consciousness? Even more, this wasn't the Baron. It was someone he had never seen before. He was wearing a long white robe and gave off a noble aura. He looked no different from a human. He had long black hair with an immortal feel. He was looking at Wang Teng with a strange gaze. He seemed like an elder looking at a younger generation. His gaze was filled with admiration, happiness, and even kindness. However, Wang Teng didn't dare to put down his guard. Who knew what this person was thinking? He might be a sly old fox that had lived for 1,000,000 years like the Baron. If he wasn't careful, he might get eaten up again. Who are you? Wang Teng forced himself to calm down. I'm a Baron from the great Qian Empire, the man in a white robe said. Wang Teng was stunned. This sounded a little familiar. The Baron said the same thing, too. Why was there another Baron? Were there two Barons from the great Qian Empire? There were only a few Barons, right? Why were there two here? It felt a little cheap. I know what you're thinking. That one before is fake. He's the escaped convict I was chasing many years ago. He got injured by me during our fight, and his physical body was destroyed. Unfortunately, I was killed too, and only left a spiritual mark to wait for my successor. His soul was still intact, so he was more powerful than me and suppressed me all this time. The man in the white robe smiled and explained slowly. You're real and he's fake? How do I know if you're speaking the truth? Wang Teng asked curiously. Can you prove it? Well, I can't. However, my legacy is here. You will know if I'm real or fake once you get it. The man in the white robe gave a bitter smile. That was what that fellow said. In the end, he wanted to snatch my body. Wang Teng scoffed. I can't snatch your body. I'm just a spiritual mark. Once you inherit my legacy, it'll disappear, the man in the white robe said. That was what the Baron said too, Wang Teng replied. When the man's face turned black, he felt that all his paths were blocked by the fake Baron and he had nowhere to go. Wang Teng was a little moved when he saw his expression. Was this the real Baron? Looks like I'll have to take the blame. The man in the white robe shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said, Never mind. You'll not trust someone easily after getting fooled by Agulus either. In that case, it'll dissipate the spiritual mark later, and you can accept my legacy after that. You will dissipate the spiritual mark? Wang Teng was shocked. It's just a mark. There's no point in its existence after a successor has appeared. The man in the white robe shook his head. Wang Teng believed this man now. He used his eyes of essence to look at him and noticed that he wasn't a spirit. He was honestly just a mark. But before that, I have a few things to ask from you, the man in the white robe continued.